Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
After some fun with Ash's encouragement, Misty finally took out a blank Pokéball and captured Manaphy. This is a Pokémon that Misty has never captured in the original plot. Then Ash gave the incubator to Misty. She placed the Pokémon eggs with strange patterns brought from Dasha Valley in it. After capturing Manaphy, Misty's Pokémon slot was overloaded again. This time she chose to teleport Gyarados back. Needless to say, if the three Cerulean sisters saw this teleported Gyarados, they would be shocked beyond words. A system prompt sounded in Ash's mind. Ding! It led to the unexpected bond between Manaphy and Misty, making Misty the water gym leader with a phantom beast. Get 740 reward. Title: Water-type Pokémon Master. Water-type Pokémon commanded by Ash have their combat power increased by 20%. Oh my god, is it so cool. This time, choosing to let Misty train Manaphy is a win-win choice. Although it was Misty who captured Manaphy, it can also be regarded as a Pokémon trained by the two of them. At least there will be no obstacles for him to command Manaphy to fight Pokémon. In addition, Ash also got a hidden task reward, a new title, Water-type Pokémon Master. When commanding a Water-type Pokémon to fight, the combat power of your own Pokémon will increase by 10%. For a title like this that can directly bless yourself, Ash will never think it is too little. Not to mention that Ash's team also has Milotic, Wartortle, and other Water-type Pokémon with extraordinary potential. After the episode of Manaphy hatching, the group continued on their way to Cinnabar Island, where the Red Gym is located. Late at night in a sleeping bag at the campsite, Ash slowly opened his eyes, a look of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The monthly System Store refresh time has finally arrived. Ding! System Store items are about to be refreshed. 54,321. The top item is still the quick evolution method of the bond with the frog. Product 1. Ancient Resurrection Potion can be used to restore the ancient Pokémon Aerodactyl to its prime contest condition, that is, its mage evolution form, which can be maintained permanently. Value: 1 million points. Product 2. Traveling Food Maker. Just put in the appropriate materials, you can make top-notch food that can be called a 5-star hotel chef's. Refined food also applies. Value: 200,000 points. Product 3. 1 Ultra Beast Pokémon Egg, a rare Pokémon from Ultra Space. Value: 3 million points. Product 4. Charizard Perfect Mage Evolution Emblem. Carrying it allows Charizard to perfectly master the two Mage Evolution forms of X and Y. Value: 2 million points. Product 5. Pokémon Carrying Slot Plus 4. Increases the Pokémon Carrying Slot limit of Pokémon Trainer. Value: 4 million points. It must be said that the products refreshed by the system this time really shocked Ash. The above 5 items are basically for his points. Ancient Resurrection Potion that can keep Aerodactyl in the ancient soaring in the Sky Totem form. Imagine Aerodactyl always in the mage form. Its combat potential is probably no less than that of the legendary Zapdos Pokémon. Food Maker. Since Zyoging left the team, Ash and his team have been eating pre-prepared instant food. Putting aside the nutritional value, this thing tastes really bad. It even makes Misty want to work hard to learn cooking. With the Food Maker, the team's food situation will definitely be effectively improved. Then there are the Ultra Beast Pokémon eggs that are unique to the Alola region. Those guys have a species strength of up to 600, and their potential is not inferior to the existence of legendary Pokémon. Although their abilities are seriously biased, their combat abilities in their own areas of strength are absolutely unquestionable. Charizard Mage Evolution Emblem, although very expensive, can infinitely raise the upper limit of Charizard. XY Charizard's combat focus is different, which can make Charizard more comprehensive. As for the Pokémon carrying position, there is no need to say more. It is definitely the product that Ash needs most at this stage. With more and more talented Pokémon in the team, the upper limit of 8, the number of Pokémon he carried, was obviously not enough. He looked at his points balance, 284W. Ash decisively bought the Food Maker and Ancient Revival Potion, a total of 120W. Other items can only be purchased after accumulating more points. Ding! Ancient Revival Potion. Food Maker purchased successfully. It has been put into the system space and can be taken out at any time. After hearing the system voice, Ash didn't want to rest. He got out of the sleeping bag and walked into the forest. He released Aerodactyl from the Pokéball and gave it the Primal Revival Potion under its puzzled eyes. Aerodactyl drank the potion and showed a painful look on his face. At the same time, his momentum began to rise. Not long after, changes occurred. Aerodactyl's body surface began to bulge until it was completely broken, revealing large and small rock spikes. In addition, Aerodactyl is a whole circle bigger than before and looks more ferocious than before, and its aura has become several times stronger. After using the potion, Aerodactyl has a fierce look in his eyes, but he is more friendly to Ash. At this moment, its 1.2 intimacy density has been fully increased. Ash nodded with satisfaction, and then he started to check Aerodactyl's attribute panel. I want to see what changes Aerodactyl has after Primal Resurrection. Pokémon Aerodactyl Primal Reversion. Level IV.61. Ability Hard Heads. Hidden Ability Hard Claw. Attribute Rock Flying. Qualification. Skills Ancient Power Supersonic Wing Attack Rock Slide Iron Head Stone Edge etc. Carrying Props None. As terrifying as it is, Aerodactyl after Primal Resurrection has officially possessed the style of the ancient soaring in the Sky Totem. These 1 million points are really worth it. After removing the negative weakness contest condition, Aerodactyl, which has recovered to its peak strength, has reached level 61, making it another Pokémon in Ash's team that has reached the threshold of the champion level. The key is that its potential column has also changed to the word that is unique to legendary Pokémon. I think this Aerodactyl must have been the leader of the tribe in ancient times with extraordinary strength. In addition, it has learned many new skills. For example, Ice Fang, Fire Fang, and Thunder Fang have greatly expanded the attack range of Aerodactyl's attribute skills. Coupled with its primals, 135 points of attack species strength and 150 points of amazing speed species strength after resurrection, it will definitely become the nightmare of most Pokémon. What surprised Ash even more was that the Primal's body after resurrection was exactly the same as Mega Aerodactyl. But it still inherited Aerodactyl's hard head ability and became a powerful existence with dual ability. Hard Claws increase the power of contact skills by 30%. It can make the Primal Aerodactyl, which already has terrifying attack power, even more powerful. It can also use Takedown and Mega Shockwave, which can cause damage or stiffness to itself. It is simply invincible when facing the enemy. Ash seriously suspects that with Primal Aerodactyl's terrifying strength comparable to the champion level, a Mega Shockwave is enough to knock down a small mountain. Pokémon that have reached the elite level have the ability to change the range of terrain to a certain extent. Primal Aerodactyl, which exceeds the champion level, will only become more powerful. Now it is also like Zapdos and Ghastly, enough to be Ash's trump card Pokémon. In the night, Ash flew a circle on Primal Aerodactyl and tested the speed of Primal Aerodactyl by the way. He was in a very good mood and put it back into the Piquet ball. Sure enough, Primal Aerodactyl's maximum speed is much faster than that of Pidgeot. The slow speed of ordinary flying Pokémon is basically no different from a target in front of Primal Aerodactyl. 2 days later, Ash and his group approached Cinnabar Island. Cinnabar Island was famous in the entire Kanto region many years ago because of the Cinnabar Gym. Later, due to the discovery of rich hot spring resources on Cinnabar Island, it quickly became a resort area, and the tourists who came here had no intention of challenging the gym. Blaine, who was frustrated, also had no intention of running the Cinnabar Gym, resulting in the Cinnabar Gym being unknown among the younger generation of challengers. When people mention Cinnabar Island, the first thing that comes to mind is the hot spring hotel, and the related industries are operating well. Every hot spring hotel on the island is basically in full contest condition at all times, and reservations must be made in advance. In the original plot, Ash and his group almost ended up on the street because they did not make reservations in advance. Fortunately, Misty foresighted Blaine's answer and successfully checked into Blaine's hot spring hotel. And by chance, she discovered the secret hidden in Blaine's hot spring hotel. She found the Cinnabar Gym battle site located below the hot spring hotel and hidden by Blaine above the lava. Ash, who knew the true situation of Cinnabar Gym and Cinnabar Island, would not rush to challenge Cinnabar Gym. It's a rare trip to Cinnabar Island, which is famous for its hot springs, so naturally you have to experience the hot spring hotel with Cinnabar Island's characteristics. Admittedly, the main goal of the trip is to become stronger in battle, but occasional relaxation and entertainment are still necessary. After all, although Ash has the physique of a mega true rookie, Misty and Sabrina around him are somewhat overwhelmed. Tens of days of continuous camping in the wild, coupled with a severely downgraded food level. Especially Misty travels during the day and has various physical work waiting for her at night, which can be said to be quite tiring. At present, Everyone in the entire Ash team is in a state of double fatigue. It is just right to take this opportunity to relax on Cinnabar Island and adjust the contest condition to the best before challenging the Cinnabar gym. Anyway, Blaine lives on Cinnabar Island and can't run, so it doesn't make much difference whether he goes early or late. Moreover, there is still a long time before the Indigo Plateau Conference starts, but Ash's mobile phone badge is really fast. In the original plot, Ash got lost every few days and often entangled with the Rocket Team trio. In this case, collecting small gym badges still has a long time for special training. Not to mention Ash, who basically doesn't take detours now. This time, Ash and his 3 friends did not fly to Cinnabar Island on Pidgeot, but chose to go by boat. In a sense, it can be regarded as adapting to local customs. Let's go, Misty. Sabrina, check in at the hot spring hotel we have booked long ago. After getting off the boat at the pier, Ash took Misty and Sabrina straight to one of the most luxurious hot spring hotels in the entire Cinnabar Island. Quartz Hot Spring Hotel. Now that he has no shortage of money, Ash directly booked a private hot spring resort villa for a week. The villa covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters and is divided into 3 floors. The wooden structure is elegant. It has a small garden of hundreds of square meters, and the garden is surrounded by high hot springs. Inside is the volcano hot spring dug by the hotel owner. It is pure natural, and the pool is also very large, which can accommodate dozens of people to take a hot spring bath together. It is no problem to open a large-scale 273 Haitian Sheng Yan like in his previous life. Of course, Misty and Sabrina will definitely not allow it. In addition, there is also a hot spring pool indoors in the villa. However, the indoor hot spring pool is much smaller, and the size is only enough to accommodate 5 people at most. Wow, Ash, this villa is too luxurious. Although she has never lacked money since she was a child, Misty's family is not a wealthy family. It was her first time to live in such a luxurious hot spring villa. After entering the villa, she ran around and looked left and right, just like a country girl entering the city. Even Sabrina, who was always calm, was shocked by the luxury of this villa. As for Ash, his eyes were a little strange. His eyes swept over the sofa, kitchen, balcony, French windows, etc. Finally, he stopped at the small hot spring pool that looked like a swimming pool. It must be said that the designer of this villa is really good. Some of the facilities here are similar to the scenes in some wonderful movies he had seen in his previous life. It must be a different feeling to do that here. Thinking of this, Ash's mouth corners slightly raised. In this case, he can't waste the designer's painstaking efforts and must make the best use of it. In the villa garden, Ash reached out and took off all the piquet balls from his waist. Come out, everyone. There is no special training mission today. Let's take a good bath and relax. The huge hot spring pool in the villa garden was specially prepared by Ash for the 3 Pokémon. After traveling for such a long time, not only them, but also the Pokémon need to rest and relax. The Pokémon that were released were very excited. The first to act was Charizard, who jumped into the hot spring pool. It quickly occupied a place in the right corner, and then raised its tail with a burning tail flame to prevent it from getting wet. Then Pikachu, Pidgeot, and other Pokémon lined up to enter the water. Looking at the Pokémon making comfortable sounds in the hot spring pool. Because it is a rock type, Primal Fossil Dragon who doesn't like water also wants to try the hot spring pool. Come out, Kami, Ammonite Manaphes. Misty also released her Pokémon and let them go into the hot spring to experience it. Except for Psyduck, who is extremely afraid of water, the other water-type Pokémon all enjoyed the hot spring quite comfortably. Psyduck, who is not good at swimming, finally enjoyed the hot spring with the help of Misty using a swimming ring. Abra, Sun Pokémon Sucker Quank. Sabrina's side is full of psychic Pokémon. After sending the Pokémon away, the next thing is in the villa. Ash, Sabrina, and Misty are in a world of 3. After entering the villa, he closed the door, prevent any possible accidents. At first, because Sabrina was there, the 3 of them were a little reserved. But soon Ash found a topic to eliminate the slightly awkward 3-person hot spring experience. Halfway through, while Sabrina went to the bathroom, Ash cast a malicious look at Misty on the side. Psychic spread out, making sure that he could find Sabrina first when she came back. Then, tusk. More than 10 minutes later, Misty poked her head out of the hot spring with a face full of resentment. Tusk, letter 3005. She spit out several mouthfuls of water outside the pool. Fortunately, she had practiced dives since she was a child, or she would follow Ash must be angry if he plays like this. Misty, can't you be a little more reserved? You're not even married yet and you're already asking for whatever you want. Misty felt that she really had no self-control at all, and Ash made her dizzy with just 2 words. Ash, you can't do this again in the future, especially when Sabrina is still here. Did you hear me? Misty blushed and glared at Ash. Her eyes were not threatening. Halhaha got it. Ash laughed and passed it off. At this time, Sabrina also came back. It is worth mentioning that her face was also a little strange. There was a blush on her delicate and pretty cheeks. Oops, I was too anxious just now and forgot that Sabrina's psychic seemed to be several levels stronger than mine. In this case, wouldn't she have seen what happened between me and Misty just now? Ash, who was soaking in the swimming pool, lowered his head and supported his forehead. It seems that I have to work harder to practice psychic in the future. Ding, Sabrina's intimacy increased from 85 to 90. Couple mission completed. Become a travel partner with Sabrina and establish a couple relationship. Reward: 100 W points, top quality psychic Pokémon egg. The reward items have been put into the system space and can be taken out at any time. Hey, hearing the sudden system prompt, Ash subconsciously looked up at Sabrina. Somehow Sabrina was also looking at Ash. Their eyes met, giving birth to an ambiguous ember. Sabrina's ruby-like eyes were full of affection for Ash. That's right, she was just on her way back from the toilet. She noticed the psychic released by Ash. Curious, she used psychic to infiltrate and broke in without Ash noticing. She swore that this was the most embarrassing thing she had ever experienced in her life. Wow. This hot spring is so comfortable. On the other side, Misty was enjoying the hot spring happily without realizing that she was already in NTR. In the dead of night, Sabrina floated quietly in the corridor. She came from her room to Ash and Misty's room. She walked through the wooden door easily and looked at Misty, who was wrapped around Ash like an octopus on the bed. Sabrina waved her hand gently and used psychic to make Misty let go of Ash unconsciously and turned over. Then Sabrina lowered a psychic barrier to cover herself and Ash. After all, Ash had practiced psychic, so his perception was still quite sharp. Even if he was sleeping soundly, he still woke up the moment Sabrina lowered the psychic barrier. Sabrina, are you still awake? Sabrina floated towards him like a ghost silently. She kept approaching in Ash's surprised eyes. So this is the taste of love. It's really wonderful. After an unknown amount of time, Sabrina floated up with her sore and weak body. There was a little blush on her delicate face and her lips were slightly pursed. She seemed very satisfied with today's strange experience. Dragging her tired body, teleport disappeared in front of Ash. I have to say, psychic is useful. Watching Sabrina's back as she left and the slowly lowered psychic barrier, Ash's face was full of fatigue and weirdness. Damn it, she didn't expect Sabrina to come here in the middle of the night. And she gave Misty a wave of entire. If she had known this, she should have known to be restrained during the day. When she saw Sabrina just now, everything was too late. She used psychic to pin herself down as soon as she came up. He passively enjoyed the contest condition throughout the whole process. Forced to work until late at night, Ash found that it was already dawn outside the window. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and fell asleep. The next morning, Misty, who had not slept well all night and had nightmares, got up early. Looking at Ash's extremely messy bed, it formed a sharp contrast with her own. Misty fell into deep thought for a moment. Ash Rest was always very quiet. When did it become so crazy? Could it be that the beds here were not comfortable to sleep on? After thinking about it, this was the best excuse she could think of. Feeling guilty, Ash got up early and took Misty out to experience the local customs and practices of Cinnabar Island. He also bought her a lot of small presents, and of course Sabrina's was also indispensable. At this moment, Sabrina is probably still sleeping soundly in bed. After all, she was working hard alone last night, and her physical exhaustion was very serious. After playing for a whole morning, Ash realized that he hadn't called home for a long time. He was going to the Pokémon Center on Cinnabar Island to call his mother Delia and chat. Misty also planned to contact her 3 sisters, so they went to the Pokémon Center together. As soon as he turned on the computer and passed the identity authentication, he received messages from Professor Oak and the 3 Cerulean sisters. Ash was also very puzzled. What did Professor Oak want to see him for? After thinking about it, he immediately called Professor Oak's laboratory. Soon, Professor Oak's slightly old square face appeared on the screen. Professor Oak, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly leave me a message and call you? As soon as Ash opened his mouth, he met Professor Oak with a slightly complicated expression. Ash, have you forgotten those ancient Pokémon that were teleported back some time ago? I didn't forget. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with those Pokémon? As soon as these words came out, Professor Yin Kun suddenly had a flail. Those were ancient Pokémon that lived tens of thousands of years ago, but Ash seemed to have no idea of their importance. Damn, this kid's travel luck is still too good. He can be so careless with such extremely rare and even extinct Pokémon. These days, I have been studying the ancient Pokémon he sent almost day and night. I resisted the urge to punch Ash in the face twice. Ash, can you tell me where you captured those ancient Pokémon? In Dasha Valley, there was a rumor about ancient Pokémon fossils there a while ago. So we went there and ran into these ancient Pokémon. We captured them, by the way. How about it, Professor? Did you arrange a suitable living environment for them in the backyard of your laboratory? I boasted to them that Professor Oak would definitely provide them with a livable environment. Ash asked half-jokingly. Of course, they are living well now. If you ask me, there is no place in the entire Kanto region that is more suitable for these ancient Pokémon to live than here. Professor Oak was full of pride when he mentioned this. His laboratory can not only provide housing for those fossil Pokémon, but also provide them with shelter. Since Ash sent the ancient Pokémon here, the news spread quickly, and all forces were concerned about this group of Pokémon that were once active in ancient times. These days, he has openly and secretly warned many guys who want to take these ancient Pokémon. Although those people are scientists and researchers on the surface, they are actually studying some shameful things. The experiments they conduct also deviate from the orthodox academic world. If Ammonite, Kabuto, and other Pokémon are handed over to them, they will most likely not end well. They may even be directly dissected. Although the orthodox Pokémon researchers headed by him also do experiments, they are all based on the premise of not harming Pokémon. Well, I'll leave those ancient Pokémon to you. I'll hang up if there's nothing else, Professor. After hanging up the phone with Professor Oak, Ash called his mother Delia and reported to her about the trip. The chat between mother and son was particularly harmonious and warm. Auntie Delia, hello. After a while, Misty ended the call with her 3 sisters. Seeing Delia on the screen, she blushed and greeted her. It's Misty. I'm so happy to see you. How was your trip with Ash? By the way, did Ash bully you? If so, just tell me and I'll help you punish him. Don't be polite to me. Seeing her future daughter-in-law, Delia smiled particularly happily. After hearing what Delia said, Misty quietly rolled her eyes at Ash beside her. She has been bullied by Ash a lot during this period. Every time, he can think of all kinds of weird tricks. Even in the hot spring swimming pool, and even in the case that Sabrina may see. How can she tell Ash's mother about this kind of thing? Really, why does Ash always like to grab her and bully her? I don't know what's going on with Sabrina. She's so reserved. When can I help her share the burden? Misty's eyes turned slightly, as if she thought of something. Her expression was sometimes tangled, sometimes full of expectation. Okay, Mom, no more talking. We still have to go to dinner. I'll hang up first. Being stared at by Misty's resentful eyes, even the always thick-skinned Ash couldn't stand it. He hurriedly ended the topic and hung up the phone. For the next 2 days, Ash, Misty, and the other 3 continued to enjoy their vacation time on Cinnabar Island. As always, Ash belonged to Misty in the first half of the night and had to deal with Sabrina's sudden visit in the second half of the night. In this way, 2 days passed with pain and happiness. Until the 3rd day, Ash was finally ready to challenge the Cinnabar Gym. Boy, do you want to challenge the Cinnabar Gym. In a smaller hot spring hotel on Cinnabar Island, Uncle Chong, who was wearing a wig and disguised as an ordinary hotel owner, looked at Ash and the 2 Stephanies beside him with surprise. He thought his disguise must be very good. How could it be so easily foreseen by Ash, a rookie trainer who came to Cinnabar Island for the first time? Could it be that his disguise could be foreseen at a glance? But these guys are quite interesting. The Pikachu standing on his shoulder is of such a high level, elite-level strength. Are all rookie trainers so powerful now? They can cultivate such powerful Pokémon in just a few months of traveling. Yes, Blaine, please come to a gym battle with me. I'm looking forward to the battle at Cinnabar Gym. Come with me, I'll make an exception for you today, but I won't let you down like other gym leaders. If you want to get the Volcano badge, you must show the strength that matches it. Otherwise, I'd rather these badges rot in my hands. Anyway, not many people remember the Cinnabar Gym now. Blaine muttered. Ash nodded confidently. It's a deal. He was definitely going to win this battle. Ding! The 3rd round of the Gym Challenge mission. Trigger the Gym Challenge mission. Defeat Blaine, the gym leader of Cinnabar Gym. Mission completion reward. Increase the level of any Pokémon in your hand by 10 levels, 1 million points. There are a lot of good things refreshed in the system store recently. The points given for this gym mission are really high. Now there are more reasons to take down the Cinnabar Gym. Looking at Ash, who was full of confidence, Blaine shook his head imperceptibly. Decided to show a little strength later and give him a little shock from the fired gym leader. Let him know that the gym leaders he defeated in his previous travels were all fools. As for what Pokémon to use, this kid's Pikachu should be his trump card Pokémon, so use Charmeleon to deal with it. This guy just broke through the elite level not long ago, and he just needs a suitable rival laser focus. Blaine came to a conclusion in his heart. Okay, all of you come with me. As he said, Blaine stood up from the counter first and walked towards the bath. Ash and the two girls looked at each other and followed. Approaching the bath, Blaine began to fiddle with the mechanism. Then the stone wall next to the bath opened, and a passage leading directly to the underground appeared. The further you go along the passage, the more you can feel a burning breath coming from below. Blaine seemed to have adapted to this place long ago. His expression was calm, and there was not even a drop of sweat on his head. It was not difficult for Ash to achieve the same level as Blaine with his mega rookie physique. But considering Misty beside him, he also took the initiative to hold up a psychic barrier, covering Misty, Sabrina, and Pikachu in it to isolate the scorching airwaves from the outside world. Psychic, this boy is not simple. No, it seems that I am old and confused. The girl next to this kid seems to be Sabrina from Saffron City. Is his psychic taught by Sabrina? Blaine's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was secretly surprised. But he didn't think Ash would cause him much trouble in the next battle. Possessing psychic does not mean that the trainer has excellent command level. It does not represent the level of the trainer's training of Pokémon. Like Sabrina in front of him, her own powerful psychic is even enough to compete with the Pokémon of Kanto Elite Four. But the Pokémon she cultivated were still a little bit lacking in quality and generally not as strong as she was. As the group continued to go deeper, they finally saw a battlefield above the lava, which was fixed by iron chains and almost completely suspended. This field, Pikapi. Misty and Pikachu were panicked when they saw the battlefield. This should be the most dangerous battlefield they have ever seen, and it is also the most unique battlefield in Kanto. No wonder when Cinnabar Island hot spring tourism was not so famous, Cinnabar Gym was so famous in Kanto Region, making many trainers shudder. Even at that time, getting the volcano badge of Cinnabar Gym was a recognition of trainers' strength. Just from this unusual battlefield, it can be seen that the challenge of Cinnabar Gym is not normal. Trainers who don't have enough courage may be scared by the battlefield and dare not go on stage at all. After all, if you are not careful, there is a risk of falling into the lava. If Pokémon does not trust their trainer very much, they may refuse to fight directly when they see such a venue. Misty thought so. As for Sabrina next to her, she didn't think it was dangerous. With Ash's psychic level, there would be no danger of falling into the magma. Boy, this is the battle site of Cinnabar Gym. How about it, do you still want to fight me? If you want to give up, do it as soon as possible. Blaine was very satisfied with the reactions of Misty and Pikachu. Then he looked at Ash, trying to find the emotions of surprise, shrinking, or fear in Ash's eyes. However, to his disappointment, Ash had no reaction, acting calmly as if all this was normal. I came here for the gym battle, so I must fight. Okay, very good boy, I praise your courage. Then the battle will be based on the 3v3 challenge rules. The challenger can change Pokémon in the middle of the game. The game will be considered over if all Pokémon on either side lose their combat ability. Because they have not yet experienced the original plot to solve the volcano outbreak problem, Blaine's approval. The gym battle still adopts the 3v3 mode. Please give me more advice. Ash nodded to show that he was ready. Blaine was a former fire elite in Kanto after all, and fighting against such a strong man, 1v1 was obviously not enough. The rules proposed by Blaine were very much to Ash's liking. Well, look at the boy, the Pokémon I'm going to send out to fight is this one in Y. A white light flashed, a heat wave hit his face, and the brown-yellow-haired Ninetales appeared in front of him. Pokémon Ninetales level, IV.50, qualification, red. It can only be said that as a former fire elite, this Ninetales talent is really good. This Ninetales alone is probably stronger than the main Pokémon of most gym owners. And this is just the Pokémon that Blaine sent out to lead the charge and test Ash's combat strength. Master Blaine, this Ninetales is well trained. It must be said that among the fire-type Pokémon, Ninetales is definitely one of the most beautiful ones. Of course, young man, since you are so sensible, if you give up in advance, I can give you a chance to challenge my other Pokémon, and I will lower the level of the challenge a little bit. Blaine looked at his Ninetales confidently. He thought Ash might be afraid of his Ninetales, so he planned to leave him a way out. Old man, I'm just being modest. You have to give way to the old man. As for being scared, I'm not really afraid. Get ready for battle, Charizard. Ash smiled and threw Charizard's Pokeball high. Roar, accompanied by the deafening roar, the originally calm magma suddenly boiled like boiling water. The temperature in the air began to rise rapidly. Even though Blaine had long been accustomed to the high temperature, he was always calm and sweaty. But at this time, he didn't care to wipe it off. His eyes widened and his face was full of shock. Perfect, this is simply the fire-type pet he has always dreamed of. Blaine stared at Charizard opposite him with fanatical eyes. Tall and strong body, sharp claws, thick dragon tail. Add to that the burning at the end of the tail, the terrifying orange-red flame that was enough to distort the air. This should be the most suitable fire Pokémon he has seen in all his years as a Kanto Fire Elite and Fire Gym leader. Now he meets this perfect Charizard, but it has a trainer. It seems that I really underestimated this young man. Blaine quickly recovered from his disappointment and planned to complete this gym battle. But he also found that he seemed too confident just now. Ash's Charizard is very powerful, enough to beat all the Pokémon in his second team. At present, it seems that he is not easy to win this first battle. At this time, Blaine thought of his mysterious confidence just now and felt extremely embarrassed. He wanted to show off his old senior skills to Ash, but he didn't expect to be taught a lesson by the other party. This is really too bad. Charizard, get ready, it's time to go. As Ash's voice sounded, Charizard flew to the air. A blazing flame appeared when he opened his mouth. Ninetales was unmoved and easily took on the flamethrower, then a red light appeared on his body. Ninetales' aura became visibly stronger. Flash fire ability, come back Charizard. Not bad, very sharp observation and reaction. Blaine looked at Ash with appreciation. He was about to launch an attack, but Ash took Charizard back into the Piquet ball. If it were any other trainer, if they were a little slower in reaction, they would be suppressed by the counterattack launched by Ninetales under his command and fall into a disadvantage. In the gym battle, the challenger can replace Pokémon with Solaceon. Get ready for battle, Pidgeot. That tilde. With a flash of light, Pidgeot replaced Charizard on the battlefield. Feeling the scorching heat all around, Pidgeot's expression was slightly condensed. It was obvious that he was not used to it. Oh, this Pidgeot is really big. Boy, I'm getting more and more curious about you now. Blaine looked at the extremely oversized Pidgeot that appeared in front of Ash with great interest. Lucky I caught it by chance. Pidgeot, let Blaine see your strength. Pidgeot, with a loud cry, Pidgeot spread its wings and flew into the air, overlooking Ninetales in the field. Firmly control the air advantage. Ninetales flamethrower. Below, Ninetales opened his mouth and a blazing flame came out. Spin and dodge and use wing attack. In the air, Pidgeot folded his wings and made a delicate aerial turn to avoid Ninetales' flame attack, then spread his wings and dived towards Ninetales at high speed. So fast. Blaine's pupils contracted violently. Bang! Before he could issue an order, Ninetales was knocked away by the fast-attacking Pidgeot. With such a big body, how can it be so fast? Blaine's eyes widened, his eyes full of shock and confusion. Pidgeot air blades. Ash naturally didn't intend to give Ninetales a chance to breathe. Pidgeot tilde. Pidgeot flapped his wings and shot several air cutters, hit Ninetales again, who had no ability to resist. This kid is really unreasonable. Seeing Ninetales hit by air cutters again, a gleam of light flashed across Blaine's cloudy old eyes. As a former Fire Elite of Kanto Alliance, he was also relieved that such a powerful rookie trainer could not appear in Kanto Region. Ninetales lost his ability to fight, Pidgeot won. In the end, Blaine's Ninetales still couldn't last too long in front of the high-speed fighting Pidgeot. After all, he was at a disadvantage from the beginning. With Pidgeot's amazing speed, it was natural that Ninetales would not have any chance to react. Ash, I haven't seen a rookie trainer as good as you in a long time, interesting. Thanks for the compliment, Blaine. Blaine nodded, took back Ninetales, and took out the second Piquet ball from his waist. Next, it's up to you, Rhydon. With a muffled sound, the sturdy gray Rhydon stepped onto the battlefield. Isn't Blaine a fire-type gym leader? Why is he using a ground and rock-type Pokémon? Misty looked at Rhydon on the stage in a bit of surprise. Pokémon Rhydon level, IV.47 sphere purple. Compared to the Ninetales just now, this Rhydon's data panel is obviously much worse. Please keep fighting, Pidgeot. Rhydon's flamethrowers. Although it is a ground and rock-type Pokémon, Rhydon still did not forget to start the attack with a fire-type move. It really is, I'm dead. Two figures are crossing the magma in the battle 1.0 field. Ash took advantage of Pidgeot's aerial advantage and began to kite Rhydon. With Pidgeot's ability to control the wind, he repeatedly played tricks on Blaine's Rhydon through precise calculations of airflow. After a while, Rhydon was already covered in wounds. In the end, he was defeated by Pidgeot's aerial ace's fierce attack. Rhydon loses his ability to fight, Pidgeot wins. Blaine announced with a red face and gritted teeth. The red face was not because of the surrounding temperature, but because of Pidgeot's amazing speed in playing tricks on Rhydon. What a joke! He was a former Fire Elite, but he was beaten by a young boy without any chance to fight back. If it gets out, how can he face his old friends? Young man, you really piqued my interest. Look, the hottest flame in the world, the king born from magma, come out Charmander. Blaine said, throwing the Poké ball in his hand high up. I saw a fluid fire curtain composed of magma appeared in front of everyone, under the fire curtain. Charmander stepped on the battlefield, and the soles of his feet made a squeaking sound when they touched the ground. The terrifying high temperature of its body actually made the battlefield made of heat-resistant materials burn with faint marks. The steaming magma slid down from its body, dripping on the ground, emitting bursts of white smoke. Pokémon Charmander qualification, red level, IV.55. Compared with the first two Pokémon, the strength of this Charmander has obviously reached the strength of his first lineup Pokémon. Come back, Pidgeot. Ash decisively took back Pidgeot and sent out Charizard 17 again. Roar, feeling the powerful aura of Charizard, Charizard immediately became eager to fight and was ready for battle. Charizard Flamethrower. We also use Flamethrower Charizard. Charizard and Charizard used Flamethrower almost at the same time. The blazing pillars of fire collided violently in the field. After a stalemate of several seconds, the flames disappeared into thin air, equally matched. Sure enough, this Charizard has been trained very well by you. Blaine said with a smile. Charizard's level is very high, comparable to his main Pokémon. Since entering the elite level, each level increase has been particularly difficult. Charizard can tie with Charizard in fire attacks at a lower level, which is enough to prove its high potential. Duck-Build Charizard Lightning Punch. Dodge, go behind it and use Seismic Toss. Tengering himself, he suddenly exerted force and used Splash's Thunder Punch to hit Charizard's abdomen in the air. Whoosh. Charizard reacted very quickly and flew sideways to avoid the attack, then went behind the Duck-Build Charizard and clamped it tightly with his claws. Duck-Build Charizard was incredibly heavy, and even if Charizard clamped it in the air, it would consume a lot of physical strength. Oops, break free from the Duck-Build Charizard. Blaine frowned and shouted loudly. However, Charizard didn't give the Duck-Build Charizard a chance to struggle at all. He held it and flew at high speed, spinning continuously in the air, drawing a circle in the shape of the earth. Then he swooped down at a high speed and dropped the sturdy Duck-Build Charizard heavily into the battlefield. Boom boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, smoke and dust rose in the venue. Yeah. So cool, Eruption. If Charmeleon is hit by this move, he will not be able to bear it. In the spectator seats, Misty and Sabrina said one after another. After being hit by a seismic toss, Charmeleon was completely at a disadvantage. In the subsequent battles, Charmeleon was suppressed by Charizard and was finally defeated by Charizard's Dragon Claw. BX Pound. Looking at Charmeleon lying on the ground, Blaine's mouth twitched slightly, and his expression was a little helpless. He is the leader of Cinnabar Gym and the former Fire Elite of Kanto. He was actually pushed by the rookie trainer Challenger, and even after sending out a main Pokémon, he still failed to cause any casualties to Ash. It's over. This time, it's really embarrassing. Blaine covered his face with one hand. He had originally thought of relying on this battle to revive the reputation of Cinnabar Gym, but now it seems that he will lose his reputation. Of course, since he had already lost to Ash, Blaine also took out the Volcano Badge and handed it to Ash. After receiving the Volcano Badge, the system prompt sounded in Ash's mind on time. Ding. Completed the third round of the Gym Challenge mission. Successfully defeated Blaine, the gym leader of Cinnabar Gym. Mission completion reward. The level of the Pokémon Charizard in hand is increased by 10 levels from level 50 to level 60 and 1 million points. Ash, I see that your Charizard is well trained. Do you want to fight with my trump card Pokémon again? Just treat it as a trial before the Indigo Plateau Conference and play for fun. Since the loss just now was too tragic and it was almost impossible to resist, Xiaobo was still upset. Hope to regain some ground. At the same time, all system rewards are in place. Charizard's level is instantly increased by 10 levels. Ash raised his eyebrows. Not impossible. After saying that, he released Charizard again. Charizard, who has reached the top of the elite level, looked at Blaine with an impatient expression. Old man, you delayed my rest, I give you face. Blaine's body stagnated, and he felt the strong aura of Charizard, which was comparable to his trump card Pokémon. The look he gave Ash became extremely complicated. Good guy, it turns out that the kid is playing the pig to eat the tiger. Using a Pokémon with the top strength of the elite level, he still pretends to be a rookie trainer. To deceive his old bones, 530 is really unethical. Blaine, let's have a chance to spar in the future. Ash ignored Blaine's cannibalistic eyes and laughed. Turned around and took the two girls directly out of the Cinnabar Gym. The main system seemed to be intentional, and it happened to reach Charizard, directly making Charizard reach the peak of the elite level. Blaine misunderstood that he was still hiding his skills in the gym battle. In fact, Charizard had already gone all out to deal with the powerful duck-billed fire dragon. Seeing Ash and the other two leaving in a chic manner, Blaine was so angry that he wanted to pull Ash back to fight again. From Pallet Town, right. It seems that the trainer was taught by that old guy Oak. No, I can't swallow this breath. I have to call and ask that old guy. Yeah, that must be the case. That little guy obviously did it on purpose. From this point of view, he may have known my identity because of that old guy Oak. The more Blaine thought about it, the more he felt it was wrong. He wondered if Ash's challenge to the Cinnabar gym this time was instructed by Professor Oak. Poor Professor Oak took all the blame for Ash without realizing it. Professor Oak's laboratory. Professor Oak studies Milotic while taking care of ancient Pokémon. He also has to prepare papers on ancient Pokémon that are not extinct. He needs to list in detail the living habits, combat capabilities, and personality traits of all ancient Pokémon. He works so hard that he forgets to eat and sleep, but even so, he still hopes that Ash can capture more precious and rare Pokémon species. The better Ash's luck, the more Pokémon he can study. His grandson Gary can't do this. Except for the number of Pokémon he captured at the beginning of the trip, he basically didn't get any surprises. This is also the main reason why he cut Gary's travel expenses. After recording the physical data of the last Ammonite, Professor Oak pulled up his white coat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was about to cook a bowl of instant noodles and celebrate. The phone in the laboratory rang suddenly. Could it be that Ash called again? Did he capture some amazing Pokémon again? Professor Oak's heart tightened and then he quickly stepped forward. When he heard that the caller was his old friend Blaine, he breathed a sigh of relief but also felt a little worried. Fortunately, Ash's luck was not that abnormal. It's just that the rare Pokémon for him to study were gone. By the way, Blaine, that old guy, hasn't contacted me for a long time. Why did he suddenly call me? It's inexplicable. Let's see what he wants to say. It just so happens that I haven't contacted him for a long time. Thinking of this, Professor Oak answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Blaine's big red face filled the entire screen. Oak, I didn't offend you. Why are you trying to annoy me for no reason? You actually secretly lent the elite-level Pokémon you trained to that kid named Ash. Just to make me lose face. I can understand that Pikachu who just entered the elite level. You tell me that the elite level Charizard can be trained by that kid who just traveled for a short time. You old mans. My Cinnabar gym is almost gone and you still want to step on it, right? As soon as the call was connected, Blaine launched a fierce attack on Professor Oak regardless of anything. He madly accused Professor Oak of lending the elite level Charizard to Ash just to make him look bad. Professor Oak was confused. No, old man, is there any misunderstanding here? You know me, since I resigned from the Alliance, I have devoted myself to the cultivation and research of Pokémon. Even those old guys were in the semi-released contest condition. How could they cultivate an elite-level Charizard without making any noise? Not to mention that it is the top of the elite level. Even I can't cultivate it just by cultivating it. What misunderstanding can there be? Isn't that kid named Ash from your Pallet Town? Don't tell me that he cultivated a top-level elite Charizard in less than a few months of travel. It's not something that even ghosts would believe. Oaks, I know you want to help that kid get the volcano badge from me, and I'm not unreasonable. As long as you lend me your Charizard to cultivate for a few years, I will forgive your behavior this time. After a lot of output, Blaine finally showed his true intention. What if he was pushed by the rookie trainer? After all, he was the gym trainer who trained Rookie. Helping Rookie to become stronger was his duty. Besides, Ash's command level was higher. Apart from Charizard, his Pidgeot was also very well trained. The Pidgeot of that amazing size was also terrifyingly fast. If he was not a trainer specializing in Fire-type Pokémon, he would probably be tempted. For him, that Charizard was too perfect. Although he didn't know where Oak had captured the top-quality Charizard, it would be a pity if he didn't come to train such a powerful Fire-type Pokémon for a while. Even though it was Oak's Pokémon, it would be great to be its trainer for a while. Blaine smiled expectantly. However, Professor Oak was completely confused at this moment. What on earth was Blaine talking about? Ash, the pinnacle of elite Charizard. Oh my god, I didn't expect Ash to be so secretive. He's only been traveling for a few months, and now it seems that it's not just luck. Professor Oak was shocked when he learned the truth, and then entered the red temperature contest condition faster than Blaine. This little guy helped him take care of the Pokémon in Pallet Town. He arranged a fire brigade for the 3 Squirtle brothers, a comedy show and story performance for the 3 Ghastly brothers, and built a greenhouse environment suitable for the ancient Pokémon to live in. He wanted to be good to them with all his heart, but Ash, who was harmless, actually hid it from him. He was really a bit cunning and not cute at all. When they were still new trainers, they were extremely respectful to the words of their elders. He also told them everything about the wonderful things he saw during the trip. Why didn't he realize before? Ash is such a rebellious guy. Next time I contact Wang Zhao, I must talk to him carefully so that he won't hide things from me. If he doesn't change this bad habit, I won't update his Pokémon Pokédex with new data next time. But what's the matter with this kid? Did he really train the elite-level Charizard that Blaine mentioned? No, it's definitely not trained. Even a powerful Charizard can't grow so fast. It may be the same as the situation in Lanpulky City. This kid is always good at hooking up with powerful wild Pokémon. This elite-level Charizard is also likely to be captured by him in the wild with his personal charm. Yes, that must be the case. I can only say that this kid is really good. He can make the elite-level Pokémon listen to him obediently. After getting the badge of Cinnabar Gym, Ash was not in a hurry to leave Cinnabar Island. In the few days before the expiration of the villa, in some aspects, Ash and the two women also maintained an appropriate frequency. Ash also had to sigh that Mega Rookie's physique really saved his life, but even so, Misty was still a little overwhelmed. 5 days passed. Ash, actually my 3 sisters are a little bit dumb and have no talent in trainer, but their looks and figures are top-notch and they can also do underwater ballet. I think you can consider them. Misty blinked and laughed softly. Mainly because Ash and Sabrina have not made any moves recently, she simply set her sights on her 3 sisters. Since they are all sisters, it would be great to be on the same front in the future. Besides, Ash is so outstanding and has a strong ability to attract bees and butterflies. As the saying goes, good things should not flow to outsiders. If the 4 sisters go together, they will definitely be able to firmly grasp Ash's heart, and this will also revitalize the Cerulean Gym, right? After thinking about it, this is too worthwhile. It's not a shameful thing at all. Besides, didn't Mom rely on her beauty to tie Dad to the Cerulean Gym? It would definitely be no problem if it was her own sisters. Misty thought so in her heart and looked forward to Ash's response. Originally, Ash hadn't thought about it yet, but now that Misty had brought it up so bluntly, he couldn't help but imagine the 4 Cerulean sisters in his mind. After thinking about it, he was shamefully moved. It's true that a pervert can't resist a beautiful woman. Facing Misty's expectant eyes, Ash hurriedly shook his head. No, absolutely not appropriate. After all, this was just Misty's unilateral idea, and the 3 sisters-in-law might not have such an idea. If it becomes his wishful thinking at that time, it would be too embarrassing. This kind of thing can't be rushed. You can only take one step at a time. Although the 4 Cerulean sisters are very tempting, Ash doesn't have the idea of having to get them. The heroine Misty among the 4 sisters has now completely turned into his shape. There's no need to force the others, just depend on fate. The key is that there will be excellent girls like May, Dawn, Serena, etc. waiting for her in the future. I can't just give up because of Misty's small suggestion. Captivate is not going to move forward. Thinking of the many beauties waiting for him in the future, Ash's mind suddenly smelling salts. Shaking his head, he said to Misty righteously, "Misty, do you think I am that kind of person? Don't just think about it, otherwise I will punish you with family rules." Misty immediately took 2 steps back. Her beautiful eyes showed shock, her body trembled slightly, and she pouted. No, I won't mention it in the future, okay? Obviously, she was very afraid of the family rules mentioned by Ash. It's really strange, my sisters are all beauties. Ash, this pervert, is not interested at all. No, he just showed interest. Does he only like younger people? No wonder Sabrina has been with him for so long, but he never made a move. Is he still a lowly control? Thinking about it, Misty's eyes became a little subtle when she looked at Ash. If Ash could hear her thoughts at this moment, he would definitely call her a wronged pillar. Lolita control? That's too narrow. As long as she's pretty, he can control her. Youthful vitality, mature charm are all in his XP. I can only say that Misty is still too young. In addition to the intimate communication with the 2 girls, the rest of the time was spent taking them around Cinnabar Island to enjoy the vacation time. Relax the body and mind that were tense because of the journey before and restore the contest condition to the best. Next, prepare to set off back to Pallet Town. If it goes smoothly, you will also get the last badge you need before participating in the Indigo Plateau Conference, the Earth Badge of the Takua Gym. The 4th round of the Gym Challenge Mission. Takua Gym Challenge Mission. Defeat the gym leader and get the Earth Badge. Mission completion reward, 100 W points, Mutwo Earl Dervish favorability increased by 20%, Mega Mutwinidex, any Pokémon level +5. The Takua Gym was not originally in Ash's challenge plan. He didn't want to face Giovanni so early. After all, as the boss of Team Rocket, this guy never plays by the rules. In the original plot, in order to test Mutwo's strength, Mutwo was sent directly to fight Gary in the gym battle. He almost beat Gary, who was full of vigor at the time, into autism. Ash didn't want to enjoy the same treatment as him. With his current level, he is not worthy of being Mutwo's rival. It would be best if Giovanni sent a few Pokémon to show his strength, and the strength was controlled within the normal gym battle range to fight him. After completing the system tasks, improve Mutwo's favorability, and then use the Pokémon Intimacy enhancement props that he has kept in last resort for a long time. 50% of the props plus 20% of the system. Ash began to imagine performing a wave of NTR in front of Giovanni. But it was just a thought, considering the influence of Team Rocket in Kanto and even Johto region. If they target you, you will not get any good results. You can't put all the close people around you in danger for the sake of momentary pleasure. He can be fearless of Team Rocket revenge, but his mother Delia, Misty, and even her 3 sisters can't do it. He still has to make a fortune quietly. It's better to trick his good brother Gary to challenge Giovanni first, and then challenge the Takua gym after confirming that Mutwo has defected. Then find the defected Mutwo and subdue it. The so-called stabbing a brother in the back when necessary. This is the character of a good brother. Ash silently apologized to Gary in his heart. When his good brother subdues Mutwo, he will definitely have a share of the credit. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash also took the 2 women to return the hot spring villa full of their battlefields. The 3 of them then came to the Pokémon Center. Ash planned to change the Pokémon lineup and fully prepare for the next Takua Gym and the subsequent Indigo Plateau Conference. Currently, he has 9 Pokémon slots. Apart from those Pokémon that are not necessary to cultivate, since he started the journey, he has only captured more than 10 Pokémon in total. Although the number is not large, each one is the best in its own group. After leaving the Pokémon Center, the 3 of them set out on their journey back to Pallet Town. Ash has basically decided on the lineup for the challenge of the Takua Gym. Since the mission does not have clear attribute restrictions, or which Pokémon must participate in the battle, and it is difficult for Pokémon with higher levels such as Pikachu, Ghastly, Primal Aerodactyl to improve significantly in a short period of time. Ash and his party seemed quite comfortable on the way back, unlike before, when they were either busy leveling up or training every day. Of course, there are still simple battles, but the frequency has dropped significantly compared to before. They are more pursuing the fun of traveling, that is, mountain climbing and water sports. After having the food maker, the 3 people's food contest condition is several levels better than when Zio was just here. They eat a variety of meals in rotation every day. Similarly, the taste of Pokémon's food has also been greatly improved. If Ash had not strictly restricted their daily food intake, the Pokémon would probably have been fattened up. Even in this infinitely relaxed situation, after spending more energy on low-level Pokémon, Ash still ushered in a large wave of gains. Pokémon, Dratini from IV.20 to IV.27. Pokémon came from IV.29 to IV.34. Pokémon Flash Milotic from IV.37 to IV.40. Pokémon Jigglypuff from IV.35 to IV.37. Pokémon Infernape from IV.34 to IV.38. Among the Pokémon currently carried, Pokémon below level 40 have made great progress. In addition to the large level increase of the lowest level Dratini, it is also frantically making up for the lack of actual combat experience. Compared with its home dragon mother Dragonair, Dratini performed very well in battle and was determined. Jigglypuff rarely participates in battles alone, and the experience it gains is basically by hypnotizing some Pokémon groups with Sing, and then letting Ash's other Pokémon harvest. It must be said that this trick has been tried and tested. It is too efficient to use it to level up low-level Pokémon. Because it only assists in battles, it does not gain much experience. Although it has only been upgraded by 2 levels, considering the hidden ability, Sing can put Pokémon that are not more than 20 levels of its own level to sleep. This also makes Jigglypuff's upgrade at the level of 30, and the corresponding hidden ability's influence range is increased in Pokémon with a strength of 50. It can be said that the cost-effectiveness of Jigglypuff's level upgrade is maximized. If Jigglypuff can be upgraded to the peak of the elite level, then the corresponding Pokémon in the future will be the 3rd level God-level Pokémon. As long as the Pokémon does not have special abilities or abilities, it will be affected by its hypnotic singing. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a pink demon that has been given a lot of space in the main storyline. With the same insane plot ability, Ash suddenly remembered the Wobbuffet that Jessie of the future Rocket Team captured. Because of the various God-level defense scenes, it is nicknamed the Fruit God by many Pokémon fans. I think there must be hidden abilities. It seems that I should find a way to intercept it, Ash thought secretly in his heart. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash put his attention back on Infernape. Infernape, which successfully upgraded to level 38, finally learned the key skill of Rage Fist, which is necessary for evolution. By the way, according to the settings of the previous Pokémon game, the condition for evolving into Forsaken is that Infernape needs to use Rage Fist 20 times, and then upgrade the level to evolve. It is not clear whether the evolution conditions here are the same. Ash was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, he has learned Rage Fist. Try this method first and consider other methods if it doesn't work. Ash quickly came to a conclusion in his mind and then cast his eyes on the Infernape in front of him. Infernape, do you want to become stronger? Infernape heard this and kept punching and shouting excitedly. In its cognition, when Ash focuses on a Pokémon, it means that the Pokémon's strength will usher in a huge improvement. You know, Charizard has just completed a leap. Its strength is almost comparable to that of Ghastly, a veteran powerhouse. But they are envious. After Infernape calmed down, Ash asked Infernape to evolve according to the evolution method of the Pokémon game in his previous life. On the way to Viridian City, Ash focused all his energy on Infernape. Finally, after a few days, Infernape knocked Pinsir to the ground with a Rage Fist, and after accumulating enough combat experience, it naturally upgraded from IV.38 to IV.39. At the same time, it also lit up with a dazzling white light of evolution after firing at least 60 Rage Fists in the past few days. Please give me flowers. Misty and Sabrina, who are of the same S*X as him, were stunned. Isn't Infernape already in its final form? How can it still evolve? At this time in the Kanto region, it is basically the consensus of many trainers and Pokémon researchers that Mankey has only one evolution. This is mainly because Mankey and his evolved Infernape are both hot-tempered, and in many cases they will even attack their trainers when they get angry. In addition, their species strength is not too high. It leaves the impression of not being very capable but having a bad temper on the majority of trainers. With all kinds of negative buffs stacked up, naturally no one cares. Of course, it is mainly because everyone does not know that Infernape can also evolve into Forsaken. Looking at this special way of evolution, I am afraid that only Ash knows about it in the entire Pokémon world. That is why Misty and Sabrina are so surprised. The two looked at Infernape curiously. What kind of Pokémon will Infernape become after further evolution? This is a new form that they have never seen before. Ash also cast an expectant look. Infernape's evolved form, Axelrod, has a species strength that is already comparable to the 3 Pokémon of the starter Pokémon. If it is well cultivated, it will definitely be a main Pokémon whose strength cannot be underestimated. The 3 of them stared at the bright white light. After a while, the evolutionary light covering Infernape gradually dissipated, and Axelrod, which looked quite different from Infernape, appeared in front of the 3. The body has turned gray and black and the eyes are bloodshot, revealing a world-weary atmosphere. With a head full of fluffy white hair, it looks like normal, a demon crawling out of hell. The 2 girls couldn't help but be startled by Axelrod's new form, and Misty couldn't help but reach out and grab the corner of Ash's clothes. The whole person leaned towards him. Ash, why does this Infernape look so evil after evolution? Compared with fighting Pokémon, it looks more like a ghost type. Yeah, I also feel the power of ghost type from it. Sabrina nodded in agreement. Haha, this is Infernape's evolved form, Forsaken. After evolution, its attribute also changed from fighting to fighting plus ghost type. It's normal to give people different failings. Ash smiled and explained the door to the 2. Pokémon Forsaken. Level IV.38. Ability Unyieldings. Attribute Fighting Ghost. Qualification Red. Skills Leer Counter Low Kick Seismic Toss Assurance Shadow Punch Rage Fist etc. Items. None. Ash immediately looked at the Forsaken's panel attributes. There were no major changes in other aspects, but there were some ghost-related skills in the skills. After evolution, it immediately learned several ghost-related skills, making the Forsaken's attack range much wider. In addition, the biggest improvement came from species strength. It has increased by 80 points compared to before evolution. The key is that this allocation is quite reasonable, reducing the special attack species strength that is not very useful, and adding the precious species strength of 630 to its more advantageous attributes. It can be said that all the good steel is used on the blade. Overall, the evolution of the Forsaken is also a comprehensive leap in strength for Infernape. Forsaken, how do you feel? Ash looked at the Forsaken and asked with a smile. During the Infernape period, it always had rage written on its face. It looks much calmer after evolution, but under the calm appearance there is a more turbulent volcano. When facing the enemy, the power of the explosion will be more fierce than before. Of course, no matter how it evolves, its intimacy with Ash is always full. After hearing Ash's question, it immediately told Ash about its feelings after evolution. Its feelings are basically consistent with Ash's judgment. There is no need to make too many changes to the previous special training plan. After the episode of the Forsaken's evolution, Higurashi continued to move towards Takuya City. After walking and stopping along the way, about 10 days later, Ash and his friends finally saw the outline of Takuya City in the distance. Considering that Misty is afraid of insects, Ash did not choose to take the path in Takuya Forest when he left Takuya City. Instead, they took a long detour and chose to take the main road. Although it took a lot of time, the gains were not small. Dratini successfully upgraded from the original IV.27 to IV.32. At this moment, after defeating a Spearow that attacked them, meow tilde tilde. Dratini whimpered, and the momentum on his body began to rise continuously. Then the dazzling and brilliant evolutionary light appeared. Dratini, shrouded in the evolutionary light, quickly stretched and grew larger, and the light blue body gradually turned into cyanwood color. There are blue gems embedded in the neck and tail, which look crystal clear and valuable. In general, the evolved Dratini has lost its cuteness and immaturity and become noble and elegant. Although it has no wings, it already has the ability to fly. It also has the special ability to control the weather within a certain range. It must be said that as the second form of the first generation of quasi-gods, Dragonair is still quite high. Wow, Dragonair is so beautiful. Misty blinked her starry eyes and looked at the Dragonair floating in the sky. Pika tilde tilde. Yeah, it's really cool. Pikachu and Sabrina agreed one after another. Dragonair can be said to be the most beautiful period in the entire evolution chain of Dragonite. The mother of Dratini in the wild wilderness area was already elegant and beautiful enough. Dratini, who is carefully cultivated by Ash, is much more beautiful than its mother after evolution. Normal snake Pokémon are all fierce and cold styles. But Dragonair is completely different. It is most suitable to describe it as holy and elegant. Compared with Dratini, who is more cute than elegant, and Dragonite, who becomes silly in the final form, Dragonair can sit at the same table with Superior and even Milotic. Aesthetics is hard to describe, but in Ash's opinion, Dragonair's appearance is definitely very good. I really can't understand that its final evolution form would be a khaki Dragonite, which won the nickname of Fat. I can only say that the quasi-god Dragonite has a species strength of 600. Is this high class? Can it be defeated? It's all because of Dragonair's good looks. Okay, let's go to the Pokémon Center first. Ash took back Dragonair with a smile and said to the two women. At this time, Viridian City was very close to everyone. Accelerating their pace, the three of them soon returned to the first city that Ash passed by when he just started his journey. Returning to Viridian City, there was a sense of sighing of revisiting an old place, even though they had only left for a few months. Hey, Ash, Misty, are you back to Viridian City again? Is this lady your new partner? In the Pokémon Center, Ash once helped Nurse Joy here defeat the troubled Rocket Trio and avoid a major accident. So as soon as the three of them entered the Pokémon Center, they were recognized by Nurse Joy. Well, she is Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City, but now she is our travel partner. The trip for the gym badge is coming to an end, so we have to go home and prepare for the next highlight, the Indigo Plateau Conference. We passed through Takuya City and plan to challenge the Takuya gym here to win the last gym badge. Ash first introduced Sabrina and then explained to Nurse Joy the reason for returning. So she is the gym leader of Saffron Gym. Nice to meet you. I didn't expect, Ash, that you got 7 badges so quickly. You are really strong. I look forward to your performance at the Indigo Plateau Conference. But I have to remind you, you have to pay attention to Giovanni, the trainer of Takuya Gym. Although he is usually very low-key, he is actually one of the strongest gym trainers in Kanto. Nurse Joy reminded Ash in a low voice. She didn't know Giovanni's true identity and only thought of Giovanni as the protector arranged by the Alliance in Takuya City. Ash nodded and handed over the Pokémon Pokédex. Misty and Sabrina also did identity verification. Ash originally wanted to book 2 rooms, but Misty righteously asked Nurse Joy for 1 more room. Although Ash was a little puzzled, he didn't ask much. Maybe it's because she's close to her hometown that she has become a little reserved. Misty's nature is still tsundere after all. And the Nurse Joy in front of him is basically a witness to her and Ash's journey. After checking in, the 2 girls had a good rest. Ash returned from the room and called his good friend Gary in the lobby on the first floor. Luckily, Gary happened to be in Takuya City. Compared to Ash and his 3 friends who traveled on foot most of the time, Gary, who drove a sports car for a long time in the early stage, collected badges much faster than Ash. Of course, this was also related to Ash's travel mode of combining work and rest. The call was connected, and Gary's somewhat dusty face appeared on the other side of the screen. Not only his face, but also his always clean, handsome, and stylish hedgehog hair turned into a messy mess at this moment. "It's Ash, why are you calling me young master?" Gary typed yawns. After the high-intensity badge collection trip, he is now staying in a hotel in Tokyo City. Although Professor Oak took away most of the travel expenses, he can still afford to stay in a hotel occasionally. After all, he had been sleeping in the open air all the way, and he finally returned to his hometown Pallet Town 17, so he must enjoy it. "Gary, I'm at the Pokémon Center in Viridian City now. I've finished challenging the Viridian Gym and will be back to Pallet Town soon. I'm telling you, this Viridian Gym is quite challenging. I'm having a hard time. Master Gary, how many gyms have you challenged? You haven't even collected all 8 gym badges, have you? No way are gym trainers that hard to beat." Ash pinched his throat and deliberately said in a particularly nagging tone. Gary blushed immediately when he saw this. As a rival since childhood, he has always felt superior when facing Ash. Better family background, charming girlfriend, excellent Pokémon battle command ability, he has always had the upper hand in these areas. But as the journey deepened, he repeatedly heard his grandfather, whom he regarded as an idol, praise Ash and even cancelled his travel funding support. So he could only travel by foot, and his girlfriend group also left him. But it made him Mio for a while. But he didn't lose his will, instead he put all the blame on Ash, waiting for a day to settle the score. Now is obviously a good opportunity. "Tusk, just wait for me, challenging a gym leader, it's easy for me. But it's really hard for you, just watch how I master Gary, sweep the Tokyo gym next." Gary was so anxious that he jumped up and said quickly, "Damn Ash, you cut off my grandfather's support for me, his girlfriends also left him. This time I must teach you a lesson, let you see my talent in the field of Pokémon battles." Gary imagined that he could easily defeat the Tokyo gym trainer as usual, and Ash bowed his head and admitted his mistakes in front of him, and he couldn't help but show an exaggerated smile. Ash on his side hung up the phone directly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Very good, good brother Gary has taken the bait. With him setting a routine for himself in front, it will definitely trigger the plot of Mutewo's defection. After Mutewo escapes Giovanni's control, he will challenge the Tokyo gym to get the Earth badge from Giovanni. Complete the gym battle rewards closely related to Mutewo, improve Mutewo's intimacy, and prepare for the next step of conquering it. Thinking to this point, Ash showed an evil smile like a little yellow. And the victim has become Giovanni, this feeling is quite strange. As soon as he returned to the room, Ash's body surface was covered with a layer of psychic blue light, making him unable to move. "Stop it, Sabrina." Ash looked at Sabrina floating out of the bedroom and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I'm not messing with you." Giving Ash a charming look, Sabrina entangled with him like a mermaid, first directly facing Asha. After a long time, the lips parted, and a pair of small hands restlessly moved down along the chest. Ash's face was slightly bitter. "My little psychic is really inferior to others. It makes me lose face in front of Sabrina. I can't continue like this." After a heavy thought, it's a painful and happy enjoyment. After several experiences, Sabrina obviously has tasted the sweetness. However, Psychic also inherited the ability of Psychic Pokémon. The mental power is strong, and the body will break at the touch. At this time, her performance is not much better than Misty, but her mouth is much harder than Misty, who has a proud personality. She is also responsible for starting a fire but not putting it out. Ash glanced at the clock above, and it was about an hour before the gathering time for dinner. The 3 people's rooms are on the 3rd floor. Misty usually knocks on Sabrina's door first, so I have to make a quick decision. Taking advantage of Sabrina's slackness after the charge, Ash's eyes flashed with the blue light of Psychic, exchanged positions, and firmly controlled the situation in his own hands. Sabrina had already reached her limit at this time. She was beaten to the point of being defeated by Ash and could only beg for mercy. As a queen, 850 also showed her feminine nature at this moment. "By the way, Ash, why do you want to challenge the Tokyo gym? Giovanni of the Tokyo gym, did you know he came to buy?" After a moment, seeing that Ash's eyes were still not right, he was ready to continue fighting. Sabrina decisively admitted defeat, rolled her eyes at Ash, and began to change the subject abruptly. However, the effect was quite good, and it dispelled Ash's idea of continuing to exert his strength. After all, the Tokyo gym and Giovanni were also a hurdle that Sabrina had to overcome. The key point was that the task of breaking off relations with Team Rocket had to start with Shiroki. Don't worry about the Takua gym. I understand what you mean. I have already asked someone to help me explore the way. I will decide how to challenge the gym after his challenge is over. As for what you think in your heart, don't worry too much. No one will mind. Ash said with a smile. He has never been the kind of hypocritical person who is full of morality but is actually very hypocritical. As a former Rocket Team executive, Sabrina must have done a lot of bad things during her time with the Rocket Team. She even turned many challengers into right-handed statues when she was at the Saffron Gym. As long as they are not close to him, Ash does not have too much psychological burden about it. After hearing Ash's words, Sabrina's beautiful eyes sparkled. She silently calculated Ash's chance of winning against Giovanni. After leaving Team Rocket, she also maintained a high level of vigilance against Giovanni. Fortunately, Ash seemed to know something about Giovanni, as can be seen from the fact that he changed a wave of Pokémon before coming to the Takua gym and brought the main players with him. Obviously, in Ash's mind, the difficulty of the Takua gym was higher than the Fuchsia gym, where the future Poison Elite Koga was in charge, and the Cinnabar gym, where the former Fire Elite Blaine was in charge. And even if the main players were all around, there were several champion-level Pokémon. And if it was a region with other weaknesses, they could even try to challenge the region lord. Ash still maintained his fear of the Takua gym and had to find someone to test it before challenging it. This caution also made Sabrina admire him very much. Giovanni, the owner of the Takua gym and the leader of Team Rocket, rarely showed his full strength in public. But as an executive of Team Rocket, she knew very well that Giovanni might have the terrifying strength of a champion, and he might have hidden many cards. After all, he is the person in charge of Team Rocket, a huge organization. Ash's cautious attitude was necessary in her opinion. I still have to remind you. In addition to his own strength, Giovanni might have hidden extremely terrifying cards. You have disrupted Team Rocket's plans along the way, especially Ma Jishi from Vermilion City. As a member of Team Rocket, I know him very well. This guy likes to bully the weak and holds grudges. You targeted him so much, but he never came to revenge you. I think there are many strange things. Sabrina looked at Ash and analyzed seriously. Don't worry, I have made all preparations. There will be no problem. According to the development of the original plot, Mutuo at this time might have been tired of being Giovanni's tool for Pokémon battles. Confused, it wants to find the meaning of its existence in the world, and Giovanni can't give it the answer it wants at all. At this time, the appearance of good brother Gary is just right, as long as his plan is successful. Then Ash will only have to face Giovanni. Even if Giovanni's Beedrill is extremely powerful, suspected to be at the level of a 3-level god, and can even tie a weaker Deoxys in a war of attrition, Ash still has his own way to deal with it. For example, the ancient Dragonite, who is also a 3-level god. This trip, he also plans to crush the dragon crystal that the ancient Dragonite gave him when they parted in Lanpulki City. Before gaining the recognition of a stronger divine beast, the ancient Dragonite is undoubtedly Ash's strongest trump card. In case of an unexpected situation, when Giovanni is willing to expose his identity to target himself, it is definitely unrealistic to expect the Alliance to send someone to deal with Giovanni. So he still has to trouble his good friend Dragonite to scout on the side. Sabrina can also give him some help when necessary. Moreover, after all, he is just going to challenge the gym. A villain like Giovanni, who is very cunning and never shows his emotions, would not easily do such a dangerous act of overturning the card table. After all, he has been operating in Viridian City for so many years, and I don't think he would Solace and Ash self-destruct. On the other side, Gary, who couldn't wait to overwhelm Ash, decisively replaced the strongest Pokémon lineup from his grandfather Professor Oak. Then he left the hotel and went straight to the Pokémon Center and found Ash, who was hiding in the room of the Pokémon Center. Ash, just watch how I beat the Viridian Gym. This time I will open your eyes. I heard that you are in a tough battle and I will easily sweep the Viridian Gym. You just need to follow behind and watch. Facing the aggressive Gary, Ash decisively raised his thumb and shook his head. Awesome, but I'm not going to watch. If you can really take down the Takua Gym, I'll consider you awesome, but I don't think you have much of a chance. Misty, Sabrina, let's go shopping. As he said that, Ash snapped his fingers, walked past Gary with Misty and Sabrina. 14,110,017 Philo, 94,012,250. Looking at the three of them talking and laughing, Gary's face turned pale. Even though he once had a girlfriend in the enhanced group, he had to admit that Misty, Sabrina, and Misty were very pretty. Especially Sabrina, who had a noble and cold temperament, and even he didn't dare to look directly at her. Such an excellent woman actually talked and laughed with Ash and acted so intimately, which made him jealous. Originally, he was going to show off in front of Ash. Unexpectedly, he suffered a big setback as soon as he saw him. Gary simply went straight to the Takiwa gym without stopping. Now it seems that only trainer who easily defeated the Takiwa gym can beat Ash. Maybe, by then, the dark green-haired beauty beside Ash will also be attracted by his talent. Then she will abandon the dark and join the light and come to him, Takiwa department store. Ash was not joking but really took Misty and Sabrina to the mall. Ash, he is your good brother since childhood after all, you just let him go to die. Looking at Misty who walked into the fitting room with a pile of clothes, Nut couldn't help but use telepathy to ask. No problem, Gary is Professor Oak's grandson after all. He just challenged the gym. Giovanni good lie may not make a big deal. Besides, he is taking the blame for me after all. I don't have such a good family background as him, right? That's right, from this point of view, he really has to go. Compared with the safety of her man Ash. Gary, she doesn't even know him. At this time, she mentioned it mainly to see what kind of attitude Ash has towards his good brother from his youth. It seems that Ash still considers Gary's safety and is not just using him. He uses him mainly because of Professor Oak behind him. In this way, Nuzai quickly convinced herself. If her voice at this moment was heard by Gary, he would definitely say F***K. As expected, she and Ash are a family. There is no psychological burden in doing such things that harm others and benefit oneself. An hour after Gary left the Pokémon Center, Ash and the other two who returned to the Pokémon Center heard a loud noise coming from the direction of the Viridian Gym. Then the radio at the Pokémon Center began to report that some accidents had occurred at the Viridian Gym. Gym Master Giovanni needed to go out to deal with some things, and the gym was now under the charge of an acting gym master. Trainers who wanted to challenge the Viridian Gym should prepare in advance. Many trainers who stayed at the Pokémon Center immediately became excited when they heard the radio. This is the Viridian Gym where Giovanni the Earth is in charge, and it is recognized by the trainer community as one of the most difficult gyms to challenge in the Kanto region. This makes the Earth badge extremely valuable among the trainer community. And now, according to the radio, something seems to have happened at the Viridian Gym, and even Giovanni has temporarily left the gym. The key is that an acting gym master has been hired, so I think he will not be able to continue to be in charge of the gym in the short term. No matter what happened to the Viridian Gym. It would be great for them if they could take the opportunity to get the Earth Badge. For many badge collectors, the Earth Badge is a regret in their hearts. Now that they have a chance to get it, they can show off in front of outsiders. Besides, who else but themselves knows that this Earth Badge is not 103 but is obtained by challenging Giovanni. Realizing this, the Pokémon Center suddenly became chaotic. Trainers rushed out of the hall like locusts and headed straight for the Takiwa Gym. Well done, you are worthy of being my good brother Gary. It must be the noise caused by Mutewo's defection just now. Giovanni's reaction also proves this from the side. Ash, who was still sitting in the Pokémon Center, raised his lips. He silently appreciated Gary's efforts. If he can capture Mutewo this time, he can also be credited with a merit. Well, reward him with a fight with Mutewo. It's different from the time with Giovanni. I will definitely not beat him to lose confidence. Because most trainers have left to challenge the Takiwa Gym, the Pokémon Center seems very empty at this moment. Misty and Sabrina ate some pastries casually. After taking a sip of milk, Zayalu looked at Ash and asked, "Now that all these trainers have gone to challenge the gym, shouldn't you go too? If Rival is not the original gym trainer of BHDG, it should be much easier to challenge than before." Misty didn't know the existence of Mutewo, nor did she know the true identity of Giovanni, so she asked this. If it was just to challenge the gym, going now would definitely be the best choice. But this time, Ash didn't want to solve the task of Nazi and let her make a break with her past self in Team Rocket. I think Ash should care more about the difficulty of the gym challenge now. As the Indigo Plateau Conference is approaching, he also needs a stronger rival to laser focus himself. Am I right, Ash? Seeing that Ash was a little hesitant, he quickly explained for him. Yes, Sabrina is right. The temporary gym leader's strength is not very good at first glance. Let's wait for Giovanni to come back. Ash left. While the three were talking, a spiky-haired boy walked in from the door. It was Gary. At this moment, he lowered his head and remained silent. His eyes were distracted, and he looked like a broken contest condition. When he challenged the Takiwa Gym, he had already used all his means, but his main Pokémon was still beaten by Mutewo, a Pokémon he had never seen before, and he had no power to fight back. The key point was that Ash also got the badge of this gym. Ash, do you think the gym leaders we challenged before were all letting us down and letting us succeed in the challenge? If we show our true strength, we will definitely lose. Ignoring Nurse Joy's surprised look, Gary sat down in front of Ash and the other two. His tone was quite lonely. Ash could see at a glance that his good brother was autistic because of Mutwo, and even began to have some lack of confidence in himself. In fact, Gary's strength in the original plot has always been quite good. There is also a plot in which he scolds the one-ball Superman Gaugu. He is much stronger than Ash in the original plot and does not spoil Gaugu at all. The reason why he only made it to the top 32 in the Indigo Plateau Conference, which is worse than Ash, is mainly because he met the favorite to win the Indigo Plateau Conference early, so he was eliminated early. If he had better luck and the rival he matched was not so abnormal, it would be possible to reach the top 4. After all, even Richie, who uses Pikachu like Ash, can reach the top 8 with his amazing luck. And considering that Gary's living expenses were cut off by Professor Oak early, he can only travel step by step. His strength must be much stronger than in the original plot. Ash, who had just cheated Gary, decided to do something a little more honest. Tell Gary about Giovanni's lack of martial ethics and Mutwo's strength to help him regain his confidence. Of course, Ash didn't say that he hadn't challenged the Takua gym yet. He just vaguely said that he didn't encounter Mutwo when he fought in the gym. In the end, Ash hoped that Gary would give up being a trainer and become a Pokémon researcher. It must be said that Gary's personality began to change after he became a Pokémon researcher. In this way, he would also give him some research topics in the future. They are guaranteed to be research topics of legendary Pokémon. Who knows, he might become a great Pokémon researcher like his grandfather in the future. After Ash's consolation, Gary's mentality recovered a lot, and he immediately planned to return to Pallet Town as soon as possible to start special training. He was working hard to improve himself before the Indigo Plateau Conference. After sending Gary away, Ash turned his head and looked at Sabrina. There was a smile in her beautiful eyes. Miserable. Gary is too miserable. This is simply selling you out, and you are still helping count the money. If he knew that Ash was using him to test the waters and weigh the weight of the Takua gym, I wonder how he would react. I can only say that Ash is still too treacherous. Gary returned to Pallet Town. Ash and the other two stayed in the Pokémon Center for another 2 or 3 days, until they saw several waves of trainers who had set out to challenge the Takua gym with pride, but came back with their heads down and their eyes unfocused. The contrast between the before and after was like a bullied young wife who had just been ravaged, with a face full of grievance and confusion. Something was wrong. They all told me that the badge of the Takua gym was easy to get now. That stern-faced, middle-aged gym leader was really terrifyingly strong. Seeing their reactions, Ash immediately knew that Giovanni must have returned to the Takua gym. Thinking that the time was ripe, it was time to complete the Takua gym challenge mission. Sabrina, Misty, it's time to go Tilda. After a simple meal, the three of them headed straight for the Takua gym. The Takua gym, a landmark building in Takua City, was quite solemn and majestic. There were also 2 warriors guarding the door wearing mighty armor and holding long-handled weapons, looking simple and majestic. Challengers with weaker auras would be easily frightened by this display and would consciously raise their vigilance towards this gym. Ash and the other 2 walked straight into the gym. Bang! The weapons of the 2 armored warriors crossed forward, and the sound of metal collision was heard when they collided. You too, I am Trainer Ash from Pallet Town, and I have come to challenge the Takua gym. Ash, who knew the process, decisively revealed his identity, and in his heart he did not forget to complain about Giovanni's middle-aged taste. It would be better to erect 2 Pokémon statues than to have these 2 gate gods guarding the place. The 2 warriors looked at each other and nodded. Then they took back their weapons and turned back into the cold statues they had before. The door of the Viridian gym also opened at this moment. Okay, let's go in. Ash said to the 2 women behind him. Misty, who was following behind Ash, was very excited. I was thinking about whether she should get a pair of majestic water Pokémon statues to guard the door when she takes over the Cerulean gym in the future. As for Sabrina, she looked a little serious when she saw her former boss Giovanni again. Don't worry too much. I have asked Dragonite to guard the coast east of Viridian Forest. If there is any disturbance, it can rush over immediately. Besides, I don't believe that Giovanni would rather give up the Viridian gym and the forces of Viridian City that he has run for many years to target me. Seeing Sabrina's serious expression, Ash immediately communicated with her telepathically. Ash from Pallet Town, and Miss Sabrina, the gym master of Saffron City, come with me. The gym master is waiting for you at the battle site. As soon as he entered the gym, a short-haired beauty in a secretary's uniform came to Ash said in front of the 3 people, then turned around and led the way for the 3 people. Hey, why are you only calling your 2 names and me too? Ignoring Misty's complaints, From an invisible perspective, the short-haired secretary's eyes were filled with cold light. A former executive who defected from Team Rocket, a psychic who was once highly regarded by the city art leader. There is also a trainer from Pallet Town who once caused Majishi to lose his status as a gym trainer. The last Pallet Town trainer who came here was the grandson of that old guy Oak, a cocky guy. He caused huge losses to the organization, and the leader's strongest weapon also defected in the gym battle with him and disappeared. Following Mana, it didn't take long for the two to arrive at the battle site of the Takuya gym. The short-haired secretary Mana bowed slightly. Master, the challenger has been brought here. Very good, are you Ash from Pallet Town? In the darkness, Giovanni, who only showed his back, turned around, and his cold and domineering eyes fell on Ash. He had heard of Ash, the rookie trainer who caused Team Rocket to lose a key gym trainer seat, and even the information of Ash and others had been presented to him long ago. But at that time, Giovanni didn't care about Ash. At most, he had a super ancient Dragonite as a friend. Ash didn't even dare to say that he could call Dragonite anytime and anywhere. Even if he could call it, it was hard to say whether he could make it in time. When Mutuo was born, the so-called super ancient Dragonite was only a one-round enemy in front of it. But now Mutuo has defected, and Sabrina, who is amazingly psychic, has become Ash's partner. In this case, there is no need to consider whether it is in time. Please give flowers. When the two conditions of psychic Sabrina and super ancient Dragonite are met, the threat to Team Rocket becomes very large. Should we kill him now? Giovanni stared at Ash with cold eyes, then looked at Sabrina with a complicated expression beside him. Sabrina, long time no see, I didn't expect you to walk with a rookie trainer. Why is it that thing that makes you dissatisfied? Giovanni's words were dark and obscure, with a hint of meaning. Ash's right hand behind his back was slightly closed, and he could crush the Dragonite in the backpack with just a thought. Let the Dragonite from afar protect the three of them. It's not about satisfaction or dissatisfaction, I just like the feeling of traveling with him. Sabrina shook her head and laughed softly. Hearing this, Giovanni's face suddenly looked a little strange. What are you talking about? I don't understand anything at all. Sister Sabrina, you know, the gym leader. Misty scratched her head and asked in confusion. She really couldn't understand Giovanni's encrypted conversation. But the he Sabrina was referring to should be Ash. Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, Giovanni's expression eased slightly. It was definitely not worth it to expose his identity for a mere rookie trainer and lose the convenient identity of a gym trainer. As for Sabrina, the traitor, Giovanni knew the terribleness of her psychic, which was basically impossible to defend against. At this moment, he was afraid that he would not get any advantage if he tore his face with Ash and the other two. The current priority is to find Mutuo back. Since its birth, it has been constantly instilled with the idea of loyalty to Team Rocket. Even if it defected now, Giovanni believed that it was just a child's rebellious nature. There will be a day when he will return to the right path, and he will never allow anyone to touch Mutuo. When Mutuo returns to the control of Team Rocket, Sabrina and the ancient Dragonite can be easily crushed. As the leader of Team Rocket, his ambition is to rule the world and shape the order for a long time. The battle with Gary finally made Mutuo completely confused about why he exists. If Gary didn't work this time, Ash would probably put aside the task of challenging the Takuya gym for the time being. After all, the reward is good, but it's useless if you can't get it. Challenging the Takuya gym with Mutuo in charge, he might even lose in the gym battle. Ash felt that the murderous intent in Giovanni's eyes quickly eased, and he felt that the sense of crisis in his heart had dissipated, and he breathed a sigh of relief. With the ancient Dragonite as a trump card, Ash was not afraid that Giovanni would turn against him directly. But if this happened, the task would definitely not be completed. At that time, Mutuo's Earl Dervish intimacy could not be improved, and the intimacy-enhancing props in his backpack would naturally not be so 440. It would definitely be no problem for him to get Mutuo's recognition like in the original plot. But if he wanted to conquer it, 50% intimacy would definitely not be enough. Moreover, in the original plot, Ash risked being blasted into pieces by the skills of two first-level gods before he succeeded in moving Mutuo and gaining its recognition. Ash didn't want to be turned into a stone statue by Mutuo. He would never allow such a thing that his fate was not controlled by himself to happen. If it weren't for the favorability of Mutuo Earl Dervish, he could have avoided Mutuo's counterattack temporarily. After all, Mutuo was not like the creator god in Sinnoh who could really destroy the world. The worst thing was to catch Mutuo with the Master Ball rewarded by the system and then slowly train him. He has always been steady and only fights battles that he is sure of. Mutuo is important, but it must be done on the premise of saving his own life. After all, there are countless excellent Stephanies and Pokémon waiting for him in the future. Fortunately, Giovanni somehow seems to have given up the idea of targeting Ash and eliminating Sabrina, the traitor. Then he only needs to win the gym battle of the Takiwa Gym to complete the task and improve the intimacy of Mutuo. After defeating Mutuo, he would have the confidence to attack face-to-face in front of Giovanni. Although he gave up the idea of exposing his identity and dealing with Ash and Sabrina, the traitor. But it did not prevent Giovanni from planning to teach Ash a lesson. He caused Majishi to lose his status as a gym leader and swindled the Rocket Team's special executive with unlimited potential. Ash has already caused a lot of harm to the Rocket Team. As expected, the trainers from Pallet Town are just as annoying as that old Professor Oak. The gym battle adopts the 3v3 battle rules, and the gym leader will send out Pokémon first. Only the challenger can change Pokémon in the middle of the battle. If all 3 Pokémon of either side lose their combat ability, the battle will be considered a failure. The uniform secretary Minori adjusted his glasses and came to the referee's stand to announce the battle rules. Rookie challenger, prepare to welcome the baptism of the Takiwa Gym. Giovanni slowly took out a piquet ball from his waist and then threw it gently. Bang! With a loud bang, an elite-level golem, a size larger than the one used to fight Gary in the original plot, appeared in front of Giovanni. Pokémon Golem level, IV.53. Facing Ash, whose strongest foreign aid was only the ancient Dragonite rookie trainer, the first Pokémon Giovanni sent out was elite level. It can be seen that Ash really made him furious this time. 2 days ago, the gym battle between Kyan and trainer Gary, who was also from Pallet Town, led to Mutuo's defection. He was furious. But because Gary was the grandson of Professor Oak, the Pokémon professor who was highly valued by the Kanto Alliance, he could not do it. In addition, Professor Oak's reputation among the people was also very high. If he attacked him, it would definitely arouse public anger. By then, Team Rocket might not just be hated by everyone. Usually when a region arouses public outrage, the Pokémon Alliance will definitely not sit still and will definitely end up. And he just happened to lose Mutuo, so he was naturally able to be cowardly. Just at this time, another person who made him extremely hate but did not have such a big background, Ash, came to his door. Without exposing his identity as the leader of Team Rocket. It is normal for gym leaders to occasionally abuse challengers. It can be explained by being in a bad mood or increasing the intensity of the battle out of appreciation. Anyway, in the end, as long as the badge is handed over to Ash, it is reasonable to beat up his Pokémon. After all, this also represents his recognition as a gym leader of his outstanding junior rookie trainer. You have to be careful, Ash. Although he just sensed that Giovanni's killing intent had subsided, he saw this Pokémon Golem with amazing strength, which was far beyond the strength of the gym assessment. Sabrina raised her eyebrows and transmitted through telepathy. She used to think that Giovanni was very big and limited hide key. Now it seems that this is not the case. This is completely forgetting that he is still a gym leader and he intends to teach Ash a lesson. After a brief contempt, with a mentality of watching the show, no one knows Ash's powerful strength better than her. If Giovanni only regards him as an ordinary rookie trainer who only relies on the super ancient Dragonite, he will definitely be defeated by Ash. Elite-level golems are indeed powerful, but you have to see who your rival is. Ash can even subdue the Lightning 5.8 bird trainer, and it is a champion-level Zapdos. Elite-level golems are really not enough in front of him at the moment. Elite-level golems. She would like to call it the most intense gym battle. Even Blaine and Koga can hardly release such a powerful Pokémon at the beginning of the gym battle. It can only be said that Giovanni's intention to teach Ash a lesson is already obvious. Unfortunately, Ash is not a soft persimmon that he can squeeze, and he will definitely slap Giovanni in the face in this battle. Staring at Giovanni, Sabrina blinked her beautiful eyes slightly, and her mind was full of thoughts that favored Ash. As for Giovanni, he is just an unscrupulous former boss. If you don't know him well, don't come and get him, ding. Hidden mission, complete Sabrina's complete disconnection from Team Rocket. Mission reward, Mute Womage Evolution Stone Y Perfect Grade. Sabrina's favorability increased by 10%. The item has been placed in the system space and can be used at any time. Hey, Ash, who was confronting Giovanni, was stunned when he heard the voice. The hand holding the piquet ball stopped in midair. He subconsciously looked towards Sabrina. What happened? How come the mission that seemed difficult to him was completed so muddled? As the front of Team Rocket, Sabrina is almost a core member who only needs to obey Giovanni. She has a very close relationship with Team Rocket, and it is definitely not easy to cut off easily. He was still thinking about how to start with Giovanni, but he didn't expect that Sabrina's mission had been completed. Has she figured it out herself? This is indeed the case. The so-called position determines the attitude. In the past, Giovanni could have a good impression in front of her because she was thinking about the problem from the perspective of her own Team Rocket executive. Since 17 and Ash have a close relationship now, she naturally has to think on Ash's side. The intimacy has increased again. Sabrina's intimacy with Ash has reached more than 90, the same as Misty. Facing Ash's confused look, she smiled sweetly, signaling Ash to concentrate on the battle. After hearing her telepathy, Ash's mouth slightly raised and showed the half-raised Piquet ball. Bulbasaur, come and challenge the limit of your own combat power. Seed tilde tilde. A white light flashed and the confident Bulbasaur appeared. At this time, Bulbasaur's level is only IV.40 and its size is completely disproportionate to Golem. Seeing the Bulbasaur in front of Ash, Giovanni showed disdain with contempt in his eyes. Bulbasaur in the form of Earl Dervish seems to be of a high level. That is, the evolution of Bulbasaur is suppressed by the immutable stone. Wasting resources to limit the ability of Pokémon is a childish behavior that only a rookie trainer like Ash would do. No matter how fast Bulbasaur is, it is useless if he does not have enough combat power. With this level gap, even with the attribute restraint, it must be difficult to break his Golem's defense. With this in mind, Giovanni planned to deal with Ash as soon as possible. It would be best if he could break his faith and doubt his life. Golem Heavy Slam. Taking big steps, the Golem rushed straight towards Bulbasaur. Let it see your speed, Bulbasaur. Whoosh! As soon as Ash finished speaking, Bulbasaur easily avoided the Golem's attack with amazing speed. Razor Leaf. While the Golem was unable to react, the Razor Leaf hit. This power impossible. Accompanied by the Golem's scream of pain. Giovanni, who originally thought that it was okay to take the Razor Leaf attack, was shocked. Cast an incomprehensible look at Bulbasaur. You are just a Bulbasaur with less than elite strength. Even if the attribute is restrained, the power of the move should not be so strong. While Golem has not recovered, Bulbasaur directly uses Sunny Day to make the sunlight in the venue become fierce. Don't give it a chance, Golem rollouts. Golem shrinks into a giant ball and rushes straight towards Bulbasaur. Agility, get out of the way, Sunshine Flame. At this time, Bulbasaur once again shows its dazzling speed and easily avoids Golem's rollout attack. At the same time, it accumulates sunlight power and instantly releases Sunshine Flame. Boom. Before Giovanni can react, Golem has been blown away by Bulbasaur's Sunshine Flame. The amazing speed, coupled with the use of Sunny Day, turned Bulbasaur into a high-speed turret, playing with Golem in the palm of his hand. So what if it is an elite-level Pokémon? Putting aside the protagonist's aura of challenging beyond the level, Ash has spent a lot of effort in training Bulbasaur. Golem's attack power is indeed very strong, but what's the point if the skills can't hit Bulbasaur? Long Golem has lost its combat ability, Bulbasaur wins. Please ask the gym leader to change Pokémon. In the referee's seat, Mana had a blank expression on his face. But in fact, he had secretly cursed in his heart hundreds of times before announcing the result of the battle. Come back, Golems. Giovanni put Golem back into the Piquet ball with a sullen face. His brows were slightly wrinkled, and his contemptuous expression quickly turned into solemnity. As a trainer just now, he had already given his all, but he didn't expect that he still had no way to deal with Ash's Bulbasaur. Although his Bulbasaur has an attribute advantage, the level difference between the two sides cannot be ignored. There is no doubt that Ash's trainer level is still very good. His combat power is not comparable to that of the main lineup, but at least he can reach the level of an elite trainer. This is really hard to understand. He is obviously just a rookie trainer who has just started and has not even participated in the regional competition. Could it be that this kid who is more talented than the champion trainer? At present, this is the only reasonable explanation. Bulbasaur's level has increased from IV.40 to IV.42. Bulbasaur defeated an elite Golem that is much higher than itself and gained a huge amount of experience points. In addition to the experience it had accumulated before, it directly crossed 2 levels in a row. After winning the first small victory, Bulbasaur was promoted by 2 levels. It can be said to be a double happiness. Ash's mouth curled up. Good, the experience points gained from fighting high-level Pokémon are indeed the longest. If this is changed to brushing small monsters in the wild, at least a few wild Pokémon groups must be killed, and a lot of medicines must be wasted to achieve the same effect. It is both time-consuming and laborious, but it is a pity that there are not many perfect sparring partners like Giovanni. Raising his inner vigilance against Ash, Giovanni then sent out his second Pokémon. Get ready for battle Persians. Pokémon Persian level 0.55. Persian is indeed one of Giovanni's representative Pokémon, and its level is also a little higher than the previous Golem. Don't underestimate this little bit. It is no exaggeration to say that the time unit required to upgrade elite-level Pokémon is calculated in months. Come back, Bulbasaur. Ash knew that Bulbasaur was definitely not an elite-level Persian rival, so he didn't choose to be brave and let Bulbasaur defeat Persian. With a huge level gap, it would be extremely difficult for Bulbasaur to win against Persian, who was not slow and had no attribute restraint. If he tried, at most Bulbasaur could consume some of Persian's physical strength, which would not have a decisive impact on the battle. Ash naturally didn't want Bulbasaur to be beaten anymore. Despite the aura of Ash, he could still stay rational during the battle. There would be no scene of hot-blooded attack without caring about anything. Show some courage, hold on, come on. Such lines would never come from Ash's mouth. He is used to making rational judgments after carefully calculating the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. It's okay once or twice occasionally, but if he always puts his Pokémon at a disadvantage and fights against Pokémon with obvious attribute restraint, and a much higher level than them, that means he is not competent as a trainer. Instead of relying on Pokémon to defeat rival, which is much stronger than itself, by relying on explosive fighting methods at critical moments, isn't this an overdraft of Pokémon's potential? What is your role as a trainer? As the name suggests, a trainer should focus more on training than fighting. As the saying goes, 10 years of hard work behind the scenes, training is also to reduce the possibility of Pokémon being seriously injured in formal battles, so that Pokémon can grow better. Of course, this means that Ash is against defeating the strong with the weak. When encountering a situation with a large level gap, combined with attribute restraint and the advantages of his own Pokémon, he will face the challenge after confirming that there is a certain probability of winning. This can also laser focus Pokémon's strong heart, the spirit of not backing down in the face of any powerful rival. Of course, there is no need to waste time when the winning rate is too low. The so-called strong heart is ultimately accumulated through victory. It can be seen that the gap between the Pokémon of both sides is not facade. This kid is quite interesting. Seeing Ash make full use of the challenger's authority to change Pokémon and decisively take Bulbasaur back. When he did not use Bulbasaur, who had good physical strength, to try to consume Persian's physical strength, Giovanni's expressionless face inadvertently flashed a touch of praise. The young man was mature and judged the situation. He did not have the stupidity of the hot-blooded boy who would never admit defeat unless he was beaten to a pulp. What an excellent rookie trainer. It would be great if he could be recruited into the Rocket team. It's a pity that he is from Pallet Town, and he is an excellent talent cultivated by the old guy Oak for Alliance. Giovanni sighed with some disappointment in his heart, and at the same time cast his eyes on Ash on the opposite side. I was curious about what kind of Pokémon he would send to deal with his Persian, who was as strong as a whole Pokémon team. I'll leave it to you next, Pikachu. Pika tilde tilde. The second Pokémon Ash sent was Pikachu. The little guy jumped off his shoulder and ran into the battlefield. Against Persian, Pikachu, who was also agile and not much different in level, was a good choice. On the other hand, Ash deliberately concealed his own strength to avoid being overly concerned by the rocket force before he found Mutwo. In fact, Pikachu's combat power is stronger than ordinary elite-level Pokémon. With the blessing of the exclusive item Light Ball, it is probably not much worse than Zapdos at the same level. The key is that Pikachu is still his closest partner, and the tacit cooperation between the two naturally needs no explanation. Persian Crazy Fury Swipes. Pikachu jump up and dodge. Persian's skilled abilities Crazy Fury Swipes are far more powerful than usual. Pikachu easily dodges with its amazing speed. The two engage in a fierce high-speed offensive battle. In this battle, Pikachu almost uses all his strength, and the dazzling golden spark flashes in the Takua gym. Ash also uses all his means to assist Pikachu in the battle through telepathy, and finally defeats Persian with a completely unconventional fighting mode. Pikachu tilde tilde. After defeating Persian, the wounded Pikachu staggers back to Ash and starts to celebrate. Well done, Pikachu. Ash quickly takes out the potion and patiently treats it, then picks it up and puts it back on his shoulder. So far, Giovanni has only one Pokémon left. Theoretically, Ash's Pikachu will be considered to have given up the qualification to continue fighting after being treated, and the remaining ones are of lower levels. Bulbasaur and a Pokémon that has not yet been deployed. At present, the chance of winning is quite high. Ash clenched his hands behind his back slightly. The second one has already sent out an elite Pokémon. Next, Giovanni will send out trump card Pokémon such as Beedrill, whose combat power is comparable to that of a third-level god Pokémon. Ash is not surprised. In that case, he can only try to fight with Zapdos and see if he can defeat Giovanni with his own Psychic. As for the Ancient Dragonite, it is not his Pokémon after all. It is okay to be his trump card, but it is definitely not realistic to use it as a permanent Pokémon to fight for him in the gym battle. Moreover, with the size of the Ancient Dragonite, the Viridian Gym cannot bear it. Just when Ash was ready for the worst, Giovanni threw out the third Piquet ball. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang and the trembling of the field, a sturdy Nidoqueen stepped onto the battlefield. Pokémon Nidoqueen Qualification. Gold level IV.62. A champion level Nidoqueen. Young man, you are great to force out my Nidoqueen. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 MZGX MTQ5 OJ M equals. I admire you, but if you can't defeat my Nidoqueen today, you still can't get the badge. Giovanni looked at Ash and said confidently, a champion-level Nidoking, his first-line main Pokémon. Although it is not a trump card Pokémon, its strength has already surpassed the trump card Pokémon of most gym trainers in the Kanto region. Except for special cases like Blaine and Koga, I'll leave it to you next, Ghastly. Ash released his second Pokémon, the champion-level Ghastly. Except for Zapdos, Ghastly, who has also entered the champion level, is undoubtedly the most suitable to deal with Nidoqueen. Carrying exclusive props and strange abilities, Ghastly may not be the strongest Pokémon in Ash's team, but it is definitely the Pokémon that his rivals are most reluctant to encounter. At the beginning, under Ash's exquisite command, Ghastly even defeated the legendary Zapdos, which was a slightly higher level than it. Facing Nidoqueen, which is far inferior to Zapdos in all aspects, whether in terms of level or species strength, it has a considerable advantage. Even when facing Giovanni, a trainer with champion-level strength, Ash still maintains a considerable advantage and quickly helps Ghastly gain the upper hand with all his means. Finally, with Ghastly's outstanding performance, Hypnosis succeeded and Nidoqueen was taken away with a Shadow Ball. Nidoqueen loses the ability to fight, Ghastly wins, and the winner of this battle is the challenger Ash. Matori almost gnashed her teeth and announced the result. She thought Giovanni would teach Ash a lesson, but she didn't expect Ash's strength as a rookie trainer to be so terrifying. Although Giovanni sent out the mixed order of the first and second lineup Pokémon this time, he didn't go all out. But Ash is just a rookie trainer after all, and he is the leader of Team Rocket. Come back, Nidoqueen. Giovanni clapped his hands and laughed loudly after taking back Nidoqueen. Looking at the whole Kanto, the only Ghastly this powerful is probably the one in the Legend of Maiden Gorge. I didn't expect it to follow you. Although it's not a Pokémon you trained yourself, you can actually command a champion-level Pokémon to fight, which is already pretty good. You are pretty good, boys. Come to my gym to learn after this Indigo Plateau conference. Your command ability is great, but you still have a long way to go in training Pokémon. With a teacher like me helping you, your journey as a Pokémon trainer will be easier. Being defeated by Ash, Giovanni was not ashamed or annoyed, but instead his love for talent that had been suppressed for a long time broke out again. Even though Ash was from Pallet Town, he wanted to win Ash over to Team Rocket. At worst, he could offer him huge profits. He believed that there was nothing in this world that could not be traded, as long as you could offer enough benefits to make the other party excited. This is the way of life he believes in, and it is also the main reason why Team Rocket can thrive in the Kanto region, and even the Johto region despite the pressure from the Kanto Alliance. As for those high-ranking counselors of the Kanto Alliance who are righteous, as long as the benefits are enough, they can also make them work for Team Rocket, perhaps with money, perhaps with beauty. And for a young trainer like Ash, Pokémon or reputation must be what they care about most. Then I can also help him to reach the top of the Indigo Alliance and become the champion trainer that everyone is looking forward to. Thinking of this, my eyes can't help but light up. Cultivate a regional champion and a genius who is expected to become a champion-level trainer in the future. By then, won't Team Rocket's power in the Kanto Alliance be able to directly compete with the president's faction of Damaranchi? If this happened normally, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. After all, a trainer with champion-level talents would basically not join an evil organization like Team Rocket unless it was an extreme case. As long as you are strong enough, it is definitely more attractive to be the regional champion than to be the executive of Team Rocket who has to hide in the shadows. And those who can get to this point are mostly old, people who have traveled in the Pokémon world for many years. And they know the consequences of being blacklisted by the Pokémon Alliance. Degrees. As the only official organization in the Pokémon world, the Pokémon Alliance can continuously absorb the best talents in the region, while Team Rocket can only secretly absorb trainers who have opinions about the Alliance, and some covet reform enthusiasts. Ash doesn't look like the above two, so he has to use his identity as a gym leader to win over Ash through benefits. Even if he finds something strange in the future, he has already been tied to the Rocket team's big ship. I only need to buy off the members of the Pokémon Alliance to cooperate with my performance to force Ash to the Rocket team completely. I can only say that it is fortunate that the Alliance has not fully realized the terrifying potential of the boy in front of them. Not interested, I care more about the badge in your hand. You show some respect to the gym owner. Facing Ash, who looked indifferent, Managi couldn't help but scold. Hey, Managi, there's nothing wrong with what he said. Okay, one day you will definitely change your mind, believe me, boy. Giovanni looked at Ash meaningfully and then threw the Earth badge to him. He turned around and left without any hesitation. I can only say that he is worthy of the style of a big boss. After finding Mutwo, tame the boy in front of him. Pokémon Alliance. Even the entire Pokémon world belongs to Team Rocket. After getting the Earth badge, Ash waited for the system's prompt sound with some excitement. He has been waiting for Mutwo's intimacy for a long time. Once the intimacy of this wave of gym tasks is obtained, he only needs to find Mutwo to immediately establish a partnership with it. At that time, conquering Mutwo will no longer be a dream. Ding, triggering task. Accept Giovanni's proposal, attach to Team Rocket, and become the successor of Team Rocket. Task completion reward. Can greatly mobilize Team Rocket's resources to make Team Rocket executive obey you. Mutwo's favorability permanently drops to negative numbers. Pokémon Alliance camp intimacy reduced by 50%. Rocket Team successor. Mutwo's favorability permanently drops to negative numbers. What a joke, I refuse. Ash was stunned at first and then immediately refused. Even if there were no negative effects, he would not have joined Team Rocket. And what kind of task is this? Where is my gym challenge task? System, what the hell are you doing? Ding. It is detected that the host has rejected the task is cancelled, and the compensation reward mechanism is triggered. Reward Mutwo's intimacy increased by 20%. Title, Team Rocket's public enemy. Title effect, when facing all members except Giovanni, all Pokémon's strength increases by 20%. Ding. The fourth round of the Gym Challenge mission is completed. Takua Gym Challenge mission, successfully defeat the gym leader and obtain the Earth badge. Mission rewards, 100 W points, Mutwo Earl Dervish intimacy increased by 20%, Mega Mutwanidex, and the level of the Pokémon Zapdos carried is increased to IV-72. Ash was in a good mood after receiving the mission completion reward. This wave of challenge to Takua Gym, he simply won. First, he got the Earth badge and collected all 8 gym badges required to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Second, he rejected Giovanni's recruitment, unexpectedly gained Mutwo's intimacy, and got a title specifically for dealing with Team Rocket. Then there is the Heavyweight Gym Challenge reward, collecting the Mage Evolution Stones required for Mutwo's 2 evolution forms, Perfect, massive points, and Mutwo's intimacy increased again. The biggest surprise was the random Pokémon level upgrade given to Zapdos, the highest level in Ash's current Pokémon lineup, which made its combat power usher in a qualitative leap and truly joined the ranks of the third-level gods. From now on, there is no need to bother with the ancient Dragonite anymore. Zapdos will become his real trump card. Speaking of which, this is also thanks to Giovanni's spare strength in the gym battle and did not expose the real trump card Pokémon. If Giovanni sent his trump card Pokémon Beedrill as the third Pokémon without martial ethics, even if it is Zapdos, a legendary beast, there is a gap in strength of 1 level, and Ash is at most slightly better in terms of trainer. To be honest, it is not very difficult for him to defeat the City Technique to complete the task. To be frank, the probability of failure will be even greater. It can only be said that Giovanni still failed to estimate the limit of Ash's combat power. Ash is great. Congratulations on collecting all the gems required to participate in the Quartz competition badge. It is indeed worth a mention to be able to defeat Giovanni, who showed his true strength. Misty and Sabrina congratulated Ash one after another. Misty was fine, she didn't know much about Giovanni, but at this moment Sabrina was extremely surprised. You know, Kanto Region is quite special. As the strongest region recognized by the Pokémon world, any one of the Elite Four is qualified to compete for the regional championship in other regions. Because of this, Kanto Region has never established a clear champion. Among the 4, no matter which one is in the top position, it is not enough to instruct the other 3 elites. After all, no one can suppress the other 3. According to Sabrina's guess, Giovanni's strength is definitely not inferior to the Elite Four in Kanto, and may even be slightly better. Although he didn't really go all out, it was also very remarkable that Ash, as this year's rookie trainer, could defeat Giovanni who tried to target him. It didn't take too long to challenge the Takiwa gym. After getting the badge, Ash and the other two returned to the Pokémon Center. Room first, Ash checked his points balance, total 364W. After thinking for a while, he directly called up the system store interface. Top item, Ninjago Bond Evolution Quick Method. Item 3, 1 Ultra Beast Pokémon Egg, a rare Pokémon from Ultra Space value, 3 million points. Item 4, Charizard Perfect Mage Evolution Emblem. Carrying it will allow Charizard to perfectly master the two Mage Evolution forms of X and Y value, 2 million points. Item 5, Pokémon Carrying Slot plus 4. Increases the Pokémon carrying slot limit of Pokémon trainer value, 4 million points. There are 7 days left until the next refresh. Ash's purchase plan will also change due to changes in the current situation. And this time there are more points items with higher prices. Considering that the Ninjago Bond Evolution Quick Method is still a bit far away for him, Ash crossed it out from the top item column. Then he put item 5, which increases the Pokémon carrying limit in the top column. For Ash, what he needs most at the moment is Product 4. With it, Charizard's combat power can undergo 10 qualitative changes. After improving Charizard's combat power, it's not too late to consider the ultimate beast Pokémon egg that he has been coveting for a long time. It is worth mentioning that he has little time left. In 7 days, he still needs to earn about 1.5 million points. It is not easy, it depends on whether the system is strong enough. He must be assigned a few tasks with high enough points rewards. Ask for flowers. System, I will exchange product 4. Ding, confirm the exchange of Charizard Perfect Mage Evolution Emblem. Deduct 2 million points. Exchange successful. Props have been put into the system space. Take the Mega Evolution Emblem. Ash's points balance dropped sharply to 1.64 million again. With curiosity, Ash thought and took out the Charizard Perfect Mage Evolution Emblem from the system space. Red rectangular box with flame conversion on it. The moment Ash took it out, the flame conversion on the box seemed to come alive, quickly transferred to the back of Ash's hand and then fixed on his left arm. Ash looked at the flame conversion on his arm with a little hesitation, and the box turned into Ash after losing the flame conversion and asked, "System, what's going on?" Similar to the Z-Move wristband, you can communicate with Charizard through flame conversion to freely evolve into two mage forms X and Y. Free evolution, this is great, so it's so convenient to take both forms. After listening to the system's explanation, Ash's face suddenly showed joy. It saved the trouble of carrying two Mage Evolution stones X and Y for Charizard. The next morning, Ash got up refreshed and went to the Pokémon Center for dinner. As for Misty, because she was too tired last night, she was sore and weak all over. She is currently lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. At this time, Sabrina was sitting with him to eat breakfast. With the previous experience, Sabrina became more alert when dealing with Ash and never asked for too much. Make sure you have enough energy to get up the next day. You are really amazing. Not seeing Misty beside Ash, Sabrina cast a meaningful look at Ash. Hahaha, she must be tired from shopping yesterday. Ash couldn't stand Sabrina's strange look, so he lowered his head and started eating. This can't be blamed on him. Mega Gen Rookie's physique is impeccable in all aspects. Otherwise, how can they be satisfied? 9 o'clock in the morning, Ash took the two girls on the journey back to Pallet Town. The two girls were obviously a little nervous on the way. Sabrina was a little better, but Misty was basically talking all the way. Although this was not her first time meeting Ash's mother after all, they had a short time together in Lanpulki City. But this was her first time visiting Ash's home as a girlfriend. After traveling for several months, she was already full of Ash and was afraid that she would make mistakes in some links, making Delia unhappy or embarrassing Ash. Seeing this, Ash also comforted her. Misty, just be like before, Mom is still easy to talk to and she likes you very much. We don't have so many rules in our family, just treat it as your own home. Sabrina too, when you arrive in Pallet Town, you don't have to treat yourself as an outsider, just be more relaxed and be 02 king. After Ash's interruption, the mentality of the two girls calmed down a lot. On the way home, Ash and the other two met a suction cup puppet. It should be the one that ran to Ash's house in the original plot and was mistaken by his mother Delia as Ash dressed as a suction cup puppet. In the end, it became a family member and helped his mother with housework. Ash recognized its identity and decisively subdued it. He was going to take it back as a present to his mother. If I remember correctly, this suction cup puppet really likes to do housework. It just happened to help his mother share the heavy housework and take care of his mother Delia to prevent various accidents. Not long after subduing the suction cup puppet, the three met Stella, the head of the circus in the original plot, and asked Ash to hand over the suction cup puppet to her. Let her use it to stimulate the original suction cup puppet in the circus. Help the lazy puppet regain its fighting spirit. I remember that in the original plot, the suction cup puppet gradually chose to escape because of Stella's overly strict training. Ash didn't want to dress up as a sucker puppet to help like in the original plot. You are so shameless to ask for the Pokémon you want to capture. After being rejected by Ash, Stella was obviously a little anxious. She took out the long whip she usually used in the circus and prepared to scare Ash. Ash's face suddenly sank. He has never been a good man and his eyes were shining blue. He urged Psychic to catch Stella. Then he called Officer Jenny. He charged her with the crime of provoking trouble, and Ash didn't forget to add the crime of abusing the sucker puppet and forcing it to perform. 2 crimes enough to drink. After educating Stella, Ash felt comfortable all over. I can only say that no matter which world, there will always be some people who rely on having a 13 torment and they must not be spoiled. Mom, I'm back. Okay, long time no see, Auntie. After solving the circus incident, Ash and the other 2 returned to Pallet Town. It's Ash and Misty. This lady should be the Sabrina that Ash mentioned. She's really beautiful. Ash, why didn't you tell me you were coming back so I can prepare food for you? You take a rest first, I'll cook now. When the 3 of them got home, Delia was watering the flowers and plants in the backyard. When she saw the 3 of them coming back, she immediately put down the kettle in her hand. She arranged Ash and the other 2 to sit down on the sofa, and she was going to prepare lunch. When she went to the kitchen, she was humming a little song. She thought her son was really amazing. Not only did he bring back his future daughter-in-law, but he also brought another beautiful woman with him. As a person who had experienced it, she could see at a glance that Sabrina was obviously interested in Ash. She definitely didn't have too many daughters-in-law. It can be said that this time Ash brought Misty back. Ash, who had always been worried about Ash's lifelong affairs, was very happy. Misty, Sabrina, you guys take a rest in my room or talk to my mom. I'm going to meet Professor Oak first and get the Piquet ball of the suction cup golem back. Okay, go ahead, Ash. The 2 girls replied in unison. After leaving home, Ash went straight to Professor Oak's laboratory. As soon as he arrived at the laboratory, he ran into Gary. Gary, why are you here? Although he is Professor Oak's grandson, Gary rarely comes to Professor Oak's laboratory. He is usually busy with his own things. I'm just strolling around. Gary's eyes were a little vague, and his tone of voice was not very confident. It looked like he had something on his mind. In fact, when he learned that Ash had taken the badge of the Takiwa Gym and was about to return to Pallet Town, he was ready to challenge Ash. At this moment, he came to his grandfather Professor Oak's laboratory mainly to go to the backyard to collect more information about the Pokémon that Ash fostered here to increase his chances of winning. From childhood to adulthood, although he showed disdain for Ash, he actually never stopped competing with him. And recently Ash's progress was so amazing that he felt more and more anxious. Therefore, he wanted to win the next battle with Ash to prepare for the upcoming Indigo Plateau Conference. Although he felt that Gary was a little strange at the moment, he couldn't tell what was wrong. Ash didn't think much about it and waved his hand. Okay, then you can take your time to walk around. I have something to do with Professor. Professor, I have something to do with you. Where is the suction cup puppet I just teleported back? Pushing open the door of the laboratory skillfully, Ash walked straight in and found Professor Oak, who was immersed in research in the laboratory. Professor Oak calmly recorded the data in his hand. Then he rushed to Ash in 3 or 2 steps, grabbed his hand, and asked excitedly, Ash, you are back. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Have you captured any rare Pokémon or a photo of a legendary Pokémon? Professor Oak stared at Ash. Ash rolled his eyes, spread his hands, and replied, Professor, didn't we talk not long ago? What rare Pokémon can I capture in such a short time on 5.3? And legendary Pokémon are so easy to encounter. You have too much confidence in me, don't you? Hearing this, Professor Oak was relieved at first. I said there is no such thing as a lucky guy who can encounter legendary Pokémon every few days. Then he lost interest in Ash. Soleison waved his hand and told him that the Pokémon he captured were all released in the backyard, and then he started recording the experimental data again. I can only say that Pokémon Professor is really so realistic. When he needs you, he wants to worship you. When you don't have the research materials he needs, he won't even be interested in you. It seems that the price of the pictures and materials of the legendary beasts must be raised sharply next time. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not, Ash doesn't need this little money now. The main thing is to make Oak explode with gold coins. As soon as he entered the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, Ash couldn't wait to use Psychic to expand his perception range to the maximum. The remaining 3 Squirtles of the Squirtle Corps who returned to Pallet Town to serve as firefighters have now evolved into Wartortle. It seems that they are very comfortable in Pallet Town and quickly adapt to the identity of firefighters and integrate into Pallet Town. At this time, they are practicing the accuracy of the water gun trick next to a small artificial lake. And the one who is training them is a turtle Pokémon Blastoise, which is much larger than them. Although the form changes greatly and the level increases rapidly, the Pokémon's aura is still recognized by Ash's Psychic. It is the Squirtle leader that Ash captured. After leaving Landpulky City, it successfully evolved into Wartortle and was sent back to Professor Oak's laboratory by Ash. Unexpectedly, it has now evolved into Blastoise. It is quite a surprise for Ash who hasn't seen it for a long time. Following the direction of Psychic Sense, Ash walked slowly towards the artificial lake and saw the tall and strong figure of Blastoise from afar, with 2 thick cannon barrels growing on his back armor, which made him look even more majestic. Kami tilde tilde. Blastoise, who was directing his brothers to practice the water gun trick, saw Ash and Pikachu on his shoulder. His face was full of disbelief and surprise, and he immediately took heavy steps after finding that it was not an illusion. He ran straight towards Ash. Pokémon, Blastoise, the level has been upgraded from the original IV.34 to IV.41. When Ash exchanged it back to Professor Oak's laboratory, it was only IV.34. Now it has not only successfully evolved into Blastoise, but also has a huge level increase, which shows that Blastoise has always maintained high-intensity combat training in Professor Oak's laboratory. Blastoise is like this. What about his other Pokémon? Ash's eyes were full of expectations. Muck, the level has been raised from IV.38 to IV.44. Its level has also been raised significantly. Muck's efforts have indeed exceeded Ash's imagination. Because of the Grimer block, a special item, it is difficult for it to find a suitable rival to fight and accumulate experience in Professor Oak's laboratory. Many Pokémon can't stand its strong smell. The reason for such a big improvement is largely due to the training policy that Ash asked Professor Oak to help formulate when he sent it back. With Muck's current level, coupled with special items, it will definitely be a headache for the other Pokémon and even the trainer. Ash can't wait to see it show its ability at the Indigo Plateau Conference. After experiencing the surprise of Blastoise and Muck, Ash has a basic understanding of the progress of Pokémon. Then, I met all the Pokémon fostered in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory. Intimacy is intimacy, of course. Butterfree has not forgotten the daily training plan that Ash has assigned to it. Professor Oak is not only a Pokémon researcher, but also a top Pokémon breeder, who is better at taking care of Pokémon than Zyoging. Obviously, they have been well taken care of in Professor Oak's laboratory. There is an improvement, but it is lower than Ash expected. He has fully exerted his spirit of hard work and has become a Pokémon that can stand on his own in Ash's team. After all, when he completed Misty's couple mission, the Phantom Beast Manaphy was hatched from that egg. Ash is still full of expectations for this top-quality psychic Pokémon egg. The level has increased from IV.25 to IV.29, and the growth rate is very low. After hearing that its child had evolved into Dragonair not long after following Ash, it decided to live here for a long time. The conditions are so good, and the equipment is so advanced that Ash can't wait to put the top-quality psychic Pokémon egg he just got in Professor Oak's incubator for cultivation. Next, Ash will also list it as a key training target, just to let it shine at the next Indigo Plateau Conference. Those ancient Pokémon captured by Ash in Dasha Valley. Sorry, I'm not familiar with it at all. It is very good to be able to achieve such an improvement on the basis of devoting part of its energy to dating and having children. Ash counted them carefully, and there was not a single one missing. Then there is Tauros, who Ash captured from the wild wilderness area, and his level has reached 45. Butterfree, the first Pokémon that Ash captured after his journey, is living a very comfortable life. The 3 ghastly brothers who are not keen on training set up a comedy troupe and have gained many fans in Pallet Town. As for Tommy and his wild wilderness area, as one of the places designated by the Alliance to distribute the 3 Pokémon of the starter family to Rookie, Professor Oak's laboratory is also equipped with top-level Pokémon incubation equipment and related professionals. Their spirit and contest condition are now several times better than when they just woke up from their deep sleep in the Big Silly Valley. It was only level IV.30 when it was teleported back, but now it has been upgraded to level IV.38, which is a very good level increase. The level has unexpectedly increased slightly. However, considering that it has the lowest potential, has it had too much interaction with Ash, the trainer, and has not received formal training. Of course, this is also mainly due to the fact that Ash has upgraded its qualifications twice, helping it to change its fate. The value of these levels, combined with the long time it has lived in Professor Oak's laboratory, the improvement is far less than that of other Pokémon. It is already very good that the level can be naturally improved to a certain extent. Well, how should I put it? As for the remaining Pokémon, because the time it was teleported back was relatively short, there was basically no obvious level increase. Dragonair, which was teleported back a while ago, is also living a very comfortable life. As an old house girl, it can stay in one place for more than 10 years without moving. He and his lovely wife Pink Butterfree are inseparable all day long, and they have laid a Pokémon egg, which is currently being placed in the incubator of Professor Oak's laboratory. As for Krabby, who has the lowest potential in Ash's team and has been basically in free-range contest condition since being captured, and has not been taken care of much. Now the daily comedy performances have become a must-have program for many Pokémon in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory. Otherwise, if it was just the blue qualification in the original plot, it would be impossible to have such a fast improvement speed. After cooperating with Professor Oak's short research, it was arranged a quiet environment where it would not be disturbed. According to their own ideas, they want to try to perform in the surrounding cities of Pallet Town in a while. Professor Oak's laboratory played with many Pokémons that he had never seen before for a long time. Checking the time, Mom was almost ready to prepare lunch. Ash took the suction cup puppet he captured on the way back to Pallet Town and left Professor Oak's laboratory. Back home, Mom Delia was still busy in the kitchen, and Nazi and Misty were helping out. It was hard to imagine that Sabrina, who had always been naive, was also learning housework at this moment. The three of them got along very well, and Mom Delia couldn't help but sigh that her son was really capable of making Misty and Sabrina get along harmoniously. Ash, you're back. What's the piquet ball in your hand? Seeing Ash coming back, Delia put the last dish in her hand on the table. Then she pointed at Ash, who was holding the suction cup puppet piquet ball in his right hand with some doubt. Mom, this is the sucker, a Pokémon I captured on the way back to Pallet Town. This is a present for you. This guy likes to do housework very much. You can let it help with housework in the future so that you can also be more relaxed. As he said, Ash released the sucker from the piquet ball and handed the piquet ball used to capture the sucker to his mother Delia. The sucker greeted Delia with a smile. So that's how it is. Thank you for your present, Ash. Present, Mom likes it very much. Hello, sucker, welcome to join our family. I'll trouble you to worry about the family affairs in the future. After hearing Ash's explanation, Delia happily took the piquet ball of the sucker and greeted it. Her face was filled with a happy smile. I have to say that since embarking on the journey, the son of the Bai family has become more and more sensible. Not only has he never asked for travel expenses from home, but he also sent money home from time to time. The situation at home is much better than before Ash went on a trip. Not only did she not have the pressure to make money, she even received large transfers from Ash from time to time. She never forgot to visit her family when she was away, and she would call from time to time and occasionally send some presents, such as the perfume from Rainbow City, which she found very good. Now she has even captured a Pokémon that specializes in housework, which obviously took a lot of effort. Compared with the parents of other rookie trainers who have been in a mess recently, Delia feels that she is undoubtedly the happiest one. Next, the family of 4, plus Pikachu and the 2 Pokémons, the Sucker Golem, sat down to eat together. Several people sat together and chatted about the interesting things during the trip. The dining atmosphere was quite relaxed and happy. After the meal, the Sucker Golem immediately began to show its strong ability to do housework. It didn't give Delia a chance to take over at all, and cleaned up the messy dining table and kitchen like a whirlwind. Won the unanimous praise of Delia and Ash. After dinner, Delia, Misty, and Sabrina chatted and laughed. Sabrina also seemed to open up her chatterbox suddenly, as if she wanted to finish talking about everything she had said in recent years. Ash was obviously a person who could not sit still. In order to challenge the Takua gym, he, Misty, and Sabrina wandered around Takua City for several days. If he continued to be idle like this, Ash felt that he might get moldy. Besides, he was about to start preparing for the Indigo Plateau Conference, so he simply went out to level up and kill time. Ash originally planned to call Misty or Sabrina, but they didn't seem to want to be alone with Ash. Maybe it was because they were shy in front of their mother Delia. Ash shook his head and didn't force it. It's not bad for him to spend time with his mother Delia all year round. Let Misty and Sabrina, the two future daughters-in-law, accompany her. It's also good for her to be happy. Pidgeot, I'll trouble you next. When he came to the open space outside the house, Ash took out Pidgeot's Pokeball. The mighty and handsome Pidgeot appeared in the open space, and its wide wings were fully spread out, even covering a house. That tilde. Becoming Ash's riding Pokémon again, Pidgeot was very happy at this moment. When flapping its wings, it accidentally raised gusts of wind, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. Fortunately, Ash was quick-witted and quickly used Psychic to suppress the wind. Otherwise, the flowers and plants that his mother Delia took care of carefully would be in trouble. Pidgeot tilde. Reacting and realizing his mistake, Pidgeot lowered his head with apology, looking at Ash with a flattering look in his eyes. Okay, Pidgeot, I don't blame you. Be a little more careful next time. Ash shook his head and chuckled. Then he turned over and jumped onto Pidgeot's back. Accompanied by Pidgeot's high-pitched cry growl, it took off at high speed and flew more than 10 miles in an instant. Pidgeot stopped at the beach ahead. Sitting on Pidgeot's back expands Psychic to the limit. After flying for a long time, Ash finally found a coastal area with many wild Pokémon of high level. This coastal beach is surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides and the sea on 1 side. The total area is not too large, about 10 square kilometers. The sand on the beach is neat and tidy, obviously because of its unique terrain, so few human trainers approach it. Ash guessed that this is also the main reason why the coastal area near this beach can sense a large number of high-level wild Pokémon. Pidgeot tilde. Pidgeot let out a loud cry in the air, as if to announce his arrival to the surrounding Pokémon, and then adjusted the angle and dived down at high speed. A normal Pidgeot riding a Pokémon trainer would definitely not dare to make such a rapid dive landing action. After determining the landing point, they will fully decelerate in the air and land vertically. Not only the terrifying wind pressure during the dive, but also the vibration during the fall is not something that a trainer with a much weaker constitution than Pokémon can withstand. However, Ash is not an ordinary trainer. As a person with Psychic, he had used Psychic to build a barrier to isolate the wind pressure the moment Pidgeot took off. No matter how bad the outside environment is, it will not affect him under the protection of the Psychic barrier. This is also done to allow Pidgeot to fully display the powerful ability of his flying field. Pidgeot's dive looked thrilling, but it successfully landed on the beach in an instant. The powerful aura spread, scaring the low-level Pokémon basking in the sun on the beach to flee in all directions. Come back, Pidgeot. After removing the Psychic barrier and jumping off Pidgeot's back, Ash took out the Pokeball and took Pidgeot back. Feeling that the dangerous aura had dissipated, many wild Pokémon that had long been frightened by Pidgeot's momentum were still trying to escape. Ash decisively released Dragonair from the Pokeball. A twister of astonishing size defeated them all. When they were thrown out of the twister, their eyes became rippled and they all lost their ability to fight. Okay, Dragonair, go find wild Pokémon around and fight them. Ash saw Dragonair defeat all the wild Pokémon near the beach. He activated Psychic to move all the Pokémon on the beach that had lost their ability to fight to the shade of the trees on the shore. He put them in neat rows. He still gave them super potions, some Pokémon food, and sent Dragonair to find rival around. Compared to the beach, there are more Pokémon in the sea, and their levels are much higher. The main purpose of starting the free-range mode is to train Dragonair's fighting will and independent judgment ability. After all, it has grown up with its otaku mother and has no experience in this area. This is also Ash's usual way of training Pokémon. Even without the command of a trainer, his Pokémon can still play a very good combat role. It has its own tactics and system. It is completely different from the good Pokémon trained by ordinary trainers who are completely dumbfounded when no one commands them. Ash always felt that the proportion of command by trainer in Pokémon battles was indeed very large, but in some emergencies, when Trainer 337 did not have time to react, Pokémon needed to make their own judgments on the spot. Letting Dragonair out to level up at this moment was to train it, and he had already explored the surroundings through Psychic in advance. So far, no strong aura has been found, so Dragonair will definitely be able to run away even if it encounters an opponent it cannot defeat. Of course, another reason is that Ash has trained too many high-quality Pokémon. If he needs to accompany each one to level up and train, he will be exhausted to death. Similar to the classic hosting mode in turn-based games. Under the condition of ensuring victory in most cases, hosting is undoubtedly the most worry-free mode. During this period, game players can also do more other things. Bulbasaur, Milotic, you guys go too. Then Ash released the two of them again, and they set off in different directions from Dragonair. Pikachu, next is your special training. I don't expect you to level up. Today's goal is to make you master the surf skill. Ash took out two surfboards that he had prepared long ago. He used the big one for himself and the small one for Pikachu. He planned to try to make Pikachu learn the surf skill. With Pikachu's talent and intelligence, although it is certainly difficult, it is not impossible. If Pikachu can master the surf skill, his attribute attack methods will also increase. What Ash is looking forward to more is the combination of surf and volt tackle that he has been thinking about for a long time in his mind. Every time he went to the beach in the past, Ash would try to make Pikachu learn surf. This time he also hoped that Pikachu could learn it thoroughly. About an hour passed. Since all the Pokémon on the shore were defeated, Bulbasaur returned to Ash with a dejected look. Because of the accumulated combat experience, the level has risen from IV.42 to IV.43. However, seeing Milotic fighting in the sea, it could only watch from the shore, which made it feel frustrated. Bulbasaur, don't worry, we will go to the forest to train later, that is your home field. Ash smiled and comforted Bulbasaur, as if he had detected Bulbasaur's thoughts. Come on, Pikachu, try the surf trick again. Then Ash turned his attention to Pikachu again. After a long time of riding the surfboard and using the waves to surf, Pikachu has gradually adapted to this contest condition and his body balance is very good. Pika tilde tilde. On the sea, Pikachu was riding a small surfboard and gliding on the sea. Accompanied by Pikachu's determined eyes, countless attempts. Finally, this time, waves and ripples were stirred around its body and the surfboard, pushing the surfboard under Ash's feet to speed up. Pika tilde tilde. Another half an hour passed. Although it looks weak and has normal thrust, it must be the surf trick. Next, you just need to remember the feeling at that time and you can use it again naturally. You've worked hard today, so I'll reward you with a special Pokémon food. In actual combat, the effect would definitely be very good. The proficiency of the surf skill was rapidly improving. Pika tilde tilde. There was no need for the assist surfboard, and a wave of 4 or 5 meters high was raised, and Pikachu walked on the wave. Good job, Pikachu. Pikachu, great job. Ash touched Pikachu's little head and smiled. Although the power was weak and the waves were not obvious, it was definitely surf that Pikachu performed just now. Pikachu has officially mastered the surf skill. Compared to the water, the waves summoned were only slightly reduced. Now we just need to improve the skill proficiency, and the power will naturally increase significantly. Pikachu, Pika tilde tilde. And in the column of the skill bar, Ash thought and checked Pikachu's panel. Although Pikachu was exhausted, his eyes were full of joy of success. A touch of joy flashed across Ash's eyes. Accompanied by Ash, Pikachu used the surf skill again and again. Although it was not a skill of his type, with Pikachu's outstanding talent and unremitting efforts, the huge waves that had begun to take shape roared past, pounding the sea surface fiercely. Now that surf is learned, the next step is to try to combine it with Volt Tackle into a combination move. Everything is difficult at the beginning, as long as you successfully learn surf. Pikachu really lived up to his trust and was able to learn the surf skill without the help of the skill machine. Pikachu Surf. On the calm sea with Ash's command. It was already stronger than the surf performed by many water-type Pokémon. The effect was still very good. Ash and Pikachu clapped their hands together and the joy of success was on their faces. Ash brought Pikachu to the shore and tried the surf skill again. The surf skill was there. Is this the surf trick? Considering that most of the battles were not fought in the water field, boom, a loud explosion sounded from the sea. Pika tilde tilde. Is this the direction of Dragonair? Ash and Pikachu were attracted by the sudden movement. Dragonair rushed out of the water with a waterspout covering his body, and only Tentacruel was swept up by it. The accumulated combat experience was enough, and Dragonair successfully upgraded from IV.32 to IV.33. It turned out that they had a fight with the Tentacruel tribe. You performed very well this time, Dragonair, and I will reward you with my favorite energy cube later. Ash rubbed the little head of Dragonair who flew in front of him and said with a smile, Meow tilde tilde. Dragonair was very happy and his eyes were narrowed into a slit when he smiled. After calling home, Ash planned to spend the night near this beach today. In the evening, after using the food-making machine to solve the dinner problem, Ash took the Pokémon to start the second round of special training. Pikachu, after using Surf, tried to integrate Volt Tackle into it. Just think of yourself running at high speed on the waves. Once you learn this combination of moves, it will definitely be your trump card. Pika tilde tilde. After listening to Ash's description, Pikachu was excited and wanted to try the combination of moves immediately. However, Ash still advised it to try to stimulate the current first. The difficulty of combination moves has always been extremely high. not to mention the high-powered skills such as Surf and Volt Tackle, which are difficult in themselves. At this stage, the training is mainly based on Surf, and the electric type power is enhanced on the basis of Surf skills. Let Pikachu start to explore and train on his own. After the night fell completely, Ash expanded the psychic perception to the maximum range and took Krabby with him to start a special training trip. At night, Krabby's contest condition was excellent, and his desire to fight was much stronger than during the day. It is worth mentioning that the beach at night is full of big and even giant claw crabs that crawled from the sea to the shore to rest. There is no better training rival than them. Krabby used Sword Dance. Block its attack and use Alloy Claws. Under Ash's exquisite command, the petite Krabby can run rampant on the beach full of Krabby and continuously defeat Pokémon of the same family. In this process, the claws absorb battle energy crazily and improve combat awareness with the help of Ash. Defeating Pokémon of the same family in succession also greatly improves its originally fragile psychological quality and gradually becomes confident. This is also due to Ash, an excellent trainer. All Krabby of the same family are selected as rival for it. The battle is exciting until late at night. Krabby's level jumps from IV.29 to IV.31, and the proficiency of corresponding offensive skills has also made great progress. Come back, you've worked hard today. Tomorrow's challenge target should be Kingler. After taking back Krabby, Ash chuckled and said to himself, the reason for selectively choosing a lower-level Krabby as rival is to help Krabby build confidence through one battle after another. It is small and petite, and has been bullied by Pokémon of the same species when living in the wild, and laughed at by passers-by trainers who meet it. It is inevitable that it will become inferior and sensitive. However, considering that other Pokémon have also gained certain levels here, it is not easy to continue to improve. Not bad, not bad. Apart from the best items, there are also a lot of rare candy. Looking at the entire Kanto region, the only Steel-type Pokémon that suits his taste is Maya-Chasen's giant Onix that can evolve into Steelix, but each time it provided convenience for his trainer journey. Well, you did a great job, Pikachu. I didn't expect your combination moves to be effective so soon. I didn't expect that the corresponding capture mission would be triggered, and there would be such a generous reward. Mayacha Mountain is not far from Pallet Town, and it can even be said to be near Pallet Town. Riding on Pidgeot, Ash soon arrived at the bottom of Mayacha Mountain. Thank you for your hard work, Pidgeot, come back. After landing at the foot of the mountain, Ash took Pidgeot back. Why not fly directly to the mountain because he found traces of the giant Onix. Following the many messy ditches on the ground, the soft soil and other traces left by the Onix, Ash couldn't help but sigh. It's so deep and big enough for people to walk in it. It's worthy of the giant Onix. It can only be said that it is worthy of Mayacha Mountain, a place where giant Onix is abundant, and many Pokémon trainers who specialize in ground and rock type like the 917 training place. The purpose of the trainers who come here is mostly to capture a giant Onix that suits their wishes. Even Bruno, one of the Elite Four, has practiced in Mayacha Mountain for a long time in order to capture the giant Onix, and he is still wandering around until now. As for why fighting Elite Bruno is so obsessed with the giant Onix of rock and ground type, I can only say that our Kanto Dragon Elite Dodo is the best example, right? Flying Elite Lance. Bruno Elite, let's see who can find and capture the giant Onix faster. Ash's eyes lit up with psychic blue light, whispering, the rule of the Pokémon world is whoever encounters it first will capture it first. Maybe Bruno has already met the giant Onix several times in Mayacha Mountain. But if Song meets Chen Mumu Snake before him next time, he will capture it without hesitation. Who cares if you have already set your eyes on the giant Onix? If Bruno is not satisfied, then the Pokémon battle will decide. As Ash deployed the almighty psychic to explore the way, he soon found the habitat of the giant Onix. After all, the giant Onix is different from ordinary Pokémon. Its size is a big target even in Kairashin. Continuing to extend Psychic, Ash also found the fighting Elite Bruno, one of the Elite Four. Without any hesitation, Ash went straight to Bruno's position. Bruno was obviously going for the giant Onix. He must intercept him before he finds the giant Onix. As long as Bruno's problem is solved, Ash can safely capture the giant Onix. While harvesting the powerful Pokémon Giant Onix, you can also complete the system task with rich rewards. When Ash found Bruno, he was already close to the giant Onix. The habitat of Onix is very close, but if it's Ash, he must also treat it with caution. As we all know, there is still no champion in the Kanto region, not because no one has reached the champion level. Song is because there are too many champions who have reached the champion level. The live battle video of the huge Dragonite and Tentacruel incident in Rampolchi City was circulated on major forums, and they, the Alliance executives, naturally saw it. This is a bit off topic. Anyway, the giant Dragonite is very likely to be stronger than the trump card Pokémon of the Kanto Elite Four. Bruno, who looks carefree and muscular, is surprisingly sharp-minded and guessed Ash's identity at a glance. Bruno Elite, you came to Mayaha Mountain to practice, right? You must be here to subdue that giant Onyx. He can even play with the young man. After confirming Ash's identity, Bruno subconsciously reached out and touched his chin. Since it was the real Ash, things would be a little difficult to deal with. Yes, young man, do you have any questions? Actually, I also came here to subdue the giant Onyx. After careful research, they all agree that the strength of this giant Dragonite is comparable to those legendary Pokémon. Their champion-level trump card Pokémon can only compete with the giant Dragonite at most. Although it has the power to stir up raging waves and destroy cities, it is not too difficult to deal with. When Pokémon fight, everyone has full tactics and strategies. There must be very few hot-blooded idiots like Ash at the beginning. It is normal for Bruno to have a delicate mind that is different from his tough appearance. If a conflict really occurs, he may not be sure to take down the giant Dragonite that is suspected to be a legendary Pokémon. He represented the peak combat power of the Kanto Region Pokémon Alliance. Bruno was slightly surprised when he saw Ash suddenly appear and reveal his training goal, but he quickly reacted and nodded. The giant Dragonite summoned by Ash is completely different. The atmosphere was a little tense for a while, because this sturdy boy was one of the inner masters of the Kanto region after all. However, in addition to nervousness, Ash was more excited and expectant at this moment. Ash walked over to him. Boy, you should be the Ash who summoned the huge Dragonite to solve the Tentacruel incident in Rampolchi a while ago, right? Ash spread his hands and got straight to the point. Wearing a red cap with a Pikachu. If the person standing in front of him is an ordinary trainer, and wants to compete with him for the right to capture the giant Onyx, it's nothing. It can only be said that none of those who can become Elite Four have simple minds. His well-defined muscles are exposed, and he looks very powerful. The giant Tentacruel is only big, but its level is still a bit low. Unlike Blaine of the Cinnabar Gym, the man in front of him was one of the current Elite Four in Kanto, an Elite Four in his prime. Of course, this is also the case when the Kanto elites have no hidden cards. As strong as the dodo bird, it still cannot suppress other elites. In the original plot, it can only hang the title of the champion of the Johto region. The Elite Four have not fought each other for a long time, and no one can guarantee whether the other's strength has improved over the years. Ash nodded, yes, it's me. Bruno is wearing loose training pants and his upper body is naked. Its real strength is just the level of the main Pokémon held by the Elite Four. Even he had to be cautious. He could summon a giant Dragonite that could rival legendary Pokémon. The Pokémon Alliance in the Kanto region would also consider him as a target that must be won over. However, considering that Ash was just a rookie who had just set out this year and that he was from Pallet Town, Earl Dervish Pokémon were all obtained from Professor Oak. He and Professor Oak's grandson were friends since childhood, and their travel partners were gym leaders from Cerulean and Saffron City. With the layers of buffs stacked up, Ash naturally belonged to the Alliance group. Therefore, the Alliance was not in a hurry to contact Ash, but would open the door for Ash in many ways. Now, even if he did not rely on Professor Oak's face, he could solve many problems through Officer Jenny. Since both of us are determined to get the giant Onyx, why don't you come up with a suitable proposal to capture it? Bruno, who had been struggling for a long time and still could not come up with a better solution, decided to throw this problem back to Ash. He couldn't solve the problem, let alone the one who asked the question, so he simply threw the problem back. Let Ash, who asked the question, be embarrassed. Bruno spread his hands and started to talk. Once he said this, if Ash couldn't come up with a suitable solution, he would definitely not accept it. Ash smiled slightly and replied, "It's very simple. Pokémon issues can naturally be solved by Pokémon battles. In a one-on-one duel, the losing party voluntarily withdraws from the competition for the giant Onyx. How about it?" Bruno frowned slightly and asked back, "Will you send the giant Dragonite of Lanpulki?" If the giant Dragonite has become Ash's Pokémon, he will naturally not agree to the one-on-one Pokémon battle rules. Ash has only been traveling for a few months, and the main thing that deserves his attention is the giant Dragonite. If Ash admits that the giant Dragonite is his Pokémon, then Bruno will have to consider changing the rules. At least change it to a 3v3 Pokémon battle. Ash's other Pokémon should not pose a threat to him, and he can rely on the round-robin battle to try to defeat the giant Dragonite. No, the giant tentacruel won't either. Is Bruno Elite satisfied with this? Ash raised his eyebrows and replied with a smile. Giant tentacruel, that Pokémon was also captured by Ash. Bruno was subconsciously stunned for a moment, and after reacting, he found Ash in front of him unexpectedly interesting. Are all rookie trainers so brave now? They have the confidence to challenge the Elite Four in less than a few months of traveling. In fact, even if Ash answered that he would use the giant Dragonite, Neba would not refuse this Pokémon battle. And listen to what Ash said. He can call the giant Dragonite and even the giant Tentacruel, but he doesn't bother to assist their power in the Pokémon battle. After thinking for a moment, Bruno accepted Ash's challenge. Ash, I like this giant human rock snake very much. So I won't hold back in this battle. Get ready for battle, Machamp. Bruno threw the Poké ball in his hand. A flash of white light, a sturdy Machamp with 4 arms appeared in front of him. Pokémon, Machamp level, IV.58 qualification, gold. Although it was confirmed that Ash would not send out a giant Dragonite, Bruno still did not underestimate the enemy and decisively sent out Machamp, who was close to the peak strength of the elite level. After all, he was determined to get the giant Onix. I'll leave it to you, Ghastly. Ash sent out Ghastly to fight. Ghastly, you have a lot of ideas, but just like that, you still can't target my Machamp. Thank you, Bruno Elite, for letting me go. What a powerful force. Fortunately, no one witnessed the fight and it was not spread out. Shadow Ball. Losing to Ash, yes, Bruno was hit hard and he turned around and left without saying anything. In the end, Machamp lost and Ghastly won. The two Pokémons fought back and forth and Bruno's command level was extremely high and Ash was no less. I actually lost to a teenager. Originally thought it was just his own illusion, but he didn't expect this Ghastly to be so powerful. Bruno's pupils shrank slightly and his expression was full of surprise. Even so, it hasn't evolved into the final form of Jengar yet. No wonder the giant Dragonite listened to him, a rookie trainer who has been traveling for less than a year. You are a fighting elite, the strongest fighting Pokémon trainer in the entire Kanto region. How can you not learn the skill of defending against ghost Pokémon, Machamp, the main Pokémon? Machamp used Foresight to make the fighting skill hit Ghastly, and he used 870 Break to detect Bruno's tactical intention. Bang! It can only be said that Bruno acted with him at the beginning and still regarded him as an inexperienced rookie trainer. Although Machamp is not his trump card Pokémon, its strength is enough to be included in his main Pokémon lineup. No wonder he felt extraordinary pressure when Ash released this Ghastly. Machamp screamed in pain and staggered backwards. Ash, you won, the giant Onix belongs to you. Ash nodded and smiled. I will let the giant Onix shine in the future. Is Alliance rookie so powerful now? Use Fire Punch. Ghastly raised his hand and threw a pitch-black energy ball at the attacking Machamp, interrupting its attack. Ghastly dodge and use Hypnosis. Come back, Machamp. But the difference in strength between the two Pokémons does exist. Otherwise, it would be a big blow to Bruno's reputation. Although Bruno had a hidden foresight and planned to use the fighting skill to give Ghastly a fatal blow at the critical moment, he was still detected by the experienced Ash. Machamp clenched his fist flashing with blazing fire and smashed it directly at Ghastly floating in the air. Machamp Encore Freeze Punch. After taking back Machamp, Bruno looked a little dazed. Fighting skills are indeed ineffective against Ghost-type Ghastly, but Fire Punch is a Fire-type move. Let's go, Pikachu. Next, it's time to capture the giant Onix. Ash used Psychic to determine the location of the giant Onix, patted Pikachu's head and walked over there. Pika tilde tilde. Soon, the man and the pet arrived at the place where the giant Onix lived. This is a huge pit basin surrounded by cliffs. Large caves drilled by the giant Onix can be seen everywhere on the cliffs around the basin. This is where it usually rests. When Ash and Pikachu arrived here, the giant Onix was frantically tackle the surrounding rock walls because of the pain caused by the sand slash stuck in his body. You can feel the shaking here from a long distance. The hyper voice of rock tackle each other resounded through the world. It's so big, this trip is really worth it. Arriving at the cliff above the basin, looking at the giant Onix below madly tackle the stone wall and twisting nonstop. Ash's eyes were full of light and he whispered softly. In person, the size of this giant Onix is really amazing. Brock's Onix is well trained by Brock, who is no less than a professional Pokémon breeder. Its size is already very good among the Onix of the same family. But in front of the giant Onix of Myacha Mountain, it is not much different from a slightly larger Loach. Even the Flash Milotic and Pidgeot in Ash's hands, which are much larger than the Pokémon of the same family and have repeatedly shocked others, are not worth mentioning in front of the giant Onix. Ash estimated that this giant onyx must be at least more than 20 meters long, several times longer than Milotic, and it must be nearly 10 stories high when standing upright. With this size, its weight is naturally needless to say. Pokémon Onyx heavy size level, IV.52. Apart from the size factor, the level of the giant onyx is also very high. It has reached level IV.52, a proper elite Pokémon. Wild Pokémon of this level are basically totem level in the wild, and they dominate the area. And judging from the scars on its face, this giant onyx must have been through many battles and has rich practical experience. In the distance top, Bruno, who was hiding on the side, was also paying attention to Ash. He had been staring at this giant onyx for a long time. It has a very bad temper. At this size, it is very dangerous for Ash as a trainer to get close to it. In order to capture it, the trainer must have excellent skills while having powerful Pokémon. Otherwise, it is very likely to be dangerous if you approach the giant onyx rashly. He wanted to see how Ash would capture the giant onyx. At this time, Ash reached out to the Pokéball hanging on his waist. It's decided to be you, Milotic. Accompanied by a high and ethereal sound, Milotic with a graceful and elegant figure appeared opposite the giant onyx. This Pokémon. Bruno, who was hiding in the dark, narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out to be a flash-colored Milotic, a very rare water-type Pokémon in the Kanto region. At this time, the Milotic standing in the basin was several circles smaller than the giant onyx, and the level difference was not small. Roars! The giant onyx had already been tortured by the Sandslash in its body and was in agony. Its mind was full of thoughts of venting its pain by crazy destruction. The Milotic that appeared in front of it naturally became a more suitable target for attack than the surrounding rock walls. The giant onyx swung its tail several stories high and lashed at the flash Milotic fiercely. Protect. Then use rain, dance, and waterfall. Ash directly commanded Milotic to perform a set of silky little combos. With a soft hum, Milotic held up the blue energy barrier and struggled to block the attack of the giant onyx. Then he fired a blue light bullet into the air, and then the originally clear soaring in the sky was immediately covered with dark clouds, and heavy rain poured down. The basin that was originally the home ground of rock and ground Pokémon immediately became a water field that fits Milotic perfectly. While increasing the power of Flash Milotic's skills, Milotic's mobility has also been greatly improved. Milotic on the ground and in the water are completely two different concepts. The giant onyx finally couldn't bear it and couldn't cope with Milotic's high-speed battle, and then the huge and heavy body fell down. After this tackle, Flash Milotic was directly knocked dozens of meters away and hit the cliff heavily. After being hit by Milotic's waterfall, it can still stand it. It can only be said that the giant onyx is indeed gifted and has much better physical strength than ordinary onyx. As a ground and rock type, it is 4 times weak to water. Although he is sure of victory, he did not take the initiative to command. It caused waves of gravel to fall into the water in the basin. Go Pokéballs. Avoid its attack, use Hydro Pump. Unfortunately, its rival is Ash, who has already thoroughly studied Pokémon battles. The giant onyx standing in the center has forgotten the pain at this moment and even ignored his aversion to water. He turned around to record the tackle and collided fiercely with Milotic. It made Ash's eardrum hurt in the distance. After the rain dance skill, Flash Milotic was surrounded by a torrent and quickly took down from behind the giant onyx. Lee knew it was in order to get the sincere recognition of the giant onyx, Ash naturally had to go all out. Although he admired the fighting spirit of the giant onyx, it was a Pokémon capture battle after all. Accompanied by Milotic's ethereal growl and the hit of a thick water column. In addition, Sandslash, who is also extremely afraid of water and has noticed the change in the environment, is now trying even harder to escape from its body. Sliding from the cliff into the water, he quickly opened the aqua ring to recover from the scars on his body, and the overall contest condition was maintained quite well. The giant onyx was already seriously injured at this moment, and it would be dangerous if it fell into the water again. Although his physical strength is endangered, he is still full of fighting spirit. Flash Milotic and the giant onyx collided with each other, making a loud vibration. Boom! He was held up by Ash with Psychic and carried to his side. In order to prevent the giant onyx from falling into the basin full of water, Ash, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, threw the super heavy ball at it. Bang! At the moment when the giant onyx turned into red light and was taken away by the super heavy ball, Sandslash, who was also suffering endless pain in its body, was finally freed. The battle-hardened giant onyx, who can dominate the mountain full of large individual onyx on Maiacha, has an extremely tenacious fighting will. Milotic use Water Pulse. The giant onyx panted and stared at Flash Milotic wandering in the basin pool, ready to give Flash Milotic a taste of its desperate blow. Although he had the upper hand in this tackle due to his size and weight advantages, he was not directly knocked out like Flash Milotic, but the damage he suffered was real. On the other hand, the giant onyx was miserable. The super heavy ball hit the giant onyx accurately and took it in. Then he sprayed potion on it, signaling it to leave. Sandslush looked at Ash with gratitude, then left without looking back. However, even if it has not lost its combat ability at this time, it is not much worse. Although it looks extremely miserable, Flash Milotic's resistance to be beaten is surprisingly high, and the damage he suffered is not too high. The giant onyx is already at the end of its strength. Ding! Complete the capture mission, go to Maicha Mountain and capture the giant onyx before fighting Elite Bruno. Get rewards. Top quality metal coat increases the power of steel skills by 50%. Onyx can evolve after carrying it and upgrading rare candy, IV.1 to IV.50 x 10 pieces. The item rewards have been stored in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. After completing the mission to capture the giant onyx, Ash, who received the reward, looked relaxed. Because of Sandslush, Milotic won this battle very easily, and it was another battle where the weak defeated the strong. After defeating the giant onyx, Milotic received a huge experience value reward, and his level climbed from IV.40 to IV.42. The reason why he was able to jump 2 levels in a row was not only because of the generous experience value rewards given by the cross-level challenge, but also because Milotic had accumulated a lot of experience before this. You did well in this battle, I will give you a snack later. After praising Milotic, Ash took it back to the Pokeball and then released the giant onyx he had just captured. Take out the Mega Potion to help it recover from its injuries while checking its data panel. Pokémon, Onyx Heavy Size. Level IV.52. Attribute Rock Ground. Qualification Gold. Skills: Rock Throw, Rock Polish, Quicksand Abyss, Curse, Rock Slide, 7 Stealth Rock, etc. Ability Strong, carrying props none. Ability Strong will not be killed by the enemy in one hit. For the top physical defense Pokémon, the giant onyx, even after evolving into Steelix, the special defense species strength is still not high. When facing a high burst special attacker, it is also very important to be able to withstand the first wave of fierce attacks. In terms of potential, it is undoubtedly a top-notch Pokémon, although most of the Pokémon Ash has captured recently have excellent potential. But the size of the giant onyx also adds a lot of extra points to it, especially after evolving into Steelix. It is hard to imagine how domineering it was at that time. It is worth mentioning that Ash also checked it out. The favorability between him and giant onyx is also very high, reaching nearly 220 points. This should be related to Ash helping it solve the Sandslush that kept tormenting it. In the original plot, Bruno directly gained the recognition of giant onyx because he helped it take out Sandslush. It can be captured directly without Pokémon battle. At present, Ash did the same thing as Bruno, and it is normal to get such a high favorability of Earl Dervish. After checking the attribute panel of giant onyx, Ash couldn't wait to take out the top-quality metal coat he had just obtained from the system space. In the incredible eyes of giant onyx, he carried metal coat for it. Giant onyx's favorability rose slightly by 5% again. After carrying the top-quality metal coat, the power of giant onyx's steel-type moves will be increased by 50%. However, this effect will not be of much help to giant onyx in the short term. After all, giant onyx does not know many steel-type moves. The key is that giant onyx does not need the so-called connection exchange evolution, but can evolve directly through upgrading. As the sky gradually darkened, Ash put the huge onyx, which could not hide his excitement, back into the Pokeball, leaving Maicha Mountain, returning to Pallet Town. At home, Mother Delia and Sabrina and Misty got along very happily. At first, Delia was puzzled by the fact that Misty and Sabrina could get along harmoniously. She thought that the two children were just being polite. But after 2 days of getting along, she found that the two girls actually regarded each other as friends sincerely. Delia was a little excited for a while after coming to this conclusion. Compared with the normal Steelix, it is completely the difference between pure steel casting and plastic-plated steel. It's Ash, what's wrong, is there anything? I heard that Ash only caught an onyx. Come out, giant onyx. The sturdy and strong body is enough to easily crush a building into powder. Normal Steelix is no different from a small loach in front of it. Its body surface flashed with dazzling white evolution light. She would definitely agree with letting Misty and Sabrina be her daughter-in-law. Unlike the restrained iron gray of ordinary Steelix, It seems that the original Onyx body is only temporarily coated with a layer of iron. As soon as the giant Onyx was released, it immediately occupied a large area of the backyard, and even the ground moved slightly. It shines brightly under the sunlight, and it gives people a sense of heaviness that is more than kun. Ash walked and chatted as he went straight to Professor Oak's laboratory. Now basically every time he meets him, he has to ask him once. Professor Oak immediately lost interest, his eyelids drooped, and he continued to work busy in his hands. He had long been accustomed to living with Misty, but he was a little uncomfortable not seeing the familiar pillow next to him at this moment. Onyx is so common in Kanto Region that you can find them anywhere on a rocky mountain. It would be best if she could give her more grandchildren. I heard that you went out for special training these 2 days. Did you catch any rare Pokémon? It can only be said that Professor Oak's expectations of Ash have been raised very high a while ago. Ash nodded, picked up the access card, and went straight to the backyard. The next morning, Ash woke up slowly. Pushing open the door of Professor Oak's laboratory in a familiar manner, Ash walked in. Swallow a rare candy, and the level of the giant Onyx increased from IV.52 to IV.53. Ash thought for a while and added, I did catch an Onyx, it's not rare, but it has good potential. Could it be that her son could take both of these excellent Stephanie daughters? Originally, he planned to keep it to help his main Pokémon hit the champion level threshold, but now he can't wait to let the giant Onyx evolve, so he used one first. There is basically no research value for him. This is his long-standing inventory of last resort, and there are not many high-level rare candies left in the system space. Professor Oak, it's me, I'm here again. Ash's huge Steelix uses the top-grade metal coat evolution, and its body looks particularly metallic and textured. I'll borrow the open space in the backyard of your laboratory. Is that so? Okay, take the door card on the table. You came a little early and the staff haven't come yet, go open the door yourself. Oh, okay, I'll go over there. After evolution, the giant Steelix, whose body size increased again, has reached a length of nearly 25 meters. Ash took out a rare candy, IV.50 LV.60. After getting up and washing up BHBJ, he picked up a bread. Professor Oak, you're distracted. Ash put the giant Steelix back into the piquet ball and then stretched out his hand to wave it in front of Professor Oak, who was staring blankly. This Steelix, Professor Oak's mouth twitched slightly with a look of disbelief. It turned out that not long after, Ash had captured another unusually rare Pokémon. When the kid just told him that it was an Onyx, he never thought that it would be such a terrifying size. I caught it yesterday at Maicha Mountain near Pallet Town. At that time, it was still in Onyx form. Ash looked at Professor Oak, who had not yet recovered from the terrifying size of the giant Steelix, and smiled. Miacha Mountain, fighting elite Bruno seems to be training there. Have you met him? He is a very good Pokémon trainer. If he can give you some pointers in the field of fighting Pokémon, you will definitely benefit a lot. At this time in Professor Oak's mind, Ash can only be regarded as a lucky rookie trainer. With good luck and outstanding ability to abduct Pokémon, he has captured a large number of rare and high-level Pokémon. In the field of Pokémon battles, both his actual combat experience and his own command level should be at the rookie stage. If he can get the guidance of fighting elite Bruno, his trainer journey will definitely take fewer detours. Of course, I have seen him. He gave me the opportunity to capture this giant Steelix. Hearing this, King Inbo's face suddenly became a little strange. Bruno is a very easygoing person, but when it comes to Pokémon, especially the right to capture Pokémon, he will never give it up. And this giant Steelix is very abnormal in size. Although the attributes are somewhat inconsistent with his title of Fighting Elite. But among the Kanto Elite Four, there are many main Pokémon whose attributes do not match their titles, so there is nothing to be surprised about. This giant Steelix can definitely be cultivated as a trump card Pokémon. Could it be that Bruno was also fed some kind of magic potion by this kid? Otherwise, there is no reason to give up the right to capture Pokémon. Professor Oak was full of doubts at this time and finally couldn't help his curiosity and asked Ash. This question is very simple. Master Bruno and I agreed to have a Pokémon battle. If I win and he loses, the right to capture the giant Onyx will belong to me. After this, Professor Oak was completely confused. Ash versus fighting elite Bruno, and he won and got the right to capture the giant rock snake. What kind of international joke is this? It's impossible. The gold content of the Kanto Region Elite Four is very high. Even Ash's Ghastly and Charizard can't be Bruno's rival. Could it be that Bruno deliberately wanted him to? Or did he underestimate Ash when facing him? Professor Oak quickly thought about what happened and came up with the most acceptable reason. So, what kind of competition do you play? 1v1s, 3v3, or all-member battle? One-on-one, one Pokémon decides the outcome. Hearing this, Professor Oak breathed a sigh of relief. I see if it was just a one-on-one duel, it is not ruled out that Bruno was careless and lost. After all, in his opinion, as long as Bruno sent out his trump card Pokémon in the battle, he would never lose to Ash. But even so, Ash's fighting power is still somewhat terrifying. In just less than half a year, he has transformed from a traveling rookie trainer to a powerful trainer capable of fighting against the Kanto Elite Four. What a terrifying potential. Looking at the entire Pokémon world, even those champion-level trainers who stand at the top of the Pokémon world's combat power pyramid have to go through a long rookie stage. Ash's talent is obviously more amazing than theirs. He was very happy that such a great genius appeared in Pallet Town. At the same time, he was a little worried when he thought of his grandson Gary, who regarded Ash as a strong rival. Professor Oak, if there is nothing else, I will go back first and come to see you another day. Ash patted Professor Oak with an extremely complicated expression, waved to him, and turned to leave the laboratory. On the way back home, he did not forget to analyze the training ideas of Giant Steelix. Please give flowers. In terms of size alone, there is no need to worry about the destructive power of Giant Steelix's skills, and the extremely high physical defense can also make it fearless of any close combat. The speed defect can be compensated by the skill autotomize learned after evolution. Relatively speaking, the low special defense and life value will be the more obvious defects of Giant Steelix. This defect is more obvious when facing Mega Steelix. Charizard and other highly mobile long-range fire Pokémon will become extremely passive and will definitely be restricted. The defects of the racial attribute are indeed difficult to make up for. Maybe we have to find a solution from the system. Ash thought that he could get the exclusive props suitable for the Giant Steelix from the system store, and a message flashed in his mind. Ding, trigger the task, cultivate the strongest Giant Steelix. Side quest, defeat Crystal Onyx. Complete the task reward, top-grade Crystal Membrane Steelix exclusive prop, attach a layer of rock film to its body surface, greatly improve Steelix's special defense attribute points. 100 W. Oh my, the strongest Giant Steelix cultivation task. The system asked me to capture Crystal Onyx, and I got the top-grade Crystal Membrane through the capture task. Give the Giant Steelix a layer of Crystal Membrane to improve its defense against special attack skills. In the original plot, the body structure of Crystal Onyx is different from that of normal Onyx, and its attribute weaknesses are also different. It is not afraid of water type but fire type, which belongs to an outlier in the Onyx clan. Even after this crystal membrane is applied, fire-type Pokémon are still a great threat to the Giant Steelix. But it can also increase its special defense ability, and the effects of other special attack moves except fire will be greatly reduced. It is still a good way to make up for the shortcomings of the Giant Steelix. At present, it seems that you only need to defeat the Crystal Onyx and complete the task to get the props. At that time, the Giant Steelix will be covered with a layer of crystal film, which can be said to be both strong and beautiful. The system task is so considerate, Ash silently gave a thumbs up to this task reward. Kanto, Saffron City, in a cafe somewhere. Look here, cousin, these are the 8 gym badges I have collected so far. I have obtained the qualification to challenge the Indigo Plateau Conference by myself. You must come to cheer me up when the time comes. Jaya Ozi, my cousin has advised you before that the truly powerful trainers are all travel and experienced trainers. The academy trainers will immediately behave incompatible with society after leaving school. The very few who can succeed are those who do not overly believe in the knowledge theory of the academy. After graduation, they start traveling and verify the knowledge they have learned, and finally become excellent trainers. You didn't believe it before and thought I was annoying. Why do you suddenly change your temper now? Tell me what made you drop out of Pokémon Academy and travel. 530 said with a smile, wearing a black hip skirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and a proud figure with long red hair. Hearing this, the slightly immature face sitting opposite her, wearing a JK uniform, and the lively and beautiful burgundy long-haired girl suddenly showed an angry expression. If Ash were here, he would be extremely surprised. These two people are the eldest lady, Yaodeng Jiaozi, who he defeated at the Pokémon Academy, and Lorelei, one of the Kanto Elite Four. It is not difficult to hear from the conversation between the two girls that they are cousins. Hearing Lorelai's joke, Yaodeng Jiaozi's fair and pretty face was embarrassed. There is a trainer from Pallet Town who has Pikachu as his partner. I once fought him when I was in the academy. Even if I rely on attribute restraint, the Pokémon I train is not his rival at all. Because of that guy, I decided to drop out of school and travel, collect gym badges, and participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. I hope that the guy named Ash will collect 8 gym badges so that I can avenge my previous shame at the Indigo Plateau Conference. I will teach him a lesson severely, retaliate. At that time, I want him to kneel down in front of me and become my servant. I will use him harshly and make him work like a cow and a horse. Listen. Staring at the strange eyes around her, Lorelei stopped the top student who was getting more and more excited. Ash, the boy with a Pikachu, right? It seems that I have to thank him for waking you up. Staying in the academy, the group really wasted your talent. Looking forward to this Indigo Plateau conference. Staring at Bruno, confirming that his expression was not fake, Lorelai's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. I don't think he has the frivolous mind of those perverted old guys and perverted gentlemen. If he is really that kind of passionate young man, such treatment might be really humiliating him. Thinking of this, Lorelai's expression is a little worried. Oh, it seems that I really need to pay more attention to the Indigo Plateau Conference this time. If something really happens, she can also help. This rookie at least helped his cousin to promote the important turning point of Pokémon Trainer, which can be regarded as a great help. I can't just watch my cousin humiliate others in the future. To train Pikachu as the main Pokémon, I think his family should be quite normal, with no background and basically relying on himself. If they really compete, I'm afraid he can't beat the outstanding prodigy from a big family, especially when she decides to travel the outstanding prodigy with more high-quality resources supported by the family. If the other party can really come to the Indigo Plateau Conference, then he will definitely lose to his cousin. Jaya Ozzy, forget it, let's not discourage her enthusiasm for now. How about it, what did you gain in Mayacha Mountain? Did you subdue the giant onyx? It was the protagonist of the Blue Pulcha incident a while ago, the rookie trainer named Ash. Lorelei reacted immediately. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Lorelai's mouth. As an adult, although Lorelei has not experienced those romantic things, she knows a lot of things by osmosis. Lorelei took a sip of coffee and thought secretly in her heart. It's just that taking him as a servant and letting him work like a cow and a horse for you, why does it sound so weird to me? Super ancient dragonite huge tentacruel. Ash, I am more and more interested in you now. For many men, being treated like this by a graceful and lovely lady like Jaya Ozzy is really a punishment. At the same time, I have a strong interest in Ash, the rookie trainer from Pallet Town, who has achieved so many feats in the rookie period. Looking at Lorelei, Bruno sighed. Alas, I was determined to win, but a little devil who came out of nowhere interfered and subdued the giant onyx. Lorelei silently mourned for her cousin in her heart. No wonder I felt an inexplicable familiarity when I heard the name Ash during the day. He was able to defeat the Elite Four head-on within less than half a year of his debut. It seems that his recognition by the ancient dragonite is not just a fluke. Bruno, have you been called back too? Is it possible to snatch the one you like from you? Pokémon, who is the little devil you are talking about? Such shocking news from Bruno. At that time, I can only let my cousin vent her anger first, and when she makes her unreasonable demands, I will come forward to stop her. I hope Ash can hold back when they really meet. What? I shouldn't have an impression of it. Although my cousin's starting point of becoming stronger is a bit weird, it's good to be able to achieve the goal. I lost the right to capture the giant onyx in the battle with his Pokémon. Although I underestimated the enemy, I did lose to him. However, why does the name Ash sound so familiar? Lorelei added with a smile on her face. At night, Lorelei, who was summoned to the Alliance headquarters due to an emergency, met fighting elite Bruno, who was also called over after finishing his training in Mayacha Mountain. Rubbing his temples, Lorelei frowned slightly. However, according to Jaya Ozzy's description, the boy named Ash is a rookie trainer who just started this year. Now he has defeated his Elite Four colleagues. Krabby come out. After returning to Pallet Town, Ash also divided some of his energy after being captured, and was directly teleported back to Professor Oak's laboratory, even to Krabby, who had few opportunities to meet. This also made Krabby gradually get close to Ash. A pair of claws rubbed against Ash's trouser legs, and the remaining crab legs used to circle around Ash, looking full of energy. It's just that the size is a bit difficult to grasp, and it is a whole circle smaller than the normal Krabby. In Professor Oak's laboratory, the difference is not too obvious compared to Gary's well-developed large claws. It must be said that such a small Krabby is also quite rare. Even Professor Oak will use it and Gary's Krabby as a control group for various studies. However, even such a mini Krabby with a weak aura overflowing from the screen actually has very good potential and talent. Although it can't compare with the Pokémon in Ash's team, who often start with superb talents, it also has purple qualifications that meet the public's standards for measuring excellent Pokémon. If it can be cultivated seriously, it is still enough to be the main Pokémon lineup of Gym 17. Of course, it is mainly those gym owners who are barely recognized by the Alliance and can only rank in small cities. First-tier cities such as Saffron City can only be put in the second-team Pokémon lineup at most. Looking at Krabby happily circling around him, Ash squatted down and flicked its crab shell with his fingers, signaling it to be quiet. Then he took out the water item Mystic Water bought from Changpan department store on the way from his pocket. It is not a system product, and the power of water-type moves of Pokémon carrying this item is increased by 20%. It cost him nearly 100,000 Pokémon coins. According to past experience, Ash directly handed the Mystic Water to Krabby. The light blue water droplets quickly merged into Krabby's body. Bang! Then the aura of Krabby rose rapidly. Ash, who possessed Psychic, could naturally sense the movement. Oh my god, the fire-resistant metal coat reduces the opponent's 3 fire skills by nearly 90% of the damage. Mission reward. Fire-resistant metal coat. When carrying a Pokémon in a battle and facing a fire skill attack, the power of the 3 or less fire skills will be reduced by 90%. Pokémon Kingler level increased from IV.33 to IV.38. The system prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Just when Ash was thinking about how to display them more beautifully, the number can be reset in each battle. These giant Pokémon, like the ancient Dragonite, are all Pokémon from the ancient times. The difference is that they have been imprisoned, while the ancient Dragonite has always existed in the world. This thing can be said to be amazing for the improvement of the giant Steelix. This also led to their levels being generally lower than the ancient Dragonite. The gap in strength is even more like the huge gap between the champion level and the main level God Kang. Compared with the mini-sized Krabby Pokémon, which was far inferior to its peers, the evolved Kingler is estimated to be over 1.6 meters tall, which is a little taller than the normal 1.3 meters of its peers. Although the difference is not too obvious, from the visual effect, Kingler seems to be a whole circle taller than the ordinary peers. Ash estimated that Gary's large Krabby would be about the same size as this one after evolution. It is indeed the essence that is concentrated. The humiliation and hardship during the Krabby period is just for the qualitative leap at this moment. After evolution, Ash's Kingler finally got rid of the hat of a mini Pokémon. It is not evolved enough to become a giant in the Pokémon family like Flash Milotic and Shenmue Steelix, but it is also a very well-developed type. Feeling the leap-forward power increase in the body, Kingler happily waved its giant claws of amazing proportions. Come back, Kingler. After letting Kingler celebrate, Ash took it back into the Piquet ball. In the following time, Ash was not idle while waiting for the opening of the Indigo Plateau Conference. The next moment, a strong evolutionary light shone on its body. Krabby had accumulated a lot of experience points and was only one step away from evolution. Without thinking, Ash summoned a giant Steelix covered with a crystal surface and gave it the fire-resistant metal coat. He stared at Krabby with an expectant look on his face. Is it coming? He had been training Krabby very strictly recently, and the speed of his level increase was not slow. This amazing effect is not far behind the invincible golden body that is completely immune to damage. Complete the hidden task. Help the ancient Dragonite meet the companions who are still alive in the world. If the ancient Dragonite is willing, it can basically suppress the 3 ancient Pokémon easily. And after a moment the light dissipated. Ash simply took the 3 imprisoned objects back to his home. This mystic water made Krabby, who was about to upgrade, move from level IV.32 to level IV.33. Assist Sabrina's power to apply a layer of psychic barrier on the 3 imprisoned objects to avoid accidents. He fulfilled his promise to the ancient Dragonite at the Bill Lighthouse. It is also very good to put them at home as a collection. Kingler, whose body size had changed drastically compared to the original, appeared in front of Ash. Ding! Because these 3 ancient Pokémon have been imprisoned for too long, it is difficult to communicate and has an extremely strong desire for destruction. Of course, in order to prevent these imprisoned objects from being left in this ruins and being discovered by Professor White, an archaeologist who came here in the original plot or others, and accidentally releasing all the ancient Pokémon inside, causing an uncontrollable tragedy. It makes up for its biggest and most fatal flaw. He took it to the forest near Pallet Town and found the items of imprisoned Giant Jengar, Giant Alakazam, and Giant Jigglypuff in the ancient Pokémon ruins in the mountains, and summoned them all. After satisfying the ancient Dragonite's need to meet all the companions who are still alive, Ash took them back into various imprisoned objects. Under the sunlight, the huge Steelix, which exudes crystal white light, emerges with flames, and the overall look is more domineering and evil. Putting aside the dangerous ancient Pokémon in Imprison, these 3 Imprison 000 objects are also real rare antiques. The item reward has been stored in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. Outside Pallet Town on the grass, Alakazam Protect. A Pikachu Lightning Surf. A Pika tilde tilde. Stepping on the huge waves, Pikachu with golden sparks all over his body attacked Alakazam at an astonishing speed. Bang. The saffron-colored surf hit the cyan energy barrier hard. Come on, Pikachu. Ash stared at Pikachu with expectation. Misty on the sidelines opened her mouth slightly with a slightly surprised expression. Surf and Volt Tackle can actually form a combination move. Ash's thinking in Pokémon battles can be described as Kristoff's. He can do anything he can't think of, crack. After only 2 seconds of contact, the blue energy barrier in front of Alakazam was already covered with cracks under the attack of Lightning Surf. What a strong penetrating power. It can be said that the power of electric type is used to the extreme. With her beautiful eyes slightly focused, Sabrina once again strengthened her psychic output. The psychic blue light in Alakazam's eyes became stronger, and the cracks on the blue energy barrier began to repair rapidly. As we all know, if you want to break the protect barrier, unless you have a completely crushing power like a mythical beast, only special skills like Feint can succeed. But the combination of Surf and Volt Tackle developed by Ash fully utilizes the thrust of the waves and the penetrating power of the electric power, and it almost achieves the same effect. Lightning Surf, a combination move that sounds like entertainment, can actually be so powerful in practice. Ash's talent as a trainer is really no less than those champion-level beings. Boom! After a loud noise, Pikachu rolled and fell out. The ripples formed by the energy collision spread out in all directions. Alakazam's protect barrier was not penetrated. It also consumed a lot of psychic, and it was panting at the moment. Sabrina's forehead was also covered with sweat. Unfortunately, it seems that we are still a little short of the right temperature. Pikachu, let's keep working hard. Seeing this, Ash shook his head slightly. Combining Surf and Volt Tackle will consume a lot of energy for Pikachu. So this attribute that ignores protects penetration and defense breaking is extremely important to him. In fact, the power of this move is already terrifying. If it was just Alakazam alone, he would definitely not be able to block it. Sabrina looked at Ash and said, claiming to be the strongest Pokémon, he was also the strongest trainer. Mew, I look forward to meeting you. This psychic egg song hopes it won't be too bad. And Ash, as a young trainer who had made a splash in the incident in Lanpolchi City, was naturally included in Mutwo's list and received an invitation from Dragonite. When he completed Sabrina's couple mission, the system rewarded him with a top-quality psychic Pokémon egg. As for this invitation letter that is full of weirdness and is full of strangeness inside and out, they don't have time to pay attention to it. After defecting from Team Rocket, Mutwo was troubled by the meaning of his existence in the Pokémon world as a man-made clone Pokémon that replaced Mew. Ash prepared the most favorite Pokémon food for the already exhausted Pikachu. Opening the invitation, Ash saw that the time was 2 days later, and he immediately understood. It seems that I have to wait for my psychic Pokémon egg to hatch as soon as possible. After listening to Sabrina's words, Ash sighed softly. Of course, there are also Pokémon trainers like Gary, the top-notch kid, who are quite famous but are working hard to defeat Ash at the Indigo Plateau Conference. The 2 days before going to the new island, the good special training was carried out step by step, looking for powerful trainers and inviting them. Looking at Misty, Sabrina, and Pikachu who were looking at him with doubt, he smiled slightly, indicating that they didn't need to worry. Then he was going to release the Forsaken Monkey to practice with the newly evolved Kingler, to see how much Kingler had improved after evolution, and to confirm how the fighting skills of the next world monkey had improved. Alas, it's a pity that the increase in Psychic to Pokémon is mainly reflected in Psychic Pokémon. After receiving the invitation, Ash was overjoyed. He had waited for so long and finally collected all the Mage Evolution Stones for Mutwo. He wanted to take the initiative to go to the new island. But Psychic is her special ability after all, and other trainers would probably not be able to withstand the move just now. The familiar dress and sensitive timing made Ash immediately realize the other party's identity, Mutwo's messenger Dragonite. At the same time, many trainers who received Dragonite invitations were heading to the new island. After handing the invitation to Ash, the messenger Dragonite immediately flapped his wings to the location of the next trainer. Just as he reached for the Pokéball ball on his waist, a Dragonite covering his bag landed in front of Ash, and started a new round of special training for Kingler and Forsaken. About 10 minutes passed. At the same time, he sent Nurse Joy and the messenger Dragonite under his control to search for powerful trainers throughout the Kanto region and attract them to the new island. Although the levels of the Pokémon did not increase, Kingler's combat ability and Forsaken's fighting skills were significantly improved. Just now, at the critical moment when Protect Barrier was about to be broken, she also used Psychic to help Alakazam. The egg is currently stored in Professor Oak's laboratory, which has the most advanced egg hatching equipment. Sitting cross-legged on the wide back of Pidgeot, Ash stared ahead, his eyes full of expectation. As soon as the 2-day deadline arrived, Ash took the two girls straight to the new island and refused Mutewo's invitation. At the same time, not far away in the air, a Dragonite with a small backpack on his back, with dull eyes, was faithfully executing the orders of his special trainer. For this reason, he seized the equipment of Team Rocket on the new island and created many Pokémon that were the same as him. The last system hatched the Prince of the Sea from a water-type egg. For them, the Quartz Hall is everything. The ferry to the new island cannot set sail because of the hurricane rain. Officer Jenny is trying her best to dissuade the trainers who have received invitations disguised as the mysterious Pokémon trainer Mutewo from going to the new island. She also told them that in addition to the various dangers they may encounter on the way, Pokémon cannot be treated in time once they are injured, because Nurse Joy of the Pokémon Center has been missing for a long time. However, the trainers who came here are all going for the so-called strongest trainer in the invitation. Seeing that they are about to arrive at the new island, there is no way to escape Officer Jenny's dissuasion. Whether releasing Pidgeot or sending Gyarados, Walrein can be said to be 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing his magical powers, and chose to force the sea to the new island regardless of Officer Jenny's dissuasion. The title of the strongest trainer is enough to drive them crazy. Misty, Sabrina, let's go too. Pidgeot, the next step is up to you, Ash said to the two girls around him, throwing Pidgeot's Piquet ball. Officer Jenny's persuasion made Misty's expression somewhat hesitant. She always felt that things might not be that simple. And Ash is a very pragmatic trainer. He will never come all the way to this invitation without a beginning or an end just for a mere reputation. Out of trust in Ash, she quickly suppressed her worries. Nodding slightly, she got on Pidgeot behind Ash. Looking at the misty sea in the distance, a psychic light flashed in her eyes. Seemingly aware of something, but at Ash's urging, she teleported to Pidgeot's back. At this time, more and more trainers made up their minds and prepared to go to the new island by various means. There were more and more water Pokémon in the sea, and streams of light passed through soaring in the sky. Look, what a big Pidgeot. At this time, someone exclaimed. Looking closely, it turned out to be a Pidgeot that was nearly twice as big as its peers. With an amazing wingspan, the wide back was still more than enough to carry several people. In contrast, the other Pidgeot in Sea Sky was a little overwhelmed to carry only one person through the thunderstorm. The gap between the two sides was obvious at a glance. Of course, the size was not the most shocking thing for the trainers on the scene, but what surprised them the most was a Pidgeot of this size should be very slow, not to mention that it was carrying 3 trainers. However, in fact, BHBF, the speed of the Pidgeot not only did not decrease, but was much higher than the normal Pidgeot's limit flying speed. The speed difference is really visible to the naked eye. This is absolutely a scene that cannot be explained by common sense. These trainers have already questioned their status as the strongest trainers before they even arrived at the new island. Can I train such a perverted Pidgeot? Ignoring the shocked trainers below, Ash and the other 2 rode Pidgeot to quickly pass through the hurricane rain area and easily arrived at the new island. Landing at the dock of the new island, Sabrina removed the psychic barrier. Sabrina, your psychic is too useful. Flying in this rainstorm is actually not stressful at all. After passing the hurricane rain safely, Xiaolu was relieved. Look, someone is here to pick us up. If the moment of danger really comes, he must first put Mutewo into the top-quality Master Ball, even if he may be attacked in the future. Maybe it is possible to help him find the first-level god who has always been elusive. Otherwise, if his own safety cannot be guaranteed, no matter how generous the task reward is, Ash will not take the risk. Ding. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Ash's mind, officially triggering the task related to the new island. Not caring about what these people think, Ash turned his eyes to the foggy soaring in the sky. You can even get items related to the first-level god. Of course, it is mainly because Ash has enough confidence in Mutewo's intimacy. You should know that props that can be related to the first-level god can be called mega rare. On the way, Misty approached Ash and whispered. Soon they found where Ash was. The task reward is quite generous. Not only can you get the intimacy of the ancient beast Mew, but also a generous point reward. Besides, such a generous reward must be won. The power of the tiers of genuine Pokémon is really mysterious in his opinion, involving idealistic settings. Mew himself does not like fighting, and with the special props that the system space has prepared for a long time to improve Pokémon intimacy, the possibility of completing the task is still very high. At Ash's signal, everyone saw a woman covered in a black robe walking towards them, claiming to be the one to greet them and leading the three to the interior of the new island. In the original plot, Ash used his body to resist the skills of Mutwo and Mew and survived the disaster. In his opinion, the danger of replicating it is too high. Of course, if possible, he would rather save this precious Master Ball. This is Nurse Joy so familiar, as if it can detect layers of fog and obstacles. After all, he is a living person now. He can't be sure that he can turn into a stone statue instead of turning into ashes directly after being hit this time. At the same time, in the sea area outside the new island sky, a pink energy barrier was propped up around the body, and Mew, who looked petite and cute like a hairless pink cat, was flying towards the new island. As the saying goes, there is a future only if you are alive. He can't put everything on the illusory protagonist Halo. At the same time, other Pokémon trainers who showed their magical powers finally arrived at the new island through the hurricane rain. Of course, the task was not easy to complete. Fortunately, when Ash challenged the Takiwa gym, he had already obtained half of Mutwo's intimacy. Misty, who received the signal, immediately shut up and followed Ash. Fortunately, the ground research pond of the castle on Kitchen Island is no longer there. Trigger the task, perfectly solve the new island incident and stop the battle between Mutwo and Mew. Ash secretly complained in his heart, but did not point it out directly, just shook his head slightly at Misty. Ash, why do I feel that this person's back is a little familiar? After all, the shock that Pidgeot brought to them before has not faded. Task completion reward. Mew intimacy increased by 20%, any first-level god object, 100 W points. Without Nurse Joy to lead the way, they can only explore and move forward. The moment they saw Ash, their hearts trembled and they all regarded him as the biggest rival of this banquet. A group of trainers followed the black-robed Joy to the hall of the new island castle. A humanoid stood high on the stage in the distance, looking down at the Pokémon trainers below. When his eyes fell on Ash, he paused for a moment, and the brilliance in his eyes was quickly hidden. My name is Mutwo, the strongest Pokémon and also the strongest Pokémon trainer. Humans are just despicable and tiny bugs, unworthy of being the rulers of this world. Welcome to my Pokémon world. Witness me become the strongest to overthrow human rule. The trainers at the scene were naturally uncomfortable with Mutwo's shocking remarks. Pokémon is Pokémon and human trainers are trainers. It is the right way for both to perform their duties. Gyarados Hyper Beam. While scolding Mutwo, there were also trainers who couldn't wait to teach Mutwo a lesson. After all, it was too arrogant for a Pokémon to say that. Roar tilde tilde. Accompanied by a roar, Gyarados quickly accumulated a golden energy beam in his mouth and fiercely blasted Mutwo above. Mutwo just stood there quietly, his eyes flashing blue light. A barrier was deployed in front of it. It easily blocked the hyper beam and bounced it back, directly hitting Gyarados, who had just launched the attack. Gyarados endured the full force of his own attack, and his body tilted and almost lost his combat ability. However, this was the result of Mutwo hold back. If it increases its strength a little, this Gyarados will definitely lose its combat ability directly. Although Mutwo is an artificial Pokémon based on Mew, when developing it, the scientists of Team Rocket chose to abandon the special and plastic nature of Mew's gene and extend it to pure destructive power. This also makes Mutwo's destructive power even stronger than Mew, which is a real beast. It's not shameful to be unable to withstand the attack of a beast. What? The trainers present, except Ash and Sabrina, were all shocked by Mutwo's light rebound skill. If they just took the job and dodged it, it would be fine, but this easily bounced back Gyarados' ultimate move, which has touched their blind spots in knowledge. What a powerful Pokémon. It uses Psychic to an incredible degree. Staring at Mutwo, Sabrina frowned. When the cloning project was launched, she had heard about it. But not long after, she chose to return to the Saffron Gym because she couldn't control her own psychic and might cause a rampage. So she had never seen Mutwo and didn't know about the research related to Mew in Team Rocket. Mutwo made a slight move and shocked all the trainers present. How powerful is this mysterious Pokémon who claims to be the strongest Pokémon and trainer? At this moment, everyone was confused. It is indeed an uneducated bug, just as rude as its trainer. If changes are made rashly, not only humans, but also most Pokémon who have formed partnerships with humans will not get used to it. Do you think you are qualified to represent the entire Pokémon tribe and be the enemy of humans? At this moment, he learned that he was a replica of Mew, and the days of grievances that were distorted by Zhen's hands. However, Mutwo today is not the baby mentality that knew nothing when he was just born. This made Mutwo begin to question the meaning of his existence and quickly embarked on an ignorant and arrogant extreme path. His mind kept flashing back to his experience in Team Rocket, and Giovanni's words that defined Pokémon as tools were still very harsh. With Mutwo's intimacy as high as 50%, Ash decisively began to talk nonsense. Mutwo quickly smelling salts came over, and the powerful pressure of the mythical beast was released from his body again. Point 0. Pikachu tilde tilde. Seeing this, Ash immediately prepared to take out the intimacy props and directly increase the intimacy between Mutwo and himself. Sure enough, this world still has to be ruled by Pokémon. How can such a small and weak human be capable of ruling the whole world? Mutwo, who listened patiently, would definitely gain something. Mutwo, you have to understand that no matter how they are born, their lives are a kind of meaning to the whole world. The meaning of the existence of each person or Pokémon needs to be found by themselves. In my opinion, Pokémon and Trainer have always been interdependent, not one party oppressing the other. Whether Trainer oppresses Pokémon or Pokémon attacks Trainer, it is just individual behavior, and there is no need to rise to the entire tribe. Is it through self-shaping, self-achievement, and achieving excellence, so as to obtain the meaning of existence in the world? Mutwo, I don't agree with your ideas. It felt that the current Pokémon had long been accustomed to a new world where humans trust each other and make progress together. The relationship between human trainers and Pokémon, no matter how you say it, is just a one-sided whitewash. At this time, Pikachu, who disagreed with Mutwo's point of view, jumped out decisively to refute and tried to persuade Mutwo to give up the idea of ruling the world. You are just a Pokémon captured by humans. How can you tell me that you have already sided with humans? You can even choose to follow Trainer, see all kinds of things in the world, or embark on the road of pursuing the title of the strongest Pokémon. Dominate the world, let Pokémon rule humans. This method can be to live in a corner or to dominate the Pokémon tribe. Ash knew that it was time for him to stand up. Is living in the world the meaning of existence? Mutwo's tone was neither salty nor bland, with a strong hide-key field that was hard to refuse. Even if you question the meaninglessness of your own existence, you can achieve excellence through self-shaping and self-achievement, and thus gain the meaning of existence in the world. Today's Mutwo can be said to have full middle school attributes, which is definitely its Black History moment. As Mutwo said this, the psychic blue light in his eyes became stronger. He brought all the great truths he had read in the books of his previous life, and it was the most suitable existentialism for Mutwo. A trace of confusion flashed in Mutwo's eyes. In essence, it is still an alternative slave relationship that binds Pokémon through Piquet balls. Looking at Mutwo, whose eyes gradually became firm, Ash sighed helplessly. Sure enough, there was still a big gap between his ability to talk and that of the villagers. Even with a 50% intimacy bonus, he still couldn't convince Mutwo, who was in the rebellious stage of youth. As for the intimacy-enhancing props, if you want to use them, you have to make Mutwo calm down first. Fortunately, he was just planning to give it a try and didn't put all his hopes on persuasion. If persuasion really worked, there wouldn't be so many disputes in this world. Use the same Pokémon to defeat the three of them, and I will temporarily give up the idea of ruling the world. Of course, if you lose, the Pokémon in your hands will be conquered by me, and become our members like this group of replicas, 860. As he said, Mutwo waved his right hand. Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur, three Pokémon with black lines on their bodies and other features like normal Pokémon, appeared in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, the entire hall quickly transformed into a battlefield. Since, for example, Mutwo, let me go first. It's a 3v3 battle, but I have to say that except Charizard, my other two Pokémon have not evolved to their final forms. But it doesn't matter. Since you think humans are weak and mean, let me change your mind. I'll let you know what trainer means to Pokémon. Just when other trainers were about to release Pokémon to fight and teach Mutwo, who was arrogant, ignorant, and even wanted to be the strongest trainer and rule the world, a lesson. Ash stepped forward decisively and proposed loudly. He knew clearly in the original plot that these copies might be stronger than the original copies. This can also be seen in Mutwo and Mew. If the original Pokémon that was copied fights against it, I believe it will be defeated soon. At that time, Mutwo will snatch their Pokémon to copy more Pokémon. It is likely to affect his task score. For the rich task rewards, Ash had no choice but to take action. Ding! Triggers the story challenge mission. Defeat Mutwo's 3 Pokémon of role-play trainer. Mission reward, level up any Pokémon by 5 points. 50 W. I should have never seen Ash. For some reason, he had a good impression of this human boy who seemed to have just met for the first time, as if he was an old friend normal who he hadn't seen for many years. Blastoise fell forward without any defense, and the water gun skill always targets the joints, it's so accurate. Forget it, you can't beat me. After hearing this, the replica Blastoise looked at Mutwo behind him, his eyes slightly stunned. While Blastoise was thinking about how to let go, Ash also summoned Wartortle directly, relying on amazing speed and Blastoise's water-based tricks that were not inferior to Blastoise's. He caught Blastoise off guard. In reality, humans and Pokémon Play Nice's cases are numerous. I will use this battle to wake you up. Ash shook his head and continued to challenge Mutwo. The enhanced replica, if replaced by a trainer, will most likely lose, but his Pokémon is different. They either carry the best props produced by the system, or have used various secret medicines to increase combat power, and their combat power is not weak at all. In short, they are absolutely powerful among the same Pokémon. Ah, is he going to fight alone, or some Pokémon of the same Pokémon with a lower evolution level? Crazy, isn't this a sure loss? At this time, except for Misty, Sabrina who knows about the terrifying combat power of Ash's Pokémon. The other trainers at the scene showed surprised expressions when they saw Ash challenge Mutwo one after another. That's Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise. The final form of the three major Pokémon in the Kanto region. How can you defeat them with Pokémon that has not yet evolved to the final form? With such a luxurious Pokémon lineup, it is not difficult to enter the top 16 of the Quartz tournament. He fell heavily on the ground, looking very embarrassed, 3.7. Wouldn't it be better to accept Mutwo's suggestion and only choose the same Pokémon to challenge? He kept giving orders to Wartortle through telepathy, not giving Mutwo any time to judge. You challenge 3 Pokémon. It seems that he has to think about how to let go. A strong force was applied to its knee joint. Mutwo's mind was somewhat confused. The relationship between the boy opposite and his master is not normal. Although Mutwo's psychic was terrifying, it was not used very skillfully, mostly some hard and reckless attacks. But no matter what, subconsciously he didn't want Ash, who gave him a familiar and friendly feeling, to be hurt. As he said that, he waved his hand and sent out his first Pokémon Blastoise No. 1 replica. Seeing Ash's determination to challenge, Mutwo's eyes flickered and he nodded. Let me see where your confidence comes from. Next, Ash's eyes lit up with psychic blue light. Looking at Ash, Mutwo's eyes were somewhat strange. Nothing is impossible. Today I will change your bad impression of humans. However, it was not long since it was born in this world, and most of the time it was working for Giovanni in Team Rocket. Bang! At the same time, I don't know what Mutwo was communicating with Blastoise through psychic. Okay, I accept your challenge. Boom! To be honest, Ash was familiar with almost none of the so-called famous trainers that Mutwo found. And although their Pokémon were relatively rare, they were not of high quality at all. This Squirtle is so fast. Underestimating the enemy, coupled with the Wartortle who launched a fierce attack like a tide under Ash's command, Blastoise was defeated before it lasted too long. So the copies of Mutwo aren't that powerful. They're basically all purple level talents, defeat but cannot hurt Ash, but how to explain this faint sense of closeness to Ash? Psychic. This boy can also use Psychic. In the distance, Mutwo, whose own copy Blastoise was defeated, was not depressed. On the contrary, he showed a trace of curiosity and thinking. Did Wartortle actually defeat Blastoise? The many trainers watching the battle were also shocked. They didn't expect Ash's Wartortle to win so easily. In fact, by commanding Wartortle, who was at a lower level and had not even evolved to the final form, to defeat Blastoise, Ash had proved to Mutwo with his actions the importance of trainers to Pokémon. It further proves that humans are not useless. This also makes the battle between the next copy Charizard, Venusaur, and Ash Pokémon. It is basically just a formality for Mutwo. He has successfully reversed the stereotype of humans in his mind with his outstanding performance. It can only be said that humans are able to promote the concept of trainer and quickly spread it to become the mainstream of the world, which is not without merit. It's a pity that their behavior is too bad. Mutwo thought so in his heart and calmly watched the battle between Bulbasaur and Venusaur in the field. Ding! Story Challenge Mission. Defeat the 3 Pokémon of Mutwo, the role-play trainer completed. Mission reward: any Pokémon level is increased by 5 levels points, 50W. The current random Pokémon is Aerodactyl. Pokémon Aerodactyl's level is increased from LV.61 to IV.66. After defeating Mutwo's 3 Pokémon copies in succession, Ash successfully completed the 3-ring mission and obtained all mission rewards. The Aerodactyl level was greatly increased, and the points balance reached 214W. This reward is not too generous. Aerodactyl directly increased from IV.61 to IV.66. If it were other elite-level trainers, it would be impossible to do it without 3 to 5 months. What's more, Aerodactyl rarely has the opportunity to exercise, while Ash was very happy about the mission reward. The Pokémon trainers on the sidelines were already stunned. If Wartortle defeated Blastoise at first, there was still a possibility that Blastoise underestimated the enemy. Then Ash Charizard's almost overwhelming victory and Bulbasaur's victory by playing with Venusaur with amazing speed were all solid wins based on combat power. Such outstanding combat power is naturally inseparable from Ash's careful breeding and excellent command in the battle. Great Ash. Misty also cast a fangirl look at him. She might be worried about fighting Mutwo in this battle, because if it was an ordinary Pokémon, it would definitely not be Ash's rival. As for Sabrina, she stared at Mutwo closely. Psychic Pokémon's attacks have always been extremely difficult to guard against, and she was also afraid that Mutwo would suddenly attack Ash. Pawpaw. At this time, Mutwo was used and applause came from there. It recovered all 3 Pokémon replicas that had lost their combat capabilities, and looked at Ash with admiration in its eyes. I admit that although your human trainers are generally incompetent, there are also some excellent ones. Young man, you have proved the value of trainers to me. Now I really want to hear how you understand the so-called friendship and bond between Pokémon and humans. In my opinions, this is just a spiritual bond imposed by trainers on Pokémon, in order to enslave and exploit Pokémon in disguise. To put it bluntly, the so-called friendship and bond are nothing more than a rhetoric formed by you humans to deceive Pokémon. Everything is still something made up by humans to satisfy their own interests. Born in Team Rocket, Mutwo, who had just defected, has been completely polluted by Team Rocket and is extremely extreme. It feels like the world is wrong and it is the only one who is awake. Although it sounds very strong, Ash still patiently explains to Mutwo, Mutwo, you are wrong. It's just because you have been exposed to too many dark sides of humans, and the things you have encountered have affected your judgment. Everything has 2 sides. The Pokémon world has never lacked the existence of truth, goodness, and beauty. There are no shortage of trainers willing to sacrifice their lives for their Pokémon, and Pokémon treats humans the same way. Blinded by hatred, you are confused and obviously have no patience to feel and experience the beautiful things in the world. There are too many Pokémon in Ash's team who are willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Pikachu, Charizard, Bulbasaur, Milotic, etc. Ash has devoted countless efforts to them, and Pokémon will also remember the kindness he has shown them in their hearts. When Ash encounters danger, he will definitely stand up. Pokémon sacrifice their lives for humans, I have seen it too. But humans sacrifice for Pokémon, Mutwo did not continue to speak, and the word was enough to show its thoughts and attitude. Mutwo, actually. Enough if you want to prove to me that human trainers are not as bad as I saw before. 987 is cowardly. I have a way this Pikachu is your Earl Dervish Pokémon partner. I can see that it likes you very much. Next I will use a skill. As long as it hits, one of you and Pikachu will definitely die. Then let me see your choice. Let your partner Pikachu bear it, or let you, the trainer, bear my fatal attack. After the voice fell, the whole audience fell into a strange silence. Mutwo directly interrupted Ash, who was still trying to talk to it, with a slightly playful look in his eyes. In its view, cunning human trainers usually say nice things, but if they really encounter a life-and-death crisis, they will definitely let their Pokémon take the lead without hesitation. Even if Ash, who gave it a strange sense of intimacy, it did not believe that Ash would make sacrifices when it came to life safety. Only the weak and stupid Pokémon will be deceived by humans' sweet words and even be willing to sacrifice for humans out of self-indulgent desire. Such Pokémon are also regarded as shame by Mutwo. It must be said that it is extremely dangerous for Mutwo, whose mind is as pure as a blank sheet of paper and has the power to destroy the world, to be born in Team Rocket. Mutwo's words made the scene fall into silence. All the trainers present broke out in cold sweat, including Misty, who was full of confidence in Ash. No one expected Mutwo to be so aggressive. Some people were also thinking about how they would face this dilemma if they were in his place. Mutwo's attitude at this moment was very simple. Well, since you Ash insist that there is true friendship between human trainers and Pokémon, there is still true friendship between Pokémon and trainers in this world. Then prove it to me. It's very simple. Let me see if you are willing to block this fatal blow for Pikachu. If you are willing, you will pay the price of your life. If you are not willing, it proves that what you said just now was a lie. Humans are indeed hypocritical and inferior guys. The relationship between Pokémon and human trainers is indeed due to the appearance of Pokéball. This thing is a shackle for Pokémon and a product of the unequal relationship between the two sides. The essence is still the enslavement of Pokémon by humans. Use your life to prove to me it's a complete conspiracy. Everyone's face changed drastically. All eyes fell on Ash. Is he curious about how he will deal with such a conspiracy? Choose to save himself, or give up his life and prove to that Pokémon on Power Trip the noble character of human trainers and use his own life to save the lives of Pokémon? But I know it. Misty's lips moved slightly, her expression was hesitant, and she wanted to persuade Ash to give up proving to Mutwo. However, she also knew that Ash had to make his own statement on this matter and looked up at Ash, who was confronting Mutwo in the field. Aside, Sabrina's eyes lit up with a psychic blue light, and her expression was solemn as she watched Mutwo's every move. Hope to save Ash the moment Mutwo took action. Ash frowned slightly when he was swept by Mutwo's contemptuous eyes. He kept calculating the chance of defeating Mutwo in his heart. It was a pity that even Zapdos, which he regarded as his trump card, had little resistance. Perhaps even it would be captured by Mutwo and Copid. It seems that I can only use the Master Ball. Ash sighed slightly in his heart. He did not want to use the Master Ball unless it was absolutely necessary. Although he could force Mutwo into the ball, the next time he released it, Mutwo would definitely counterattack more fiercely. He did not want this top-quality Master Ball to be used only to deal with Mutwo's imprisoned device. But now he has tried his best to dissuade Mutwo, but it is a pity that it has been too deeply poisoned by Team Rocket's spirit and has formed a mental imprint of human evil. Thinking of this, Ash took out the top-quality Master Ball that he had prepared long ago from his pocket. Just when I was about to capture it, ding, the host being tested is in a critical moment. Do you choose to solve the problem through system props? The price: deduct 1 million points, and the probability of encountering rare wild Pokémon is reduced by 20%, limited to 1 month. Yes, I choose to solve the problem through system props. After a pause, Ash decisively replied in his heart. No matter what, he doesn't want to be a one-ball Superman, because that will definitely be regarded as an enemy by Mutwo. The intimacy increased through gym tasks will also decrease sharply. The system's reminder at this moment is timely. The agreement is passed, deduct 1 million points, and Pokémon encounters debuffs for a limited time. Obtain Psychic Origin Slate immune to all psychic skill attacks, half an hour experience card. As soon as the system finished speaking, a strong psychic fluctuation suddenly emerged from Ash's body. At the cost of its life, he and Pikachu will be fine. Mutwo's playful eyes fell on Ash and Pikachu. If you can only choose one, it must be me. Pikachu tilde. Recalling the good times it had with Ash, Pikachu stood in front of Ash without hesitation and shouted at Mutwo, forcing Mutwo to attack as soon as possible to end this boring temptation. The power of the god of creation Arceus is still too much for Mutwo. At this moment, Mutwo can't even detect the power of the Origin Slate on Ash. You can also truly get Mutwo's recognition and then cooperate with the intimacy props in the system space to make Mutwo your Pokémon partner. It wanted to fight for Ash and die for Ash. It didn't want to see Ash die under Mutwo's attack. The superpowered slate that belongs to the creator Arceus, the supreme power source item of this world. Besides, Ash still has Pokémon friends without it. Resist a fatal attack from Mutwo easily. If it loses Ash, everyone will lose their precious trainer friends. But this power is not noticeable to anyone except Ash, not even Sabrina or Mutwo. The rewards are staggering, but the risks are equally terrifying. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Ash has been silently taking care of them all along, improving their strength at all costs, and now it is its turn to pay. Seeing Pikachu standing in front of him, Ash felt warm in his heart. For Ash, this test is more of a gamble with all his life. But this time, neither he nor Pikachu will die. Pika tilde. Looking forward to seeing the friendship between these once close partners break down and even turn against each other. Have you made up your mind? Let the power of the Origin Slate wrap the whole body, which can invalidate Mutwo's strongest psychic attack. As long as you treat them well, they will also give you everything unconditionally. Such a simple and beautiful two-way relationship. However, what it didn't expect was that Pikachu and Ash took a step forward in no particular order. Fighting is its job as a Pokémon, Pika tilde. Pikachu looked at Ash with a firm gaze, and his tone was full of dissuasion. Sure enough, Pokémon are the cutest creatures in this world. It is even more unwilling to let Ash stand in front of it to resist the attack. However, it is not scary at all because the situation is under Ash's control. He will win this gamble by paying 1 million points and a month's chance of encountering Pokémon. Ash's mouth curled up, and he began to communicate the power of the psychic origin slate borrowed from the system. Both the man and the pet chose to take the initiative to bear Mutewo's fatal move without hesitation. Relying on the origin slate as a trump card, just express your true feelings. Thank you, Pikachu. Pika tilde tilde. Pikachu thought Ash had given up blocking the bullet for it, and turned around and called out to him excitedly and reluctantly. It will no longer be Ash's Pokémon in the future, and I just hope Ash can think of it occasionally. Mew tilde tilde. Mew, who had been hiding in the dark and observing, saw this scene and shook his head imperceptibly. Misty was relieved, although she felt sorry for Pikachu. But when Ash made the decision, she admitted that she was indeed relieved. Please forgive my selfishness, Pikachu. Putting his hands together, Ziode's eyes were slightly moist. Pikachu Ash, if she had to choose, she would only sacrifice her life for Ash to block Mutewo's attack. Pikachu's fearlessness and firm will made Mutewo feel strongly disgusted with Ash, who he had a very good impression of. Its guess was right. Whenever faced with a real life-or-death decision, Trainer would always choose to save himself and sacrifice his so-called Pokémon partner with whom he had a deep friendship. This is by no means a beautiful partnership 147, but a one-sided enslavement of Pokémon by humans. Looking at Pikachu, who opened his arms and stood firmly in front of Ash with his small body, Mutewo's eyes flashed with pity. It seems to be two different choices, but in fact, Pikachu's death was already destined. This poor guy in the end still thought that he died for Ash and died a worthy death. Poor Pokémon must have something hateful. Then close your eyes and welcome the last moment of life. Poor Pikachu brainwashed by humans. Thinking so in his heart, Mutewo raised his hand and shot out a psychic beam containing terrifying power. Attacked directly at the Pikachu in front of Ash. Sure enough, did Mutewo win this game? They fully understand Ash's choice. It would be difficult for them to sacrifice their lives for Pokémon. Sabrina's psychic blue light in her eyes became stronger. But just when she was about to save Pikachu, Mutewo's cold eyes swept over, and the powerful psychic immediately suppressed her and made her unable to move. Don't act rashly. I've noticed you a long time ago, a human who is much more powerful than Ash Psychic. Mutewo's coercive voice sounded in Sabrina's mind. At this moment, Ash's retreat seemed to have been cut off, and Pikachu would be in a complete dead end. Come back, Pikachu. At this moment, Ash decisively took out the Pikachu Piquet ball that had never been used since he left Professor Oak's laboratory and embarked on a journey, and was forgotten by everyone. Without hesitation, he took Pikachu back to the Piquet ball and faced the terrifying psychic wave that was pouring down. At this moment, the whole place was deadly silent. Ash. Then Misty's heart-wrenching cry sounded. She subconsciously wanted to rush to Ash. She was extremely regretful for blocking Mutewo's fatal blow for him. She should have thought that Ash, who regarded Pokémon partners as important as his life, would not sit idly by and watch Pikachu sacrifice his life for him. She should have thought that Ash was never a coward who sacrificed Pokémon partners. At this time, Misty had already burst into tears and almost cried. At the same time, many trainers who were invited to the new island by Mutewo and witnessed Ash taking back Pikachu also fell silent, their eyes full of disbelief and surprise. Put yourself in Ash's shoes. Can they do what Ash did? It is obviously impossible. In their hearts, no matter how good Pokémon is, it is just a partner, and it is definitely not enough for them to pay the price of their precious lives. This was really the most unexpected thing for him. Then what about his own psychic origin slate? The disgust caused by Ash's misunderstanding that he chose to let Pikachu die for him just now turned into a stronger goodwill. Meow tilde tilde. It was Mew who had been hiding in the dark and watching for a long time. As Ash said, he was deceived because he was in Team Rocket. In fact, there are truly beautiful and kind people in this world. It couldn't wait to save Ash. There was no joy of surviving a disaster, but a slightly strange expression. The relationship between Ash and Pikachu has helped both of them overcome their fear of death. Both women wanted to block Mutewo's fatal attack for Ash. Block Mutewo's fatal attack for Ash. A human like Ash who is willing to sacrifice his life for Pokémon. It was also deeply shocked by the scene at this moment. Pikachu, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, felt a strong suction force and returned to the Piquet ball space that he once disliked the most. Pikachu tilde tilde. Immediately realized what Ash had done, and his heart ached violently. He tried desperately to break free from the Piquet ball and return to the outside world. So it stepped forward to block Mutewo's attack. If I can have a trainer who can trust his life to me, I might be able to find the meaning of existence. Ash actually has the determination to sacrifice his life for Pikachu. The psychic beam with a strong destructive aura was only a few meters away from Ash. Thinking in his heart, Mutwo planned to teleport in front of Ash and block this terrifying psychic beam for him. The despicable scenes he experienced in Team Rocket were now replaced by Ash taking Pikachu back to the Pokeball and facing death. An excellent trainer who loves Pokémon so much should never die in such an unclear way. Ash's choice to take Pikachu back to the Pokeball and face death at the critical moment of life and death won its recognition. Mutwo's eyes flickered, and he was thinking a lot, and he quickly reconciled with his past self. On the other side, Mutwo's eyes also flashed with shock, but one of them couldn't catch up at all and the other was suppressed by Mutwo's psychic. Swoosh tilde tilde. At the same time, a pink cat-like Pokémon suddenly appeared in front of Ash, holding up a barrier to block this terrifying attack for Ash. I didn't expect that Mew, a mythical beast with a full fun attribute, would show up to save him. As for Ash standing behind Mew, he was also confused at this moment. Friendship and bond are not one-sided sacrifices of Pokémon. However, at this time, Ash also arranged a layer of psychic barrier outside the Pokeball. Obviously, he also predicted Pikachu's idea. Hey system, can the origin slate be recovered? Or save it for me this time? As a prop for dealing with emergencies, no. Ash's expression became visibly heavy tilde, F *** K. 1 million points just fell into the water. In the original plot, Mew didn't favor him right away. Just as he was regretting wasting a trump card, Misty, whose eyes were wide open and tears were falling like a pearl, saw this scene in the distance and quickly recovered from the heart-wrenching contest condition before. The beautiful face with tears still on it showed a smile, and although it looked a little embarrassed, it had an extremely warm beauty. Great, Ash is fine, she didn't lose the most important person to her. At the same time, Sabrina also turned her extremely cold eyes away from Mutwo. Although she was still expressionless, she subconsciously let out a long sigh and betrayed her heart. Both girls have reached the maximum intimacy with Ash. Even Sabrina, who is usually not good at expressing herself, regards Ash as a person who is more important than her life. Pika tilde tilde. After surviving the disaster, Ash lifted the psychic barrier that blocked Pikachu Pokeball. Pikachu, who broke free from the Pokeball, threw himself into Ash's arms and refused to leave. Pika tilde tilde. Pikachu rubbed Ash's arm with its little head and kept complaining about why he had put it back into the Pokeball just now. It should have been it that took the fatal blow from Mutwo. Pikachu, who originally hated Pokeball, was even more resistant to entering the Pokeball after this incident. After seeing Ash's fearlessness in the face of Mutwo, the other trainers who were also invited here all admired him very much and felt sorry for him for surviving. After saving Ash, Mew immediately turned his attention to his replica Mutwo. Mew already had a certain affection for humans and had just witnessed the precious friendship between Ash and Pikachu. It did not try to communicate with Mutwo first as in the original plot, but planned to beat the replica in front of it first and make it obedient. Mew recognized that humans and Pokémon should form a partnership to help each other, and Mutwo's idea of trying to wipe out all humans and rule the world was naturally extremely dangerous to it. Similarly, although Mutwo also reached a reconciliation with itself, it did not look happy, whether out of the dignity of a mythical beast or the grudge against the original who created its genes. Seeing that Mew seemed to want to compete with itself, it seemed even more eager to try. Mutwo meaning to surpass Mew. Defeating Mew at this moment just proves the value of its name. Stop fighting. Mutwo Mews, no matter why you were born, you are unique in the Pokémon world. There is no need to argue about who is better, and who makes you think that the other party must be an enemy. Mutwo, take your name for example. Surpassing Mew is the expectation given to you by the Rocket team you created. And are you sure you want to live your life according to the Rocket team's plan? This is a meaningless battle. If you just want to vent your emotions, why not come at me? As he said, Ash Teleport appeared between the confronting Mutwo and Mew, and the unexpired origin slate in his body was ready to be fully activated at any time. Although Mutwo and Mew both have a good impression of him. But it's better to be careful. If the two Pokémons decide to avoid him and fight, the aftermath of the two God-level Pokémons fighting each other will be enough to make him suffer. Seeing Ash, who finally saved his life, start to dance on the edge of the knife again, all the trainers' eyelids twitched. Misty and Sabrina also looked worried. Since the new island incident has reached a critical moment, the purpose of stopping Mutwo from copying more Pokémon has been achieved. Next, we only need to stop the two beasts who want to fight. While the psychic origin slate is still effective, we can try to pass the task. It is true that taming Mutwo is a big deal, but he is also very jealous of the reward given by the task. Mew tilde tilde. Oh, please give me flowers. Mew shouted at Ash in confusion. That replica just wanted your life. Do you really want to help it? It was communicating with Ash through telepathy. Obviously, it couldn't understand Ash's way of repaying evil with kindness. Ash shook his head. I don't think Mutuo meant to kill me just now. Mutuo is actually a tsundere, he just refused to admit the crime. Ash, who was about to attack and was about to activate the psychic origin slate, clearly noticed Mutuo's intention to save him. The decisive expression at that moment was obviously not fake. Point zero. With Mew's simple and flawless mind, he obviously couldn't understand what Ash meant by this. If he hadn't taken action just now, Ash would have died here directly. Confused, Mew looked at Mutuo. He found that it was like a primary school student whose secrets were exposed, and his expression was obviously a little bit tense. Now, Mew's hostility towards Mutuo was also relieved a lot. Could it be that, as Ash said, Mutuo had no intention of killing him from the beginning? It can only be said that Ash, who has a veteran tsundere girlfriend, is very good at handling Mutuo, who has the same tsundere personality. Straight attack, let's see if it can continue to be stubborn. Ash's eyes are cast on Mutuo again. Is what I said okay, Mutuo? Mutuo's expression seemed a little broken after his secret was exposed and asked in public. If it knew how to learn from humans to ease the awkward situation by drilling through the cracks in the ground, it might have slipped away at this moment. After hesitating for a moment, Mutuo still nodded. After all, the self-esteem of the mythical beast is here. It is not like those hypocritical humans who say what they think in their hearts. When it first met Ash, it felt an indescribable intimacy with him. This goodwill became stronger and stronger after seeing Ash willing to sacrifice his life for Pikachu. Look, Mew, we both have psychic. I can sense that Mutuo has no hostility towards me. Let's just end this. Besides, no one has suffered any loss. Let's just treat it as a beautiful misunderstanding. So far, the only ones who have been hurt in the New Island incident are the final form of the replica of the Go Pokémon. They were beaten by the Pokémon commanded by Ash. They were very measured in their actions. At most, the injuries can be healed by lying in the Pokémon Center for an hour. It can be said that the incident can end perfectly here. Mutuo looked at Ash first, then looked at Mew. Both nodded to each other. I won't fight you today for Ash's sake. I will definitely prove that I am stronger than you next time we meet. From today on, I am just 133 Mutuo, not your copy. Mutuo was still very tough. Meow tilde tilde Pokémon Mew laughed nonchalantly and then patted Mutuo's butt with a clear taunt meaning. As a genuine Pokémon, it didn't take the challenge of a copy seriously. Even if it lost, it would become another Pokémon and find a trainer to shoot basketball like Mutuo. In the current situation, Xuan Meng subconsciously regarded Ash as Mutuo's trainer. Thinking so in his heart, Mew ignored Mutuo, who had a fierce look in his eyes and wanted to fight with him, and turned into a pink streamer across the sky. After Mew, the street urchin, left, he looked at the Pokémon and human trainers around him, thinking that it would be better to keep this matter secret. Mutuo immediately planned to tell everyone, and Pokémon performed memory erasure. This included Ash, the other two, and Pikachu and other Pokémon. Mutuo, forget about the three of us. Actually, I want to invite you to travel with us. At this time, Ash stopped Mutuo, who was about to take action, and invited him to join a team. At the same time, he took out the Master Ball that had been lying in his system space and had not been used after completing the Superior Delicatessen mission. To obtain the best Master Ball, you must subdue a true first-class god. The Zapdos without a priesthood that he subdued in Black Cloud City was a little bit worse. It was barely a divine beast race, but its strength was only at the champion level. The special insulation ball was enough to subdue it. Humans who cannot gain my recognition in battle are not qualified to form a partnership with me. Mutuo flipped his hand and wiped the memories of all humans and Pokémon except Ash, the other two, and Pikachu, and sent them out of the new island directly. It was tough enough and acted very arrogant, but its body was very honest and did not attack Ash and others. Mutuo watched quietly. Ash seemed to be waiting for the next words. He looked like he was saying, "Come on, find some good excuses to coax me." Mutuo, since you want to find the meaning of your own existence, traveling is undoubtedly the best way. Travel with me, experience the life between partners, and witness more human warmth and coldness. I believe you can get the answer. Ash raised his eyebrows and immediately found a good way for Mutuo, under the strange eyes of Misty and Sabrina. After hesitating for a moment, Mutuo still reached out and slapped the button of the Master Ball. However, after being put into the top-grade Master Ball, it can still sense things outside through psychic, and can also communicate with Ash through telepathy. You haven't been recognized by me yet. Unless I volunteer or you are facing a desperate situation, I will not help you. No problem, Ash. Sure enough, Mutuo's personality is still the same. Even though he recognized Ash in his heart, his expression was still so stiff. But since it has been captured, it is not a big problem. Ding. Maybe Mutuo's combat power can be raised. It seems that there is still a long way to go before we can really conquer Mutuo. Pokémon Mutuo. Abilities. Sense of oppression. It is obviously not that easy to make them recognize humans who have a lifespan of only 100 years and are extremely weak. It can only be said that the designer of Mutuo has done a bad job, and it's time for him, the trainer, to have a private Marseille. Yveltal, known as Oblivion Wing, they also have a long lifespan. Task reward. Mew intimacy increased by 20%, 1 Yveltal death feather after carrying it. The power of evil skills is increased by 100%. Other functions are unknown and 1 million points. How can you be a divine beast without some unique skills these days? Suppressing his thoughts, Ash checked Mutuo's attributes as usual. Not to mention, other functions are unknown. The 100% bonus ratio of evil skills alone is already terrifying. Holding the heavy Master Ball, Ash took out the ribbon he had prepared for a long time and hung the shrunken Master Ball on his chest as an ornament. Luxury Mutuo's attribute panel can only be described as luxurious. It's a pity that this divine beast is so common that the oppression ability is really too weak. It's meaningless to deal with rookies and it's useless to deal with Kangdong's masters. The props for improving intimacy can also come in handy: qualification, ability, oppression, skills. Psychic Safeguard, Aura Sphere, Recover, Future Sight, Psycho Cut, Sistrike, etc. But Ash is not discouraged. Mutuo is strong enough, and he can also exchange props for modifying ability from the system in the future. Among them, Sistrike is Mutuo's exclusive skill, and it is also a symbol of it as a divine beast. After reading the reward content, Ash was stunned, and then ecstatic. But it is normal to think about it. Items. None. I'm scolding you, 3 stupid birds. It was one of his favorite mythical beasts in the original plot. No matter the appearance or strength, it is worthy of recognition. The first level gods all have terrifying power that can destroy the world. Amazing level and familiar level potential plus a series of psychic skills all show Mutuo's powerful combat power. Perfectly solve the new island incident and stop the battle between Mutuo and Mew. Level, IV.96. You know, it involves the first level of God Territory 3.5 domains, and every little improvement is very important, which is equivalent to a big step for ordinary Pokémon. Attribute Psychic. Mutuo, this way you can see more clearly. Takua Gym, underground floor. In a hidden office, Giovanni sat in a large boss chair, tapping his fingers on the table rhythmically, looking at his assistant Minori in front of him with a hint of coldness in his calm eyes. Mutuo, no news yet. Not yet, not yet. With its ability, it would be easy for Chungson to hide from us. Minori's face showed a trace of nervousness, fearing that Giovanni would think she was useless and incompetent. Well, let everyone below increase the search efforts for me and make sure to bring Mutuo out. Also, how is the boy named Ash? That person's Pokémon is very strong, and his own psychic is not to be underestimated. Sabrina Executive is also with him. Our people dare not approach to observe and can only ask passersby about the situation. At present, it seems that he should be training for the Indigo Plateau Conference. Okay, I know, keep watching. Giovanni nodded, then waved Minori to leave. Seeing that he was not reprimanded for his incompetence, Manjo heaved a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully to leave the office. Ash, Mutuo, now they have become his targets. Mutuo is his hope to push Pokémon Alliance to change the world order. If a mega genius like Ash can be recruited, the future Rocket Team will surely prosper. He is determined to get both of them. Giovanni's eyes flickered slightly, and his fingers tapped the table rhythmically. He was confident that it was only a matter of time before he could take down these 2 targets. On the other side, the new island incident ended successfully, and Ash and his party returned to Pallet Town after making a lot of money. Unlike the new island, which is located in an area where there are often storms, Pallet Town has always been sunny and full of vitality. Delia had just returned from visiting her neighbors and didn't know how thrilling the journey the 3 had just experienced was in the eyes of outsiders. She thought that the 3 were just training in the mountains near Pallet Town as usual, and she also prepared a lot of delicious food for them. It has to be said that since Ash brought Sabrina and Misty, 2 beautiful and considerate girlfriends, home, the parents in the neighborhood were envious. Delia also accepted the compliments from the neighbors on her future daughters-in-law and smiled from ear to ear every day. The trip to the new island was closed by all 3 of them. That night, in order to comfort the 2 girls who didn't know that Ash had a trump card to rely on, especially Misty, who was scared and tearful. Perhaps the stimulation from this trip to the new island was too strong. She and Sabrina's emotions fluctuated obviously. When Ash was confronting Mutwo and experiencing the test of life and death, although Sabrina acted very calm, she was actually very nervous at the time, fearing that something would happen to Ash. She just didn't show all her emotions on her face like Misty. The two girls obviously needed time to rest and recover. The next morning, Ash got up refreshed. Misty and Sabrina were still sleeping, so Ash didn't wake them up too early. He was humming a little tune as he prepared to go out. It wasn't long before the Indigo Plateau conference opened, and Ash was planning to give his Pokémon a special training. And the targets of this special training were mainly those Pokémon that didn't have enough actual combat Pokémon. After all, Pokémon's combat power also had to be considered from multiple aspects, including level, skill proficiency, and Pokémon actual combat experience. But as soon as he arrived in the living room, he ran into Delia, who looked a little strange. Mom Delia stared at Ash for a few times, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. "Mom, what delicious food did you make today?" Ash, who didn't notice Delia's strangeness, glanced at Soleison from the breakfast table. Soon, Ash's expression changed slightly. Usually breakfast was sandwiches, milk, fried dough sticks, etc., but today the style changed drastically. At first glance, it was basically a feast. Combined with Delia's hesitant expression, Ash quickly reacted and thought it was not good. Forget it, since Mom Delia knows everything, there is nothing to hide. His relationship with Misty and Sabrina has long been an open secret, and Delia, who is as smart as she is, cannot fail to notice it. After all, during this period, even when Ash went out for training alone for a few days, she got along very harmoniously with Misty and Sabrina, and both girls treated her very well. "Ash, you have grown up, and you will definitely be exposed to this kind of things. I don't have much to say, I just want to tell you to be nice to these two Stephanies in the future, and don't be partial to one over the other. Stephanie's feelings are usually fragile and sensitive. Since you have chosen this path, you must grasp the degree and don't hurt the hearts of these two good Stephanies," Delia earnestly advised Ash. In the Pokémon world, excellent trainers are always favored by more women, and there are no relevant restrictions in the law. So she still supports Ash's choice. She reminded Ash at this moment just because after these days of getting along with the two women, she has left a very good impression. She also regards Sabrina and Misty as daughters-in-law. "Don't worry, Mom," Ash nodded without thinking. "Also, since you have them, you must remember to keep a distance from other Stephanies in the future, understand?" After thinking for a while, Delia continued. Mom, I may not be able to agree to this. He hasn't played in the Kanto Region League yet, and there are beauties from past generations waiting for him. His mother Delia's request is obviously a bit difficult for him. He doesn't even need to take the initiative himself, the system will help him take the corresponding tasks. His childhood sweetheart Serena, as well as the future May, Dawn, and even Lily are all his wings. In short, Ash will never fall in love with everyone he meets, but the number of beauties is definitely too many to count on one hand. Besides, he did this for Misty, which is also good for them. After all, after Ash experienced several physical enhancements, they begged for mercy every time afterwards. Delia looked at Ash, and after seeing that Ash had no intention of dodging, she also understood Ash's determination. She sighed helplessly. "When the children grow up, mothers should not interfere too much. It's just that I feel that I owe Misty and Sabrina a little bit. It seems that I can only make up for them when I become a mother-in-law in the future. If there are more daughters-in-law in the future, I have to check them carefully to avoid family discord. I remember that little Stephanie Serena, who grew up with Ash, was pretty good. I wonder if Ash still has an impression of her. Since I can't stop it, I'll help Ash check more and don't let those questionable women into the house. A cute little Stephanie like Serena, who knows everything about her and is kind, will definitely get along well with Misty and Sabrina. For such things, I have to check them myself. After all, Ash's energy is limited." Thinking of this, Delia planned to test Ash's attitude and see if he has an impression of little girl Serena. In addition, she had to test Misty and Sabrina's attitude to see how much they opposed Ash's idea. Alas, the son is now going to be a scumbag, and she, as a mother, can only help to play a supporting role. Delia sighed slightly in her heart, with a lot of thoughts in her mind, and glared at Ash unhappily. This son is really a worry for him. He used to be like a piece of wood, but now he has gone to another extreme after leaving. Days passed, and the opening time of Indigo Plateau Conference was getting closer and closer. Ash was still carrying out special training step by step, although the level of Pokémon in the team did not increase significantly. But after his unified training, the combat ability has made a qualitative leap. Especially those Pokémon who did not stay with him for too long after being captured and were sent to Professor Oak's laboratory for self-training soon. Many bad habits of wild Pokémon were corrected by him, and his own combat system was tailored for them. And the day before the Indigo Plateau Conference, an expected guest came to Ash's house. "Grandpa, I will work hard." But now that the Indigo Plateau Conference is about to open, if his grandson, who regards Ash as a strong rival, is beaten into autism by Ash at this moment, what will happen to the Indigo Plateau Conference? What was a little surprising was that Professor Oak chartered a special plane for this Indigo Plateau Conference. Gary's arrival naturally couldn't escape Ash's psychic perception. Gary smiled politely at Delia, then declined her invitation to come in and sit down and directly asked Maynard what he wanted. "Mom, you guys have dinner. I'll go to Professor Oak to see what's going on." If a small place like Pallet Town can produce a quartz championship champion, it would be really worth celebrating. However, Gary lived up to everyone's expectations. "Ash, you are finally here." Delia opened the door and saw Gary, Ash's friend since Arnold, and immediately greeted him warmly. Delia nodded without any hesitation and then shouted loudly into the house. Being absorbed in research, he rarely had time to accompany Gary, so such a warm scene was rare. "You haven't defeated me yet. I want to duel with you." "What are you talking about, Ash?" Since he discovered Ash's hidden amazing fighting ability, he has a lot of expectations for this Indigo Plateau Conference. She was also wondering if the two had a conflict when they were traveling. Looking at Gary arguing with good Ash, Professor Oak, who was watching, laughed happily. Of course, it's okay to think so in normal times. In the end, it was just a simple chat. "Professor, thank you for the special plane, but don't expect me to let your grandson go just because of this." Ash raised his eyebrows slightly and started joking. "Professor Oak is looking for me." What could it be? Gary often came to play at home when he was a child, but for some reason, he hasn't come once since he returned to Pallet Town. He said something to the two girls who were playing arcade games. He also wanted to send his family to the main venue of Quartz to watch the game. After a few words of uproar, Gary wanted to challenge Ash. Ash went to Professor Oak's laboratory with Gary. They are all trainers of Pallet Town, and it doesn't matter who loses in a competition. "Ash, Gary is here to see you." "Hey, it's Gary. Are you here to play with Ash?" "Ash is at home. Come in first." Ash was wondering what big thing Professor Oak wanted him to come for. What a joke, even that old man Blaine is not Ash's rival at all, plus the Pokémon that Ash has captured have amazing potential. Gary is definitely not a rival. The Indigo Plateau Conference is about to open. This time, let's treat it as a pre-game celebration for you and Gary. I hope you can show your talents in the competition. This time, without waiting for Ash's response, Professor Oak decisively mentioned his grandson to Ash to reject the skin. "No, Aunt Delia, my grandfather prepared dinner in the laboratory, and he asked me to come over to have dinner with Ash." It was late at night when he returned home from Professor Oak's laboratory. In order to prepare for the quartz contest with better contest condition, after taking a shower, Ash returned to his bedroom with Captivate on. Ding! Reminder, in 1 minute the system store items will be refreshed. Please set the top products as soon as possible. Ash was stunned when he heard the system prompt. He had not received many system tasks during this period, and his points were not enough, so he did not pay much attention to the system store. He never thought that the time for product refresh was so close. He quickly called up the system interface. System Store, Product 3, 1 Ultra Beast Pokémon Egg, a rare Pokémon from Ultra Space value. 300 W points. Product 5, Pokémon Carrying Slot Plus 4, increases the upper limit of Pokémon carrying slots for Pokémon Trainer value. 400 W points. Points balance, 214 W. It is far from the Pokémon eggs required to buy Ultra Beasts. It seems that he can only make a choice between the two products. Since he didn't have enough points, he simply took down the quick method of bond evolution of Greninja Frog that he had been pointing to. 800,000 points were deducted. System, replace the pinned item next. I want to pin the Ultra Beast Pokémon Egg. Then he pinned item 3 directly. The Pokémon carrying position is important, but the species strength is higher than that of the 3 mythical birds. It is very common in Ultra Space, but extremely rare in the Pokémon world. The dangerous Ultra Beast is obviously more attractive. Although the distribution of species strength among them tends to be extreme, their strength is really not to be underestimated. The combat power of the Ultra Beast with the best qualifications in its own species is not much inferior to that of the weaker legendary Pokémon. Although 3 million points are expensive, it is worthwhile to be able to exchange for a rare Ultra Beast. Finally, the Pokémon carrying position, I believe that it can be increased by completing the tasks issued by the system in the future. The replacement of the pin position is successful, and the countdown for the system store refresh is on. 54,321. After hearing the system prompt, Ash couldn't wait to call up the system store and start checking. Product 1. A set of top-quality evolution stones, including all evolution stones that can make Pokémon evolve value. 500,000. Product 2. 5 pieces of rare candy, if 0.50 if 0.60 value. 500,000. Product 3. Item tracker, can locate and track the other party through items such as hair dropped from Pokémon value. 5 million. Product 4. The strongest Charizard training manual purchase can trigger Charizard's chain tasks, which can improve Charizard's qualifications to the level of a legendary beast value. 3 million. Product 5. Top quality Master Ball, 100% probability of capturing any Pokémon. Once captured, Pokémon will not be able to force it out of the Pokéball by force value. 1.5 million. Compared to the last time, the refreshed products this time can only be said to have regrets and surprises. The props to change the ability of Mutwo were not refreshed. The talent that can make Charizard promoted to the level of a divine beast, the top-grade Master Ball, and even the item tracking device are all top-notch good things. The first 2 items need no further explanation, as he just happened to have recently obtained a feather belonging to a first-level god. Next, he only needs to exchange this item, and he can use the Feather of Oblivion Wing to locate it in real time. Now that he has Mutwo guarding him, he may also covet the power of the Love of Death. In the morning of the next day, Ash and his family boarded the private plane chartered by Professor Oak and headed for the Indigo Plateau Conference. The venue of the Indigo Plateau Conference is located on the Indigo Plateau in the Kanto region. In the past, there were few people here, but recently it has become lively because of the Indigo Plateau Conference. After Ash and his party got off the plane, they went straight to the players' village here. At Nurse Joy in the Pokémon Center, he completed the registration with the 8 gym badges he collected. Seeing the 8 gym badges lying in Ash's badge box, Gary coughed quickly, draw everyone's attention to him. Then he took out his badge box, seemingly unconcealed but with a proud look on his face. It was packed with 11 gym badges in total. Ha ha ha. Before the Indigo Plateau Conference started, he had already suppressed Ash in terms of gym battles. Gary has collected 11 gym badges, that's great. Professor Oak also praised him very flatteringly. He was afraid that after the Indigo Plateau Conference, Ash would be beaten to a pulp, so he planned to praise him more now. Of course, it would be best if he didn't run into Ash. Gary, who didn't notice his grandfather's thoughts, couldn't hide his pride. Since the start of the trip, Gary, who couldn't compare to Ash in any way, couldn't help but start to drag him down. Oh, please give me flowers. Although only 8 gym badges are needed to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference, I think the more badges you have, the more it can prove a trainer's strength. After all, I'm dealing with gym leaders with more attributes, and 8 badges is just the minimum requirement of the Indigo Plateau Conference. Although Gary didn't say it directly, his words were full of sarcasm towards Ash, who only got 8 gym badges. It's a rare opportunity to surpass Ash, so naturally I have to show off in front of this guy. Who knows how much of a blow it was to him when his grandfather took away his sports car and all his girlfriends left him. What's even more infuriating is that the more unlucky he is, the more good news Ash gets. Every time his grandfather talks to him, he can't help but praise Ash. This makes him feel extremely unbalanced. But Gary has his own pride after all, and he won't do anything like torment. This time, the face jumping is also based on the premise that he has collected more gym leader badges than Ash. A large number does not mean strong strength. The gyms that Ash challenged are all very strong. Although Gary and Ash grew up together, Misty still couldn't spoil him. She couldn't let anyone down, but she couldn't let her Ash down. She was really annoying. Scanning the badges in the badge box of Ash and Gary, Sabrina also started to finish off the badger with a blank expression. To put it bluntly, the quality of your badges is very low. You have only collected half of the badges of the 8 most famous gyms in Kanto. The rest are small city badges, many of which I have never seen. And if I remember correctly, there is also the badge of the Takiwa gym that you challenged and failed. It can only be said that Sabrina knows how to finish off the badger. When Gary heard about the Takiwa gym, he immediately shrank like a deflated ball. He wanted to refute it but found that there was no angle at all, because what Sabrina said was true. It even reminded him of the time when he was beaten up by Giovanni. Why? Thinking back to the group of girlfriends who dispersed after his sports car was taken away and looking at the 2 girls who were angry at him for Ash, he felt a little uneasy. In front of Ash, he seemed to have become the villain Joker IX who set off his protagonist Halo. Ash didn't care at all about Gary's behavior of dragging him down. Trainers, in the end, still have to rely on their strength. As long as they beat or rank higher than Gary at the Indigo Plateau Conference, it would be enough to make him convinced. But it would be better to compete on the same stage and eliminate him personally to give him a big enough shock. Otherwise, he is likely to be stubborn. Looking at the crowd of trainers coming and going, Ash stroked the piquet ball hanging on his waist, feeling very proud. In this Indigo Plateau Conference, he will make the names of Pallet Town and Ash resound throughout the Kanto region. After completing the registration, you still need to wait for the lengthy opening ceremony to officially start the journey of the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference. Sitting in the audience, Ash's eyes followed the torch relay 170 and kept moving until the Molter's torch was lit, and the flames were reflected in Ash's pupils. In the original plot, he would change his fate of being defeated in the round of 16 of this Indigo Plateau Conference. Misty, Sabrina, you guys take a good rest with Mom. I'll go over and draw the first match myself. Because all four of the family came this time, not to mention Professor Oak. Ash's own name is also very useful in the Kanto Alliance. Therefore, Ash and his friends were assigned a single-family apartment with very good living conditions in the player's village. Only if you rest well can you play a wonderful game. This is also part of the Alliance's preferential treatment for seeded players. The apartment is not too big, but it is undoubtedly several levels higher than the residence of ordinary trainers. Delia nodded, then let's prepare some lunch and eat together when you come back. Don't bother so much, the food in the player's village is free, just treat it as a vacation this time. Enjoy it and watch your son win the championship of this Indigo Plateau Conference. Ash said confidently. Delia, who didn't know much about Ash's record in Lucas's travel, thought it was just her son trying to cheer her up and nodded with a smile. She didn't want to discourage Ash's enthusiasm, but she actually had no expectations for whether Ash could win the championship. After all, it was only the first year of the trip, and it was already amazing to be able to enter the top 16. As for winning the championship, it would not be too late to strive for it slowly in the future. After the draw, Ash's first rival was a boy with a hedgehog head named Aaron. Although the Indigo Plateau Conference has 8 gym badges and restrictions such as senior students in the Pokémon Academy. In the vast Kanto region, there are still many excellent Pokémon trainers who are qualified to enter. In order to make the schedule go faster, the Indigo Plateau Conference adopts a mode of 4 sub-venues and 1 main venue fighting at the same time. Only after successfully advancing to the top 16, all matches can be fought in the main venue under the attention of the public. Before that, the system contest category will ensure that each trainer can experience the battles in each attribute-themed subvenue. Only by winning consecutive games can you advance to the top 16. The organizers claim that the rival and the venue were randomly drawn. However, although it was said to be random, there were also hidden tricks by the Alliance organizers. For example, the popular seeded players were not allowed to meet too early, resulting in one of them being eliminated too early before they could show their true strength, which would greatly affect the viewing experience of the next top 16 games. Ash's rival Aaron can only be said to be mediocre among the trainers who came to participate in this competition. His strength is also accumulated through years of travel, and he is considered a senior trainer. With hard work and some luck, it is possible to enter the top 16 of this Indigo Plateau Conference. But this is normal. After all, he met Ash, and the Alliance has a very high evaluation of him. It is difficult for the rival to be very strong in the sub-venue stage. Dear audience friends, the next match is the Battle of the Rock Field, the branch venue of the Indigo Plateau Conference. The rivals for this opening match are Ash from Pallet Town and Aaron from Rainbow City, who ranked in the top 32 in the last Indigo Plateau Conference. The battle rules are in the form of 3v3. When both sides release Pokémon to fight, if all 3 Pokémon of either side lose their combat ability, they will be considered defeated and will regretfully leave our Indigo Plateau Conference stage. On the first day of the competition, Ash's battle with Pokémon Trainer, whose hairstyle is similar to Gary, became the opening match of the rock field. Ash stood quietly on one side of the battlefield and Pikachu stood beside him. He took out the Piquet ball with Bulbasaur hanging from his waist. For this important opening match, he prepared a Pokémon lineup of Bulbasaur, Giant Steelix, and Milotic. Among them, the Giant Steelix that has entered the elite level is undoubtedly the level of the support, avoiding any possibility of accidents. Of course, the main battle is still Bulbasaur. Although its species strength is not high, with a high level of IV.43, many gym owners' main Pokémon are not as good as it. Compared with the original plot, it is many times stronger when participating in the Indigo Plateau Conference, plus the Speed Potion and the top-grade Grass-type move amplification item that Ash fed it. greatly improve the power of grass-type skills. At the same time, it combines Bulbasaur's amazing speed and Venusaur's powerful grass-type skill power. Come out, Bulbasaur. Ash, who was randomly assigned to the red side by the system, released his Pokémon first. 2.1. Seed tilde tilde seed. Bulbasaur fell directly to the ground of the rock battlefield, with a strong fighting spirit burning in his eyes. After so much special training in Pallet Town, it is finally time to test the results. It needs to prove the results of hard training through a beautiful victory. It is also necessary to let the world know that even if it does not evolve, Bulbasaur can still become extremely powerful. Strong enough to even defeat Venusaur, the final evolution of the same species. Not only Bulbasaur himself, but also Ash, who was commanding behind him, was full of confidence. He was confident that his training plan and tactical training for Bulbasaur were the most reasonable. The one standing opposite was just a test subject to help him test the results of his training. Rock Field. Ash from Pallet Town on the red side sent out Bulbasaur as his first Pokémon. This Bulbasaur looks like it's been trained quite well. I wonder what kind of surprises it can bring to the audience. The passionate voice of the commentator came from the radio. In the audience, pennants were waving and cheers were heard. The annual event in the Kanto region has attracted the hearts of countless people. It is much more well-known and has a higher level of participation than the Olympic Games held every 4 years in Ash's previous life. Many spectators are large fan cheering groups that have spontaneously formed without any official organization. Aaron, who attended the Indigo Plateau conference last year and had a little bit of a crush on him, has many fans cheering for him. At this time, many people in the audience waved their arms at him and cheered for him. On the other hand, since Ash was attending the Indigo Plateau conference for the first time, the main people who supported him were his family and friends. Mom Delia, Sabrina, Misty, and Professor Oak were all cheering for him. Bulbasaur right. 17, then just send out a Pokémon that can restrain Bulbasaur with attribute. Come out, Arcanines. Hedgehog-headed Aaron shook his head disdainfully and released Arcanine that restrained Bulbasaur with attribute, confident that he could easily defeat Bulbasaur and win his first victory. Pokémon Arcanine level, IV.37. Aaron is indeed a trainer who has participated in the Indigo Plateau conference several times and has rich combat experience. With the advantage of being a latecomer, he sent out Arcanine that restrained Bulbasaur with attribute. How will Ash of Pallet Town respond? If he changes Pokémon right away, it will be a big blow to the momentum and the rhythm of the battle. Off the field, the commentator continued to play his own understanding. The shouting of Aaron's fans became louder and louder, and the faces of his family and friends showed the joy of victory. Ha ha ha, brother along is really awesome. Let's try to get into the top 16 this time. If you ask me, be bold, the top 8 will directly fight in the main venue. What's the big deal about opening champagne at halftime? We'll fill up the champagne right after the game starts. Bulbasaur Sunny Day. Seed tilde tilde. Bulbasaur, who appeared first, seized the advantage and used Sunny Day directly, making the sun in the venue more dazzling. Haha, you're still a fool. Sunny Day also has a significant increase for Arcanine, a fire-type Pokémon. You're shooting yourself in the foot, use Flame Wheel Arcanine. After the hedgehog-headed boy finished speaking, Arcanine turned into a high-speed flame wheel and rushed straight towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur dodged and used Sunshine Flame. Ash shook his head and ordered calmly. He didn't even bother to explain to this mentally retarded trainer. In the sunlight, Bulbasaur, who triggered the chlorophyll ability, left a series of afterimages while moving, easily avoiding Arcanine's flame wheel attack. Then a brilliant white light lit up behind him, turning into a dazzling beam of light that poured out and hit Arcanine hard. Boom boom. Accompanied by a wail, the speed dog fell heavily to the ground and lost his ability to fight directly. Did he really train this Arcanine seriously? What the hell? The Kanto Elite Four also praised Ash. This is very rare in a normal Pokémon battle, and the key is to kill in one hit. The support rate is much higher than that of Ash, who participated in the competition for the first time. Bulbasaur defeated the Fire-type Arcanine with the reverse attribute. For example, the Elite Four who are sitting in the VIP seats on the high platform at this time. It's too embarrassing to be killed by a reverse attribute Bulbasaur in one shot. Wu nodded and added with a smile. This boy is also very good at commanding as a trainer. He took advantage of the first move and used Sunny Day. The amazing speed may be related to the chlorophyll ability. Then there is the instantaneous Sunshine Flame, which does not give rival a chance to counterattack at all. From bursting out at an astonishing speed to avoid Arcanine's flame wheel attack to accumulating and launching the sunlight flames in an instant. It was over in just a moment. DB XXX. Of course, there are also high-level Pokémon trainers on the scene. Although he was full of doubts, the fan club didn't betray so easily. After all, they were all true fans accumulated by Aaron from participating in the Indigo Plateau Conference for several consecutive sessions. What did they just see? Okay, I was just joking. Combined with his identity as a rookie trainer, it is really rare. Although I don't understand it very well, this Bulbasaur is really handsome. Arcanine lost his ability to fight. The winner of this match is Bulbasaur. Please ask Aaron to change Pokémon. Aaron's trump card Pokémon is Bulbasaur's final form Venusaur. Of course, the premise is that Ash's Bulbasaur can hold on until Aaron sends out trump card Pokémon Venusaur. The clean and neat solution to the battle gave them a sense of power. At this moment, the cheers of Aaron's fans stopped abruptly, and the audience exclaimed more fiercely, discussing Ash and his Bulbasaur enthusiastically. They are all experts and can see the training of Ash's Bulbasaur at a glance. Below, the entire venue also applauded. Many passers-by who like Bulbasaur were attracted by Ash's game. But this guy is really amazing. This Bulbasaur can develop such a powerful move without evolving. This also proves that the strength gap between the two sides may be very large. Bruno, did you lose to this kid? The final form against Earl Dervish form, easy to win. Seeing that Bruno was about to turn red, Lorelei, who had been watching for a long time, hurried out to cool him down. Aaron's fan club was a little bit difficult to accept for a while. And isn't it just Bulbasaur? I have said so many times it's just a moment of carelessness. When he wins this Quartz Conference champion, I will let him challenge me, and then I will prove myself. Wow, in my opinion, if you lose to him again, you may not be able to keep your seat in the Elite Four. The battle ended so quickly that the commentator didn't react. Agatha, what do you mean? Do you think I will lose to him in a 3v3 game? Grade Ash wins. Delia, who was unconsciously worried, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Ash's reverse attribute. As for Professor Oak and the others, they were not surprised, but they were surprised at Bulbasaur's high level of actual combat. Misty held up the new camera she had just bought and kept shooting at Ash on the field. This was Ash's first time participating in a regional competition, so he had to take notes seriously. In the future, when there are more sisters, it can be used as a topic of conversation. Although I know that Ash will have many beauties in the future, but Misty is always the first choice. These experiences are not something that other Stephanies can replicate. It has some strength, but that's all. The Arcanine just sent out was just a shallow test. The first Arcanine to appear was defeated, and Aaron's face did not change. This Arcanine was the Pokémon he captured last year, and the training time was not that long, not as good as those Pokémon that have accompanied him in battle for many years. It's just that the strength of his second-team Pokémon is still a little behind his actual tacit understanding with the first-team Pokémon. And the next two Pokémon to be sent out are not something Bulbasaur can easily deal with. Come out, Rapidash. Aaron took back Arcanine calmly and sent out his second Pokémon Rapidash. Pokémon, Rapidash level, IV.42. Rapidash of level IV.42 is almost the same level as Bulbasaur. In Aaron's team, it is a main Pokémon of the first team and has made great contributions to him. And it is still the attribute Restraint of Fire against Grass. He believes that he just underestimated the enemy just now, and he will definitely be able to take it down next time. It's just a Bulbasaur. Moreover, under the sunny day, the power of Rapidash's fire has also been increased to a certain extent. Thinking this in his heart, Aaron gave the order confidently. Rapidash used the flame vortex letter 3005. After receiving the order, a burning breath came out of his mouth and nose, and he aimed at the opposite Bulbasaur and used fire spin. The blazing flames attacked Bulbasaur, vowing to trap it. Bulbasaur jump up, use sleep powder. Bulbasaur used his legs to jump high into the air to avoid the attack of the flame vortex, while sprinkling bursts of white powder at Rapidash below. Suddenly, Rapidash felt a strong sense of sleepiness, and his eyelids began to fight frequently. Cheer up, Rapidash, use takedown attack in the direction of its fall. Although Aaron's voice was loud, he still couldn't help Rapidash completely dispel the negative effects of sleep powder. Rapidash forced himself to cheer up, lock on Bulbasaur and charged in the direction of landing, but the speed was not as fast as usual. Use the Vine Whip trick. Pause. Before he could get close to Bulbasaur, he was whipped by the Vine Whip tentacles that the falling Bulbasaur stretched out, making him scream. Under the attention of the crowd, everyone's love for Bulbasaur became more and more beyond words. Rapidash stand up quickly, flame charge. Aaron's expression didn't change, but he felt very uncomfortable. He could no longer analyze the battle calmly, and he took back Rapidash in anger and decisively released his trump card Pokémon. Pokémon Venusaur level, IV.45. There is no doubt that this Venusaur is Aaron's real trump card Pokémon. The level is as high as 1V.45. If he hadn't met Ash in the first battle, he would have been able to at least enter the top 16. However, after losing 2 consecutive games with the attribute, he just wanted to use his Venusaur to teach Ash's Bulbasaur a lesson. He couldn't let Ash achieve the achievement of pushing the team. Bulbasaur, don't hold back, use the most powerful Sunshine Flame. Taking advantage of the last bit of sunny day, Ash decisively issued an attack order. Venusaur, we also use Sunshine Flame. Aaron's reaction was not slow, and Venusaur's Flower Bud also began to continue to use the energy needed for Sunshine Flame. Almost without any pre-swing, both sides blasted out a powerful sunlight flame, and the 2 beams of light collided fiercely in the field. It was completely impossible to understand why the sunlight flame attack performed by Ash's Bulbasaur was so strong. Bulbasaur is extremely fast, and everyone knows that if Rapidash's attack can hit, it will definitely have extraordinary effects. This, monster, the audience in the field burst into unprecedented cheers. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a tsunami at this moment. Ash's Bulbasaur once again used amazing speed to play tricks on Aaron's Rapidash. After the violent explosion, Rapidash was blown to the ground. Along's commentary was accompanied by the exclamations of the audience, but in front of Bulbasaur's amazing mobility, if it can't hit, it means no damage. Aaron shouted angrily, but Rapidash, who had suffered heavy blows in succession, had already run out of energy. Encore Sunlight Flame. I didn't expect that a game would be so exciting. Bulbasaur counterattacked 2 Pokémon whose attributes restrained it. A huge pit with a radius of nearly 10 meters appeared in the center of the entire rock field. Near the huge pit, Venusaur, who was covered in wounds, was gasping for breath and looked like he was dying. Rapidash of Aaron lost its ability to fight. Please replace the last Pokémon. If all Pokémon lose their ability to fight, they will regretfully leave our conference stage. You know, Venusaur is its final form. The garlic on his back quickly accumulated white light, and another sunlight flame with destructive power hit Rapidash heavily. His body immediately tilted and he lost his ability to fight. Boom. Venusaur didn't even beat Bulbasaur in a fight, right? Rapidash lost its ability to fight, Bulbasaur won again. It seems that the Bulbasaur of rookie trainer Ash from Pallet Town is really powerful. I wonder if it has a chance to become the first celebrity-level Pokémon of this conference. The voice of the commentator outside the venue became inspiring and high-pitched. Boom, the white light was accompanied by a terrifying explosion. On the other side, although Bulbasaur was a little tired, there was no obvious injury on his body. At this moment, all the audience were stunned. Venusaur lost his ability to fight. The winner of this match is Bulbasaur. Since all 3 Pokémon of Ash from Rainbow City lost their ability to fight, the opening match of this rock field was won by Ash from Pallet Town, and he successfully advanced to the next round. Accompanying the referee's decision, the audience kept shouting Ash's name. After successfully winning 3 in a row, Bulbasaur's level was also raised from IV.43 to IV.44. Is Ash this kid so powerful? Delia, the mother, was ready to welcome Ash's failure and even organized words of comfort. She was also extremely shocked when she saw this scene, and she murmured unconsciously. According to the commentator's introduction, the opponent seemed to be a very powerful Pokémon trainer who had participated in several Indigo Plateau conferences. And Ash was just a rookie who had just entered the Indigo Plateau conference. I didn't expect the result to be so favorable to Ash. Of course, Ash is very strong. Even Bulbasaur can't be considered Ash's main Pokémon. Misty's cute little face was full of pride. In Ash's current Pokémon lineup, Bulbasaur is indeed not at the level of the main force, and it is even very difficult to enter the second team. Mewtwo, the level 1 god 870, is far ahead and occupies a tier. Next are Zapdos, Ghastly, and other Pokémon in the tier. Then there are Pikachu, Charizard, and other Pokémon that have reached the elite level. As for Bulbasaur, it is obviously only ranked in the 4th tier, but even so, it still has a sense of dimensionality reduction on the stage of Indigo Plateau Conference. Of course, we can't say too much. After all, this is just the audition stage of the quartz competition. Her boyfriend is really great. In every sense, I don't know what she thought of, but her pretty face is slightly red. Among the 3, Sabrina is the calmest. In her opinion, it is not a problem for Ash to win the championship with his strength. It is not impossible for him to compete for the Elite Four seat. This is Ash's true strength. This Bulbasaur has been trained too well. In the corner of the audience, Gary, who has no competition for the time being but does not want Ash to know that he is watching his competition, has a solemn expression. The light has completely lost the confidence he had when he first arrived here. This Bulbasaur is like a greatly enhanced version of Venusaur, and the power of its skills is unscientific. Is Ash having any adventure? This Bulbasaur is his hidden trump card Pokémon. Well, it is very likely. I am afraid that his Pikachu is only as good as this Bulbasaur in terms of combat level. At the same time, Professor Oak in the audience was also surprised. This Bulbasaur has been in his research institute for a long time, but he rarely shows his combat power in front of him. He is usually obsessed with research and does not care much about it. I never thought that this Bulbasaur's actual combat level is so high. After a moment of hesitation, Professor Tian finally reacted. It seems that Blaine did not lose unfairly. Ash still has at least 2 elite-level Pokémon, Charizard, and the elite-level Steelix captured by Mayachashin. These two are probably Ash's real trump card Pokémon. Amid the cheers and applause of the audience, Ash left the battlefield along the player channel. After today's battle, Ash went to the staff to draw tomorrow's battlefield and rival, and then returned to the player village with his mother Delia and Sabrina and Misty to the apartment prepared for them by the Alliance. The family of 4 happily enjoys life. At night, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Ash took out the props that increased the intimacy of Pokémon from the system space, and a bright psychic blue light lit up in his eyes. Mutuo, come out, I have something to talk to you about. Well, what is it, tell me? With a flash of light, the expressionless Mutuo floated in the air outside the window and stared at Ash coldly. Using Psychic to make the potion bottle float in front of him, Mutuo looked at the pale pink unknown liquid in the bottle curiously. This feeling is amazing. Mutuo looked at his hands, his face full of disbelief. Feeling the surging power of the new form, Mutuo looked at Ash with a complicated expression. The fusion coefficient with X and Y has also reached the extreme. This is much more convenient than the power of a certain flying first-level god primal reversion form. Under the communication of Mutuo Psychic, 2 shining Mega Evolution Stones, 1 blue and 1 purple, quickly flew towards it and merged into its body from the forehead. Don't worry, I will definitely not hurt you. Ding! As we all know, Mutuo in its regular form is not too dazzling in the first-level god echelon, but it is completely different after adding the 2 Mega Evolution forms of X and Y. Hee, this level of battle doesn't require you to take action. This bottle of potion is prepared for you, try it. Obviously this thing should be good for it. Let me help you fight tomorrow, then you're making a wrong decision. His thoughts became clearer, and his control over Psychic was raised to a higher level, and his affection for Ash became stronger and stronger. The body shape was also constantly switching between the 3 forms of normal, X, and Y. This is such a familiar breath. The tone became much gentler, he couldn't feel any malice from Ash. The species strength increase of up to 100 can make it a leader among the first-level gods. Without hesitation, Mutuo urged Psychic to open the bottle stopper, and the potion magically floated to its mouth automatically. Yes, they are your powers. How does Mutuo feel? After drinking it, a dark red light flashed in Mutuo's eyes. Then, let's fuse these 2 items. When its intimacy with Ash reaches 100%, it can completely fuse the evolution stones of X and Y into its body, and it can switch forms in the future in battle. Congratulations, Mutuo, you have mastered your own Mega Evolution. Immediately afterwards, Mutuo made a painful growl, and the whole body was shining with dazzling pink, blue, and purple light. Ash took out the Mutewox Y evolution stone that he had prepared for a long time from the system space. As he said, Ash threw the potion in his hand into the air. In the past, it would not agree to any request from Ash, but now it felt like it was willing to fight Pokémon for Ash. Congratulations, Mutuo's intimacy has increased to 100%. About half a minute later, its breath stabilized. Gulp gulp tilde tilde. Well, thanks to you, Ash. The next day, Ash faced his own rival in the water field. An old acquaintance in the original plot, the flamboyant juggler Duwu, was very power trip in the original plot and once clamored to easily eliminate Ash. This time, perhaps after watching the battle between Ash and Aaron in the rock field the day before, he understood his strong strength. Duwu was not as power trip as in the original plot. He was very humble and polite when facing Ash. After carefully analyzing the battle in the rock field, most viewers felt that Ash's Bulbasaur had at least the combat power of the top 8. After easily defeating 3, he even had some strength left. It is one of the most dazzling Pokémon in the Quartz competition so far. If Ash had not known the original plot, he might have been fooled by Duwu's performance at this moment. I have to take good care of you. a guy who is so good at pretending and can bend and stretch to the extreme. The water field is still a 3v3 duel. The first thing that Duwu sent out was Soga Psychic's Executor. It's time to show off, Mr. Ash. Thank you for giving me victory. Oh, I wonder if you can accept this favor. Leave it to you, Kingler. Ash also threw the Poké Ball without hesitation. The light flashed and Kingler landed on the floating platform. Ash actually chose Kingler, whose attribute was restrained. Then the situation may be very unfavorable to him. On the high platform, Misty, who was listening to the commentary, was also a little worried. It's not that she doubted Ash's level of training Pokémon, but mainly this Kingler, she has never seen Ash use it in a formal competition. At this moment, the first appearance is the stage of Indigo Plateau Conference. If you get nervous and can't show your true strength, it will be bad. Don't worry, although this Kingler is not too strong, it is still enough to deal with the guy on the opposite side. Sabrina glanced at the Executor on the field with contempt and signaled Misty beside her not to worry. Ash is not as good as her in the field of Psychic. The Executor in front of him is so weak that it is unbearable to look at. I guess this trainer named Duwu is not very capable. Executor, use Illusion Wave. Hearing this, Executor immediately aimed at Kingler on the opposite platform and shot a circle of illusion waves. Jump into the water, Kingler, use Sword Dance. Kingler quickly jumped into the pool to avoid the attack, and then immediately used Sword Dance to increase his own strength. HMPH, it's useless. Accompanied by Duwu's cold snort, Executor's eyes flashed green and used Psychic to stir the giant forceps in the pool to appear. Puff, puff, puff. It can't even cover the entire pool, so weak. Since he wants to find you, do as he wishes, use the Alloy Claws, Kingler. Ash waved his hand calmly and ordered. Kingler rushed out of the water vortex created by Executor easily, and the silver alloy was heavily entangled on Executor's body. The backlash of mental power and the severe pain were a double torture. Executor fell directly into the pool and lost his ability to fight. Executor lost his ability to fight, Kingler won. Wow, what a beautiful battle, he can win like this. Ash defeated rivals Executor again by reverse attribute. The commentator's slightly excited voice sounded. In that case, let's go for Seadra. After taking back Executor, Duwu sent out Seadra. Seadra is a very good water Pokémon, but its level is only IV.32, which is much worse than Kingler. Seadra Agility. This time, Duwu chose to attack first. Seadra kept moving in the pool and rushed towards Kingler at a very fast speed. Bubble Beam, then Crab Punch. Bubble Beam swept across, directly knocking Kingdra flying into the sky, and Kingler followed with a high splash Crab Punch, knocking Kingdra out of the field. What? Kingdra was also killed instantly. Duwu's face was full of disbelief. Kingdra, who was confident that he could use agility to trick Kingler, was directly defeated by a Crab Punch. It seems that Duwu's cleverness backfired. The commentary sounded at the right time. Another instant kill, the audience's impression of Ash became more and more profound. They all thought that he might become the dark horse of this tournament. At present, it seems that he should be a sure thing to enter the top 16. After another defeat, Duwu was completely defeated. He sent Golbet, who had the advantage in the air, out of desperation. At the beginning, Golbet did control the rhythm of the battle with flying, but as Ash ordered Kingler to dive into the pool. In a hurry to gain an advantage, Duwu fell into the trap and irrationally signaled Golbet to lower his altitude and launch a fierce attack. After blocking Golbet's takedown with his double pincers Machamp, Kingler extended his right pincer and aimed at Golbet, who had not yet taken off, and fired a powerful Hyper Beam. The dazzling golden Hyper Beam soared into the sky, easily smacked down Golbet, who was in the rising flying stage, and lost his combat ability. Looking at Golbet falling straight into the pool, Duwu knelt on the floating platform with a plop, and looked at Ash on the opposite side, who was ending the cheers of the audience with an extremely pale face. My Indigo Plateau Conference journey is it over. Although Duwu was unlucky to meet Ash, it was not unfair for him to be eliminated. In Ash's opinion, even if he looked at all the contestants participating in this Indigo Plateau Conference, the one who sold the calendar of the conference was the lowest. Once again, they achieved a 1-on-3 victory, and Kingler was upgraded from IV.38 to IV.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.